Welcome to the Manhwa review channel today. We're diving into My Dad is a Special Agent, covering Chapter 1 through the latest update. Our story begins inside a tense principal's office. A father kneels, his dignity shattered before a wealthy family, while his daughter, Minji, screams, "Dad, have you no pride? She's the one who hit me first." But the golden-haired girl's mother roars back with even more fury. "What an insolent brat principal. Convene the school violence committee immediately and stain her record forever. We must ensure a girl this rude can never show her face in society again. She deserves to lose everything." Meanwhile, the father remains silent, offering only a desperate plea. A corrupt-looking, bloated teacher taps his cane. He leans in and whispers, "You know the deal? This is the third time Minji has fought with Harry. The injuries are quite severe this time, so we must prioritize the victim's demands." He gets closer to the father's ear. Harry's father is a political powerhouse. Ever heard of Rang construction? This opening confrontation sets a stage of extreme tension. "Dad, where is your pride? I told you. That girl attacked me first." In that Korean school office, a middle-aged man grovels before a wealthy, elite couple. Goodness, where did this disrespectful girl come from? Enough talk. Principal, hold the committee meeting and mark her permanent record now. We need to make sure she's an outcast for life. That was the arrogant wife of Rang Construction's CEO. The balding homeroom teacher approaches the kneeling father. "You understand the situation, don't you? This is Minji's third incident with Harry. The medical reports are serious. We have to settle this with the victim's side. Besides, Harry's father is a local legend with deep ties in the political world. You really shouldn't mess with them. Rang Construction is no joke. There will be consequences." Hearing these blatant threats, the father's fists clench until his veins bulge. Yet, he forces himself to speak. "Forgive me. I'm a single father with many flaws. As a parent yourself, please find it in your heart to forgive us. I am truly sorry." Watching her father's humiliating display, Minji screams, "Dad, stop. We aren't the ones in the wrong." But one sharp look from her father silences her, leaving her to weep in bitter silence. Later, on the way home, the father speaks up. "Let's go eat." "I don't want to. I hate school. And I hate having such a useless father." "What kind of father are you? What have you ever actually done for me? Other dads are assemblymen or CEOs. They have power. But you're just a low-level manager at a pathetic company. Why was I born so far behind everyone else?" Minji sobbed, her words cutting deep. She couldn't understand why they had to apologize to that spoiled girl's parents. To her, her father was nothing but a weak, incompetent man. Stunned by his daughter's words, the man stands frozen as she runs away in a fit of rage. "Minji, come home. Shut up, since you're powerless. Nothing you say matters. Don't look for me. I'm staying at Heejung's place. Just leave me alone. If you follow me, I'll never forgive you." She disappears, leaving him standing there, unable to move. 2 hours later, in a dark and deserted alleyway, while Minji is walking to clear her head, Heejung appears with a gang of thugs. "Hey, who do you think you're glaring at? You want to hit me again?" Suddenly, she delivers a stinging slap to Minji's face. Asterisk smack times, stunned and caught off guard. Minji takes 2 painful hits. Fueled by built-up resentment, Minji finally snaps. She grabs Heejung's hair and fires back with a flurry of strikes. "You brat. You think I'm afraid of you just because you brought friends." The surrounding thugs and onlookers cheer as the brawl intensifies. "Look, she's actually fighting back. This is gold." Suddenly, a massive, tattooed man emerges from the shadows. He lunges forward, kicking Minji hard and sending her crashing to the pavement. After landing the blow, he sneered. "Don't think being a girl protects you." He was Song Mino, Xiang's secret admirer, and his eyes were cold. Hejiang shrieked, "Mino, she's a loser with no friends. Just crush her." Min spat back. "You're all the same trash, ganging up on me." That triggered the thug's rage. He loomed over her with a sneer. He grabbed her hair, brutally striking Min's small face without any mercy. The onlookers flinched. "Wait. We only said we'd just scare her. She might die." "Stop." But Hyang pushed them aside, eyes filled with malice. Snatching a rock, Xiang lunged. "Kim Min, just die already." "You bitch." Asterisk crack times. The stone hit. Min collapsed, her head striking a rock below. Blood pooled everywhere, leaving the students paralyzed in a state of shock. 30 seconds later, someone screamed, "Is she dead? Someone call 119. Mino silenced them. "Stop. If I go down, you're all my accomplices. We'll all go to prison together. I won't go down alone. I'll drag everyone with me. Do you understand? Think very carefully." They stayed silent, fearing prison more than their own rotting consciences. Sorry. Mino muttered, then decided to call his gang senior. He was just a rookie. Doubting the boss would even offer help. Boss, it's Mingyu. We have a problem. You won't help us. Hyang snatched the phone. I'm Director Yu's daughter. Send a cleaner now. At home? Min's father watched the clock beside the cold dinner. He looked out the window. It's past 11. She's so late. 30 minutes had passed since Minji was brutally knocked unconscious. In the car. The boss smirked. So, you're the director's daughter? Huh. Yes. Help us. Normally we don't. But for Director Yu, we'll assist. Hajiang trembled. Make it disappear. No rumors. No evidence. Nothing left. Just handle it cleanly. I want this nightmare to vanish forever. The boss grinned, showing gold teeth. Technology makes this easy. Kid, his lackey whispered, the Japanese have a special cleanup method. Right, the Abchuka technique. A high-pressure system that leaves zero traces. They use a compressor, and it vibrates the body like this. He mimicked the machine. An adult becomes a tiny, fist-sized cube. The world is evolving. Now, get out. We'll handle the rest alone. Don't worry about money. Tell the director I've settled everything perfectly. Inside the trunk, Minji's finger twitched. Morning came for her father. He'd slept at the table. He dressed and left for work normally, passing an alley. He saw a crowd whispering about the night's events. Was there a fight? Is that blood? This is absolutely horrifying. Call the police. This is disgusting. Let's just leave. It's bad luck. He stopped, noticing a familiar hair tie lying in the dirt. Jiang's hair tie. A heavy realization began to sink into his heart. Jiang, it's Min's dad. Is she there? No, she never arrived. The call ended. A sleeping beast was finally awakening within him. At a quiet corner, Jiang trembled. Will we really be okay? Relax. Her dad is a nobody. Stay silent and we'll be fine. If you are so worried, I will take you home for a while. Just then, a voice from behind made them jump in shock. Wait. Let me ask a question. I am Min's father, and I am looking for her. Turning around, the group realized the man standing there was indeed the one claiming to be Min's father. The thug immediately grabbed his collar and barked. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. You old man. He raised a fist to strike, but froze upon seeing the man's eerie calm and Hejiang's trembling form. He hesitated. I do not know any girl named Minji. Get lost and ask someone else. Instead of leaving, Min's father held up a hair tie and looked at Hejiang. Is this yours? I found it in the alleyway. Veins popped on the thug's forehead as he snarled. Shut up. If you don't want to get hurt, get the hell out of here. I am already in a bad mood. Disappear before I send you to meet your ancestors. He tightened his grip threateningly. That aggressive movement suddenly triggered memories long buried. 16 years ago, at a top-secret national base, he had once held a gun to his own commander's throat. He demanded his freedom while a fellow soldier pleaded, Sergeant Kim, please be calm. You are only making things worse. Kim replied coldly. If you understand me, then let me go. I am resigning today. Feeling the loaded barrel against his head, the commander stammered. Wait. Let us talk. Just stay calm. Sergeant Kim. It was just a one-night stand. Right? How can you even be sure that child is yours? A deafening gunshot rang out, silencing the commander's terrified insults instantly. He screamed in total panic. Let him go. He is insane. He will kill us all. Back in reality, the thug growled at the man's silent, piercing gaze. What, you think you can defy me? He released the collar and stripped off his shirt, flaunting his thick tattoos to intimidate the father. Words won't fix this. Old man, since you won't listen, why don't you take your clothes off too? Kim ignored the threat and asked quietly. You are still a student, aren't you? That question only added fuel to the fire. The thug lunged, tearing the man's white shirt. So what? Who are you to lecture me, student or not? Get lost. But the moment the shirt was shredded, the thug froze in absolute terror. He had no idea that the man he looked down upon possessed a legendary, blood-soaked past. 17 breakthroughs in the north, 5 double-agent missions, and 2 prison escapes. Even the North's top commander barely survived his assassination attempt. North Korea had placed a massive bounty on his head, desperate to eliminate him at any cost. Special units from Russia and China were formed just to hunt him down. His identity was a diplomatic powder keg. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he had threatened his superiors just to return home and be a father. Back to the present. The thug stared at the man whose clothes he had just torn. He stood frozen, staring at a body covered in scars like a spider's web. Not a single inch was unmarred. Primal fear set in. He couldn't believe such a terrifying monster existed in this century. Before he could retreat, Kim struck first. A powerful blow to the chest sent the thug reeling, followed by a lightning-fast leg sweep that slammed him down. Kim asked coldly, "I will ask you one last time. Where is Minji right now?" The thug remained stubborn. So Kim used the very hair tie he found to choke him with lethal precision. The thug gasped for air, foaming at the mouth. Hejiang screamed in horror. "Stop, please. Stop this." The sheer terror caused her eyes to roll back as she collapsed. Facing death, the thug finally broke. "I did. I will lead you," he wheezed. "I don't know where they took her. Please, believe me." Sergeant Kim stared down. "That is what I wanted to hear. Do you have their phone numbers?" "It is a secret organization," the thug stammered. "Only the boss can contact them. Please, have mercy." After a grim silence, Sergeant Kim demanded the address of the gang and finally let the coward go. 20 minutes later, at a suburban villa, a different man knelt trembling before the leaders of the underworld. The middle-aged man sobbed, "Boss, I was wrong, please. Give me one more chance." Ju Min-chan, the gang leader, grabbed him by the hair. "Are you mocking us? You signed the contract. You bastard. Do you think this is a joke? Look at what is written here in black and white. If you can't pay the debt, we have full rights over you and your daughter." The man froze. "But she is just a student." Slap. Slap times Ju Min-cheon's hand strikes like a whip. "You absolute moron, I was planning to harvest his organs. Think being a student protects you. If you keep failing, I'll use times for target practice instead." He scoffs, burying a heavy boot into the fat man's ribs. "Stay put and watch the pros work. Take the girl." His thugs, one stout, one lanky, obey instantly, dragging the girl toward the wall as she screams for mercy. "Daddy, help me." The father can only squeeze his eyes shut, turning away in pathetic cowardice. Ju Min-cheon sneers at the weakling. "Stop whining, you useless dog." He grabs the man's skull, forcing his gaze toward his daughter. "Keep those eyes wide open. This is the reality of debt and contracts. This is how life works." "Got it, old man." His daughter's desperate cries fill the room. "Please, Dad, save me." Just as the thugs close in, the doorbell echoes through the tense silence. Asterisk, ding-dong times, the lanky one freezes. "Boss. Who's that?" Ju Min-cheon frowns. "Who the hell is visiting now? Is it a delivery? I did order some food earlier." The stout one mutters. Ju Min-cheon snaps, his patience wearing thin. "Nobody else knows this location. Go check. If it's a stranger, kick them out and lock the gate tight." The lanky thug heads downstairs, only to find the door wide open. "What the? Who left this open?" He storms into the hall, coming face to face with Kim. "Hey, who the hell are you? This is private property. You're trespassing." Punk, but his bravado vanishes in 2 seconds as a blood-curdling scream rips from his throat. Arg, the shriek pierces the walls, reaching Ju Min-cheon's ears upstairs. "What was that noise?" Ju Min-cheon glares at his remaining man. Suddenly, a rhythmic tapping echoes at the door. Asterisk, knock. 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 Sensing danger, Ju Min signals his subordinate to grab a nearby baseball bat. It was time for a fight. Gripping the bat, the thug flings the door open and swings with lethal force, aiming to crush the intruder. But the intruder is a ghost. Kim ducks the swing effortlessly, pulling a specialized wire from his vest. With lightning speed, Kim shatters the thug's jaw with a palm strike, following up with a brutal hook. In one fluid motion, he snares the man's ankles, hooking the wire to the chandelier. The thug is left dangling helplessly. The entire takedown lasted less than 5 seconds. A masterclass in combat efficiency. The room falls silent, stunned. The dangling thug blinks in confusion. What just happened to me? Kim's icy gaze locks onto him. "Where is Minji?" The thug stammers. "Min. Who? I don't know any Min." Detecting the lie, Kim yanks the wire. It bites deep into the thug's flesh, cutting off circulation. "Stop, my leg's gonna snap," he howls. "I swear, I don't know, boss. Please save me." Hearing the pathetic cries, Ju Min-cheon, already halfway out the window, glances back in frustration. Their eyes meet. Ju Min curses his luck. A strong enemy is fine, but a stupid ally is a death sentence. He doesn't hesitate, leaping from the second floor and sprinting into the night. Was that guy a cop, damn it? How did they find us? If I find the rat who snitched, I'll skin them alive. Suddenly, his feet catch on something, He faceplants hard, blood spraying from his mangled nose. Ugh, what the hell? Who set a tripwire here? He chokes on his words. Kim stands there, holding the other end of the wire. Without a word, Kim closes the distance. Asterisk crack thud times. A brutal symphony of justice begins. Moments later, the room is quiet. The thug is unconscious, and Jumin Cheon is tied to a chair, face battered. I swear. I know nothing, Jumin whines. We only communicate through telegram when they summon us. Explain it. Kim demands. Jumin tremble. It's an anonymous chat room. We just follow instructions and leave. Asterisk bang times. Kim slams Jumin's head against the wall. Don't play games with me. You piece of trash. Please, we can't enter unless they send an invite first. It's all controlled from their side. The room vanishes once the talk ends. It's ghosted. Kim narrows his eyes. Then how did you contact them earlier? Earlier I didn't. Kim shoves a phone in his face. A message from the leader was still active. Seeing the hesitation, Kim grabs Yumin's finger. Asterisk, snap times. The sound of bone breaking fills the room. AGHHH, my hand, you psycho, Jumin screams in agony. I told you. I don't know anything else. This is South Korea. You can't do this. I'll sue you for everything you've got. You bastard. Kim leans in. His voice a low growl. Go ahead. Sueme. You think animals like you deserve the law's protection. A sickening crack echoed through the room. The thug shrieked in agony, his hand shattered by the brutal force. Ignoring the screams, Sergeant Kim's voice remained icy. Answer me. Which of your activities isn't a crime? Jumin Cheon roared back. Law. We are the ones following the law here. You bastard. We are minors. Don't you know about the Juvenile Act? Kim's boot suddenly slammed into his mouth, shattering teeth, scrambling back. He spat out blood. You really don't get it. Do you? Kim ignored him, reaching into his suitcase. He tossed aside papers, revealing a black handgun and its tactical attachments. Seeing him move, Jumin Cheon shouted, Do whatever you want. It won't change. He froze as Kim began assembling the weapon with lethal precision. This is something even you should know, Kim muttered. A child without parents is an orphan. A woman without a husband is a widow. But there is no name for a parent who loses a child. The agony is beyond words. A man with nothing left to lose. He stepped forward, the cold steel gleaming. The Juvenile Act. That sounds quite convenient. Then I suppose I'll just have to be a man who exists outside of your law. Jumin Cheon's eyes widened as the barrel aimed directly at his groin. Terror surged through him. Agen, a real gun. He wouldn't really fire, would he? Tears streamed down his face. Wait, I'm actually not protected by that law. Sergeant Kim showed no mercy. A deafening blast rang out as blood sprayed across the floor. The thug writhed in pure torment. You monster, you actually shot me. You're insane. Someone call an ambulance. Kim calmly began gathering his scattered documents, his expression unreadable. I spared your life only because I believed Minji was still alive. Otherwise, you'd be dead already. You, your crew, your families. I would have erased every single one of you from existence. Never mention the Juvenile Act to me again. My fist is much closer to your face than the law. The night is always longer than the day. If my daughter has even one scratch, I will find you in hell. Consider this your only warning. Live a decent life and stay out of my sight. I'm taking your phone. But as he reached for it, a barrage of notifications began to chime. Ping. Ping. Kim read the screen. Minji, the girl who fought the director's daughter, was put on a ship. Status confirmed dead. Kim froze. The world going silent as tears finally escaped his eyes. His suitcase hit the ground with a heavy thud. He wiped his tears and immediately dialed the sender. Meanwhile, inside a luxury car speeding through the city streets, a phone buzzed. What is it? The leader asked his subordinate, who checked the screen. Nothing major. They just confirmed they burned the boat as ordered. But wait, why is this idiot calling? He always says he'll call but never does. Could there be some kind of problem? The leader snapped. Don't answer it. It could be the police. Delete the chat and stay off Telegram for now. The subordinate nodded quickly. To be safe, just throw the entire phone away, the leader commanded. Back with Kim. The calls failed. The chat room suddenly vanished into thin air. He loomed over the wounded thug, shoving the phone into his terrified face. The chat is gone. What happened? Reconnect it right now, before I lose my patience. Seeing Kim's murderous gaze, Jumin Cheon stammered. I get it. I can't. They deleted the entire group. The servers are overseas. Kim grabbed his throat, silencing his excuses. I said do it now. Suddenly, The desperate father from earlier grabbed a discarded knife and lunged toward Sergeant Kim's back. Jumin Cheon's eyes lit up with malicious joy. Yes, do it. Kill him. Stab him again. The trembling man gasped. I did it. My debt is cleared now. Right? Just keep stabbing him and I'll wipe the debt. Do it again. Kill this bastard. Sergeant Kim didn't even flinch. He slowly rose, the blade having only grazed his side. The attacker thought he hit home, and the thug's blurred vision deceived him. They both thought he was finished. Kim stood tall, gripping the small knife and turning his cold gaze back toward the cowering thug. Wait, stop. You're insane. Put that down. Just as Kim prepared to strike, the door burst open. Crash-armed police stormed inside, screaming, Freeze. Nobody move. Police, seeing a glinting blade, an officer barked orders while frantically reaching for his radio. Unit 2. Respond. High-risk suspect sighted with a weapon. Requesting immediate backup. 30 minutes later, an interrogation was interrupted by a sudden, urgent phone call. I'm occupied. I'll call back later. Nearby, Jumin Cheon's thugs were making a scene. The psycho fired a gun. He's insane. Officers tried desperately to calm the chaos. Calm down. Are you kidding? An officer restrained a thug. Glancing toward the room, Lee Sang-hoon. Has the suspect talked yet? Nothing? Sir. No background records found either. Another officer reported. I checked his phone, but there's absolutely nothing suspicious there. Sighing, Lee ordered a fingerprint scan. The data was quickly uploaded to the central system. Who is this guy to make us work this hard? What a massive pain. Wait. What's this? Access denied. Does our country even have people with classified files? The moment Sergeant Kim's prints were scanned, the screen turned red. Access was strictly forbidden. As police stood baffled, the fat thug kept screaming about Kim looking for his daughter. I told you I don't know him. Talk. You dog, where's your daughter? You bastard. He delivered a heavy kick to Kim's chair. Laughing at the man's bound hands, he kept raining blows and insults, mocking the silent man with every strike. Finally, officers intervened. The chief sighed, calling in the unit's heavy hitters for support. The thug still struggled violently. Let me go. Who do you think you're touching? His voice died instantly when two massive officers loomed over him like giants. Please cooperate. Sir, we don't want any trouble here, they warned with cold eyes. Those guys are judo masters, the chief added. Suddenly, a phone began to chime. The chief checked the screen. Wait. It's the suspect's phone. The caller ID says, daughter. At that word, Sergeant Kim's eyes snapped open. He stood up with terrifying intensity. Snap. With a sickening crack of metal, the steel handcuffs shattered like fragile glass. The officer froze in horror. 30 seconds later, the chief turned back, completely oblivious. Wait. What happened to the suspect's daughter? He turned, and his heart nearly stopped. In just 30 seconds, the entire room was neutralized. Unconscious bodies littered the floor. Kim appeared behind him like a ghost, striking once before seizing his ringing phone. Minji. Is that you? But only a cold, robotic dial tone answered back. Fury surged through Kim, veins bulging on his forehead as he gripped the device. He walked out, leaving a trail of unconscious officers. News reached the vice director shortly. What, an entire unit taken out by one man? Are you all insane? Vice Director Kim Chul-jun, a man destined for promotion, was losing his mind. The public will destroy us. Just then, a group of mysterious strangers suddenly arrived. An officer tried to stop them, but froze once he saw their black identification. What now? Are the reporters here already? Chul-jun barked without even turning around. Instead of an answer, a hand gripped his shoulder and spun him around violently. Smack. A brutal slap sent the vice director sprawling. Are you the one in charge? The man lit a cigarette, eyes cold. Kang Hyuk. Special Task Force. Pack your bags. Chul-jun trembled in pure terror. The Special Task Force. Why are they here? Kang ignored him. Turning to his team, is the data correct? Is he here? Confirmed. Subject N66 was here. Find him. Start by tracking his entire family. Sir, we've located his daughter's GPS signal. Now checking the suspect's own phone GPS. Kang Hyuk sneered coldly. Forget the phone. A man like him has already ditched it. Do you take him for a fool? No professional would carry a traceable phone during a manhunt. The subordinate stuttered. Sir, he is on the move. Kang Haicheon froze, his eyes widening. Where? Where is he headed? A taekwondo dojang. Meanwhile, at the Heian gym, young students were training hard under their master's watchful eye. In the corner, Kim Jung-sa sat in heavy silence, his face a mask of desperate anxiety. Sensing the tension, The coach dismissed the class. Good work. Take a 10-minute break. The kids cheered and scrambled for snacks. Once the room cleared, the coach sat beside his old friend. It has been a long time. Kim. This man was Song Han-sun, a legendary national athlete with gold medals in Taekwondo. You did not come here for a friendly chat, did you? The air grew cold as Kim whispered. My daughter, she is gone. Seeing Han-sun's shock, Kim quickly added, or rather, her death is not confirmed yet. I missed a crucial call earlier. Now, I am just waiting, clinging to this phone like a lifeline. Logic says I should ditch this device to stay hidden, but I cannot. What if she calls again? If this is a kidnapping, every second counts. Han-sun realized the gravity. Then, yes, they are hunting me. As Han-sun stood there paralyzed, Kim looked away. I am sorry. I had no one else to turn to. Silence hung heavy until Han-sun sighed. You saved my son's life once. He would not be here without you. I am returning that favor. I know the pain of a parent. First, let us get these kids home safely. They stepped into the hall, only to run straight into Kang Hai-chan and a group of children. Teacher, a monster is chasing us. The kid laughed as Kang played along, looming behind them with a wicked grin. I'm going to eat all your treats, Kang roared playfully. The boy giggled. Help. The monster is here. The child was oblivious to the danger. But Song Han-sun did not hesitate. He launched a devastating kick aimed right at Kang's face. But Kang was no amateur. With a blurred reflex, he caught Han-sun's foot mid-air. He sneered with arrogance. Taekwondo, once I have got your leg. You are just a one-legged bird. What now? Before he could finish his boast, Han-sun twisted his body, delivering a lightning-fast second kick that sent the thug flying. In one fluid motion, he caught little Taemin's snacks before they hit the ground. The boy stared in pure awe. Han-sun patted his head. Taemin, class is over early today. Go straight to your math academy. No wandering around. Okay. And Min-ung, head to your piano lesson. The children nodded in unison. Yes. Teacher, Kang, humiliated by the kick, surged forward to strike. But Kim Jung-sa stepped in, blocking him with an iron grip. The children are still watching, Kim warned. Kang let out a low, chilling laugh. Well, and 66. We were looking for you anyway. Disgusted, Kim shoved him back. Song Han-sun, now truly enraged, stepped forward to finish this. There was no room for mercy anymore. He stomped down on Kang's face before unleashing a whirlwind of strikes on the remaining thugs. Every kick found its mark. Thugs collapsed like ragdolls. One survivor watched in sheer terror. What the hell? They are just flying away. Who is this monster? Another thug's voice trembled. Is that Songhan? The Songhan. His partner looked lost. Who? He is a national legend, a Taekwondo god. Rumor has it even the North tried to recruit him. While they gossiped, Kim and Song had already cleared the path and bolted. Stopped standing around like idiots after them, running through the streets. Song grinned. This feels like the old days. What is the plan? What do you need? Guns, a getaway car, or should I patch you up first? Kim's eyes were cold. I just need the bunkie. The bunkie, a high-tech reconnaissance beast, packed with everything needed for a Ghost Protocol manhunt. Minutes later, they descended into the gym's hidden basement and climbed into the tactical vehicle. I would have cleaned the place if I knew we were going back into action. Song joked, looking at his old comrade. You have been out for years. Can you still handle this tech? Kim did not blink, his fingers already dancing across the keys. Han-sun guided him. Intercept the frequencies and bypass the signal hubs. You have not forgotten the drill. Right. The protocols might have changed since our service days. We might lose the lock. In that case, we will need to scrape a larger data pool. Check the end of the found her, Kim shouted. Spotted them yet? Where exactly? Still a ways off, Sergeant Kim muttered. 3 hours later, they arrived. Song Han scanned the area with doubt. Is this really it? No mistakes. Ma Buk Hai, the province's most notorious nest of thugs. Is your daughter really in this hellhole? Kim cast a cold gaze at the building. Move out. We're going in. Hundreds of delinquents blocked the gates, sneering at them. Who are you old-timers supposed to be? Wearing Taekwondo gear? Is this some pathetic cosplay? Beat it, barked Sim, the gang's vice leader. The four-gang alliance meets today. Get lost before we bury you for getting in our way. Ignoring the barking dogs, the two men walked straight into the lion's den without hesitating. Kim's voice remained steady. First floor, central building. Head inside and take a sharp left. Enraged at being ignored, Sim grabbed Kim's shoulder. Hey, are you deaf or just looking to die? With suppressed rage finally exploding, Kim caught the punk's arm, sending him airborne with a devastating throw. Sim crashed into the dirt. Kim slammed his boot onto the boy's chest, pinning him effortlessly. Song and high. Grade 11. Black shirt. Heart keychain. Have you seen this girl or not? Gasping for air, Sim stammered the no. Then don't waste my time if you're useless, Kim growled. From a nearby window, a pair of cold eyes watched the chaos before turning back. Sounds like a circus out there. Humin. Didn't I warn you? This is an important summit. Focus. If you have time to look outside, go fetch another girl for us instead. That was Shin Song-ho, the ruthless mastermind and host of the gang alliance meeting. He was a third-rank beast in the boxing ring, a man who had never tasted defeat. Outside, Kim was a whirlwind of destruction. What the hell are these guys? A student screamed. Why can't we hit them? Charge me. You go. I'm not looking for a death sentence. Every punch sends 4 guys flying like birds. I'm not jumping into that meat grinder. Nearby, higher-ups watched the slaughter with bored expressions, calmly critiquing the pathetic display. Those gatekeepers are all bark and no bite. The big guy grunted. Should I go shut them up? Forget it. The boss ordered us to stay put until the meeting ends. We follow orders. Suddenly, Song Han's voice drifted from behind. Excuse me. I'm looking for Kim Minnie. Anyone know her? The thugs spun around in shock. One signaled, and another lunged for a cowardly sneak attack. They picked the wrong target. A lightning-fast hook kick caught the attacker, dropping him instantly. Songhan Sihil. I really didn't want to get violent today. My son is about your age. The punks turned red with fury, pulling out knives to end the old man once and for all. You're dead, Gramps. With a sharp hiss, a blade lunged straight for Songhan's chest. With a casual 45-degree lean, he avoided the lethal strike by a hair's breadth. As the thug lunged again, Songhan launched into the air, executing a flawless 360-degree spin, still midair. He mocked them. Knives. You will hurt your own hands, holding them like that. The delinquent stared in utter disbelief. How the hell can he jump so effortlessly? A massive, tattooed man brandishing a heavy battle axe stepped out from the building. That was Jae-Hai-san, the Order Gang's vice leader, barely out of juvenile detention for 3 days. Move aside. Losers, he's mine, he roared. Suddenly, thwack, the sound of a brutal impact echoed. The axe wielder crumpled to the ground. Songhan tightened his belt. An axe, that is going too far. Seeing the carnage, the remaining thugs dropped their weapons. Sir, how can we help you? I am heading to the central building. The central building, sir. You will die in there. Kim Chung-si stepped forward, his presence suffocating the air. Out of the way. Now, what did you say? You. Before he finished, a heavy fist connected squarely with his jaw. A scene straight out of a movie unfolded. Kim marched down the hallway, crushing everything in sight. Brushing off his hands, he looked at the fallen. Now, who was it that was going to kill me? Seizing a thug by the hair, the man loomed over him. It's here, the boy screamed. First floor office, please. Just let me go. As he reached the threshold of the classroom, a man in dark glasses stepped out. Surveying the wreckage in the hall, he remained unfazed. What's all this noise? He sneered. Just some old man, warming up. Are we? In a flash, he lunged with a professional-grade body hook, his movements perfectly fluid. Haha, your neck is wide open. This was Kang Hung Min, vice chairman of the PH Gang, a hardened fighter from the juvenile detention circuit. Just as the strike was about to crush Sergeant Kim's throat, the veteran's hand intercepted it with lightning speed. He seized Kang's wrist, executing a brutal shoulder throw. Save the chatter, Kim growled as the thug went airborne. Show me the way. A devastating punch followed, colliding squarely with the thug's face. With a sickening crack, Kang was sent flying into the classroom straight into the secret summit of the region's 4 major gangs. The sight of their comrade crashing into the room left the gang leaders frozen in shock. What the hell? Is he a monster? A cop. Sergeant Kim emerged from the shadows, his aura radiating pure lethality. Who are you? Old man. A teacher, one jeered. Forget talking. Kill this dog and lock the doors. Sergeant Kim stepped inside, his presence heavy and suffocating. His razor-sharp gaze swept the room, instantly locking onto his daughter's phone, tucked into the pocket of a man in white. Angered by the staring, a tattooed thug lunged forward to slap him. You looking at something? Old man. Asterisk. Boom times. Before the thug could blink, he was slammed into the floor, unconscious. The others erupted in a chorus of curses. You bastard. They charged at once. Without a word. Kim's fist became a blur, dropping each man with a single, crushing blow. In under 10 seconds, the room was cleared. Kim stood before the man in white. He pointed at the device. That phone? Where did you get it? The man just smirked. This, you want to know. This picture. It's ringing a bell. He chuckled darkly. The brat from last night. Was that your daughter? That was the breaking point. Rage exploded as Kim unleashed a merciless, high-speed combo of strikes. 10 minutes later, a survivor whimpered. I got a 24-mint. I didn't see anything. The man in white was unrecognizable. His face a mangled, bloody mess as he gasped for air through the pain. But Kim wasn't finished. With a dull thud, he sent the man flying again, before jamming pens between his fingers. Sensing his impending doom, the thug shrieked. Wait, what are you doing? A heavy boot slammed down with bone-shattering force. Ag, it hurts, damn it. Snap. Fingers broke. Standing nearby, Song-han couldn't take it anymore and stepped in to intervene. That's enough. Are you really going to kill him? Something's not right about his story. Kim finally paused, tossing the pens aside. I see. So you never actually met her. Did you tip? And you have no connection to the kidnappers, terrified and broken. The thug scrambled to explain the truth. In a flashback to that morning, a subordinate had approached the leader. Boss, here are the phones you asked for. They're all locked. But I've sorted them out. I put the girls' phones aside for you. The leader grinned. Good? Any of them pretty. The subordinate held up Min's phone. Jackpot. Look at this. Her dad is obsessed. What a total loser. The entire call history is just dad. Is this for real? How pathetic. It's disgusting. Haha, whoops. I pressed something. Back in the present. Kim's face turned deathly cold. What did you say? I wanted your water. I just pressed it by mistake. No. Kim interrupted. Before that, the call log. It was only her father. Not a single friend. Except for one. There was a contact named Haidong. But calling them a friend doesn't seem right. Kim froze as his daughter's parting words echoed in his mind. Don't find me. I'm staying at Haidong's house. He remembered asking her about a field trip. I'm going with Haidong, she had said. Her mom is even picking me up. A horrific realization dawned on him. If Haidong was her best friend, why wasn't there a single call from her? He frantically opened the message history between the two, reading the endless demands for phones and money sent to his daughter. A cold sweat broke over him. It wasn't friendship, it was extortion. The thug sneered. Sorry to say this, but that Haidong girl, she was just using your daughter as a pawn. Sergeant Kim's mind raced, envisioning the cruel reality his daughter faced at school. Hey, Minji, hand over your phone. I need to text my boyfriend. Haidong demanded. Minji whispered, No. Why should I? Aren't we best friends? Haidong smirked. Friends share everything. Don't be so stingy with a phone. Minji reluctantly surrendered her phone. As the girls walked away, they snickered, mocking her heart-shaped keychain. What a loser. They laughed. Such a pathetic country bumpkin freak. Sergeant Kim's fist trembled, veins bulging with fury. He felt like a failure, a father blind to his child's suffering. He recalled the school trip forms. Who's your best friend? Honey, should I write down Kang Haidong? Minji had smiled. Yes. Dad Haidong is my closest friend. We walked to school together every single day, but the chat logs told a darker story. Every day, Minji was being bled dry of everything she owned. He hated himself for ever scolding her. Why aren't you answering me? He'd barked. Minji had only sounded panicked. Don't call. Dad, it's embarrassing. She'd said. I'm not a kid anymore. Besides, I can't really pick up right now. The others will tease me. Sergeant Kim closed his eyes. How could he have been so incredibly blind? The weight of her loneliness crushed him. His hand surged forward to kill the thug. But Song Hanso stopped him. Get a grip, I know it hurts. But this isn't the time to drown in your own grief, Hanso shouted. We have to find Minji first. You need to tell her you're sorry that you'll never let her be alone again. She's exhausted and scared. Kim, she's fought so hard on her own. As her father, you don't have the luxury of breaking down now. Fathers carry burdens in silence. That's the heavy price of protecting a family. The words struck home. Kim stood up, eyes cold. You're right. Regret won't save her now. He grabbed the thug by the throat. Start talking. Where did you get this phone? 10 minutes later, in a filthy alley. A disheveled beggar was drowning his sorrows in a half-empty bottle. Life is a joke, he slurred. Just a desperate scramble for enough coins to buy some cheap soju. He looked up with bleary eyes. Two looming figures stood before him, shadows casting long across the asphalt. "Who are you?" the beggar stammered. Kim shoved Minji's phone in his face. "Do you recognize this? You sold this to some punks for a bottle of liquor. Didn't you?" The man nodded. "So what? Where did you steal it?" Kim growled. The beggar recoiled as if he'd been stung. "Steal? Who are you calling a thief? I may be poor, but I've got standards." Kim's smile was ice. "Then it's possession of stolen property. Let's discuss this at the police station." "Police owners." The beggar yanked his arm back, sweating profusely. Wait, just listen. Damn it, you want to know where I got it? I didn't steal it. And I didn't find it on the street." Sergeant Kim narrowed his eyes. "If you didn't steal it or find it, how is it in your hands?" The beggar shook. "Last night, a black car pulled up. Some scary-looking thugs were inside. I heard them yelling to dump the trash. One of them tossed a black bag right near me." The leader smirked. "Good job. Get back in. We're taking the rest to the incinerator. Get that body moving." Once they left, I found the phone inside. Then those student punks jumped me, demanding I hand over the fancy phone. That's the whole truth. A guy in a suit threw that stuff out like it was garbage. I was just scavenging. Kim's blood ran cold. One phrase echoed in his mind: incinerator. He had finally found a lead. Those monsters were moving Minji's body. He spun around, grabbing the beggar again. "The license plate. What was it?" "Think the make, the model, the license number." "What did you see?" The beggar blanked out. "Last night?" He'd been too busy lamenting his pathetic life to notice any details. He only saw the bag hit the pavement before the car sped away into the night. He'd snatched the bag and run, far too excited by his find to care about a plate number. "Focus," Kim roared, shaking him. "The color, the shape, any distinguishing marks at all. Give me something." "How many of them were there?" Sergeant Kim's fury finally boiled over as the beggar remained silent. He lunged forward, seized the man's collar, and hissed. "Spit it out now." Terrified, the beggar stared at Kim. What was with those eyes? Was that a gunshot wound on his chest? His skin felt like a predator's. "I've messed with the wrong guy." The man thought. Let go first." It was a white BMW. No plate. "They dumped the gear at the convenience store over there." Kim pressed harder. "The exact time. Where did they come from? Where did they head?" I don't recall." He stammered. "Only a bald guy driving that white BMW. That's all I saw." Song Hunso's patience evaporated. "Enough. Kim, let's move. We have enough to go on for now. Besides, it's clear this pathetic fly doesn't know anything else." As Kim turned to leave, the beggar's greed flared. "Hey, what about my reward money?" They froze. "I gave you the lead." "Didn't I?" The beggar smirked, hands outstretched. "I helped you find that phone. Surely that's worth a hefty tip." "Right." Song chuckled darkly. "You're right. We should show our gratitude for such valuable help." He reached for his wallet, but Kim blocked him. "My treat." Kim muttered. "No. Let me." The beggar's eyes gleamed. He thought he'd finally found some rich fools to bleed dry. "This info isn't cheap. Boys, I've got 25 years of experience on these streets." Song pulled out a 501 coin and, with a calm smile, snapped it like a cracker. "Do you need more?" he whispered. The beggar turned pale. "And now, this is plenty." "Boss." "Rich fools," the beggar cursed. "These guys are absolute freaks of nature." Meanwhile, thugs at a harbor warehouse stood over Min's body. "God, it reeks. Wash this corpse already?" On it, a lackey shouted. The leader snarled. "Should have done it sooner. My car's ruined. That body's been rotting in there for hours. Move it. Call the team. And hide the evidence." They dragged Min's body toward the freezer. Reaching the unit, the thugs groaned in exhaustion. "My back's killing me. That freezer's too far." "Fine. Take a smoke break." The boss muttered. "Everything's set. Call the others." The leader's face twisted into a jagged, sinister grin. "That damn director. His head only stays on his shoulders for 7 more days. You know the one. The bastard who ripped out my teeth. A complete animal. A beast in a suit. I've lived every waking second just to taste this revenge. Who knew his daughter would be a murderer?" Suddenly, a voice echoed. "Who's there?" An old security guard appeared. "Nobody's scheduled here today. Get out. Now." The leader didn't say a word. He simply gave his subordinate a cold, lethal nod. The thug crept forward, blade gleaming. 2 swift slashes, and the guard fell into eternal silence. The leader whistled. What a waste. I'll bury that director and his whole family soon enough. Cleaning his bloody knife, the thug looked up. Boss, what about the bodies? Should we use the compactor also? Were you really lying to that director's daughter? The boss laughed. Of course, kids today are so gullible. All size, no brains. They tossed the bodies inside, cranked the cold to maximum, and vanished into the night. But as silence returned to the freezer, the bag containing Min suddenly twitched. Back with Kim. We have 5 minutes to find them before the trail goes cold. Song smirked, hitting the gas. 5 minutes. Let's make it 6. Song bypassed the local network while driving, hijacking the area's surveillance feed with a few expert taps. Input the car type, color, and time. Sync it with the beggar's description. Scanning now. Got it. 20 seconds later, Kim's eyes locked onto the screen. Target spotted. A figure exited the vehicle. Zoom in. Song commanded. Run the facial recognition algorithm. I'm on it. Identified Kim Sangman. Age 41. 2 prior convictions. We've got him. That car isn't his. Are they using a rental since he stepped out from the back? Someone else is driving. We just need to track its position. Since we're moving, the signal will take some time to load. The screen flickered at 72%. Sergeant Kim gripped the seat, praying. Come on. Just a little more. Hurry up. But the moment it hit 99%, a deafening crash shook the entire frame. A violent impact sent the vehicle jolting, throwing both men completely off balance. Sergeant Kim scrambled back to the screen. Luckily, it finished loading, pinpointing a seaport 9 kilometers away. Before they could celebrate, another brutal hit sent the car flipping midair. It was the National Special Forces director, known as the Mole. That old fox had been stalking them ever since they left the Taekwondo dojo. With a face swollen like a bruised beast, he stepped out, cursing their reckless driving. You bastards think you can ignore traffic laws, he snarled, leveling a cold black pistol at the wreckage. I know you're breathing in there. Get out now, face me. Inside, Sergeant Kim prepared to charge, but Song Han-so held him back. What's the plan? How do we survive this? We can't outrun him, Kim growled. He'll hunt us to the end. There's only one way out, kill him here. They exchanged a silent, lethal nod. Outside, the Mole roared. Don't waste my time, get out. N66, you know, I can pull this trigger and walk away scotangent-free. Don't you? Suddenly, a voice echoed from the wreck. A license to kill Song Han, so crawled out, hands raised in surrender. The sudden submission caught the Mole off guard. What is this? Where is N66? Song Han-so recalled their frantic whisper. When Kim wanted blood, Han-so had stopped him. He's a government official. Killing him brings a world of trouble. Let me handle this distraction. I'll buy us time. You go find Minji Ye. Now, seeing only Han-so, the Mole leveled his gun. Where is the boy? You piece of trash. Suddenly, an explosion ripped through the back of the car amidst the smoke and chaos. The Mole flinched, using the distraction. Sergeant Kim bolted toward the river, diving into the dark water and vanishing. You bastard, the Mole screamed. You were just a shield for him this whole time. Should I put a bullet in your head, Han? So ignored the threat. Stepping forward with icy calm. You think I'm a civilian? Think again. In a flash, he lunged, gripping the Mole's gun arm. A lightning-fast sweep broke the Mole's balance, followed by a devastating kick that sent him flying. The pistol clattered away. Han-so smirked. Your draw was fast, but not fast enough. That first shot was just a toy, the Mole snarled, pulling a second hidden gun and opening fire. With superhuman agility, Song Han-so performed a series of acrobatic flips, dancing through the hail of lead. Every bullet missed. As the slide locked back, the Mole taunted. Is that all? Are your legendary kicks getting old? I heard your strike could shatter boulders. Song Han-so. Was that just a myth? He slammed a fresh mag in, ready to finish it, but his target had vanished from sight. He looked up in terror. Song Han-so was descending like a god of war, spinning for a lethal downward strike. The Mole barely managed to roll away, the wind of the kick grazing his skin. The impact was monstrous. The solid stone pavement shattered and buckled where he had just been standing. Before he could aim, a blur of movement struck. A basic snap kick sent his pistol flying into the distance. Han-so stood tall, his voice cold, surprised. My first strike was just a feint. 2. Seething with humiliation, the Mole drew a combat knife from his belt. His eyes filled with murderous rage. He lunged wildly, but Hanso blocked the blade with his forearms before delivering a brutal boot to the old man's face. He followed up with a rhythmic storm of kicks, each one more precise and punishing than the last. He ended the flurry with a breathtaking reverse somersault kick, landing perfectly as the mole slumped, gasping for air. Hanso touched a small cut on his face. Seeing blood, his calm mask finally shattered into true fury. Suddenly, the air was filled with the wail of sirens. Police cruisers screeched to a halt all around them. There they are. It looks like the director is engaged with one of the high-value suspects. Old Cricket cursed his pig teammates for the loud sirens. Song Hanseo, radiating pure fury, bowed 90 degrees with one hand forward and the other behind his back. Perplexed, Old Cricket barked. "What the hell are you doing? You crazy bastard. I don't have time for this," Hanseo replied, lunging forward for a finishing blow. Old Cricket watched, increasingly baffled by the maneuver. At this distance, even a 4-meter leap shouldn't be enough to reach him. From this range, a strike was impossible. Had he miscalculated the distance, or was something else at play? Song Hanseo leaped high, spinning once, then twice through the air with lethal grace. He didn't stop at 3. It was a legendary 4-spin, a full 1,440-degree rotation. Crack Song Han's 4-spin ultimate technique connected, launching Old Cricket high into the air. Seizing the moment, he grabbed the man and dove into the water, escaping the approaching police. By the time they arrived, it was too late. Their commissioner had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim finally reached the harbor. After a frantic search, he spotted it, the white BMW and fresh stains of blood. Inside the freezing cold storage, Minji was still alive and had managed to break free from her restraints. She pounded the door, screaming for help. Minji hammered on the cold steel, her voice cracking with desperation as she prayed for a savior to pass by. The temperature plummeted to minus 30 degrees. "Is anyone there? Help me! Please." Exhausted and shivering, she curled into a corner and sobbed for her father. Suddenly, the door creaked slowly open. Minji's eyes filled with hope, thinking her father had arrived. But the figure stepping inside was someone else entirely. It was the thug leader. He walked in, phone pressed to his ear, completely indifferent to her presence. He looked up, oblivious to the girl hiding in the shadows, focusing only on his phone conversation. "You bastard. Du Changtran. Why aren't you answering, some director you are? Your precious daughter just killed someone." Before he could finish, his eyes narrowed at the fresh footprints on the frost-covered floor. Minji gasped and covered her mouth in terror. Suddenly, the old guard lunged out, grabbing the thug. "You're still alive. You cockroach, you're a tough one to kill. Aren't you?" the thug sneered, drawing a jagged knife. The guard spat back. "You filthy dog. Haha, you're right. I am a dog. I thought you knew that by now, but I'm not your dog." With a cold glare, he drove the blade repeatedly into the old man's stomach. Witnessing the horror, Minji stifled her screams. Suddenly, the phone nearby began to ring, vibrating loudly on the floor. She caught a glimpse of the screen. The caller ID read Yujun. After finishing off the guard, the thug picked up the phone, grumbling. "That bastard Sang man is so incompetent. I told him to clean this up. I have to repeat myself every single day. Unbelievable. I only came here to take a photo for evidence. Why does everyone keep getting in my way? I need that picture to ruin Director Du." Just then, the phone in his hand vibrated again. It was Du Changtran. "Hey, look at that. The old man is finally getting anxious." "Hello, Director Du. How have you been lately?" On the other end, Du Changtran spoke coldly. "I've heard the news. My daughter owes you. Let's meet and settle this." The thug smirked. "Oh, you want to negotiate? That sounds interesting." Du Changtran continued. "My daughter may seem tough, but she's fragile inside. She's in deep shock right now. I don't think we should involve the children further. It would be best if you handed the case over to us immediately. After all, this was just a mistake made by children." The thug burst into mocking laughter. "Ha ha ha, yes. Exactly. A simple mistake by children. But listen here, you son of a bitch. The polite talk ends right now. This is a simple case, so I'll keep it simple. In 1 hour, come alone to the coordinates I send with 2 billion in cash. No police. No assistance. Don't even think about trying any clever tricks. You bring the money yourself. Do I make myself clear? If you refuse, you'll lose everything. And your daughter will be branded a murderer for life. Do you understand? And you better wear your dentures." Bastard. I haven't forgotten our old grudge yet. He slammed the phone shut. On the other end, the director stood frozen until his daughter whispered, "Dad." What happened? Director Du patted her head with a forced smile. "Don't worry. Honey, I'll take care of everything. Just stay calm." Du Heiji stammered. "But what if he keeps threatening us? What about Kim Min's father?" A subordinate stepped forward. "Director, the car is ready and waiting." Du Kang-chan whispered to his daughter. "Heiji, our family won't fall from something this small. As the eldest of the Du bloodline, you must show strength befitting your name. The ocean doesn't get wet from rain." He waved her off and stepped into the night. "Safe travels." "Father," she replied. But as he turned, the director's face twisted with murderous fury. "Manager Nam, prepare 500 million in cash and bring a pencil." They sped away. Meanwhile, at the docks, the boss smirked after ending the call. "Ha, so it's his territory. This might actually be more fun. Climbing too high is dangerous. But that fox-like bastard, he's making me too excited." My accent was pretty convincing, wasn't it? He chuckled, stepping out of the cold storage. Inside, Minji watched him leave in a frantic, desperate hurry. He scanned the area, muttering to himself, "Wait, is it raining already?" Looking at his new suit, he panicked. "Damn it. I just bought this." Suddenly, through a crack in the door, their eyes locked. He froze instantly. His pupils contracted. The cigarette fell from his lips. Then, he lunged for the door. Min slammed it shut, using every ounce of strength to jam a steel rod through the handle. Outside, the boss erupted. "Open the door. You bitch, open it right now." "How is she this strong?" he cursed, frantically dialing his subordinates. "Pick up the damn phone. You useless bastards." At the office, Sangman saw the call. But a cold shadow suddenly entered. He stared, forgetting the phone. It was Sergeant Kim. He recognized Sangman immediately. The bag was gone. Kim's gaze turned to ice as he closed in on the thugs. "Who the hell are you?" the fat thug barked. "Are you deaf or something?" He grabbed Kim's head, snarling. "I'm talking to you. You dog." Kim wordlessly swatted the hand away and held up Min's phone. On the other end, the boss was still screaming. "Sangman, pick up the phone." He tried another number. "Sangman, no." "Boss, it's us. We're almost there." "Where to?" the men asked. The boss growled. "So it's you guys. Find Sangman at the office. Something's wrong. Tell Kang Min to head to the freezer immediately." They hung up. The boss kept dialing. "Sangman, pick up the damn phone." Back at the office, the fat thug lay unconscious on the floor. Sergeant Kim was hunting Sangman. "This guy. He's a total monster," Sangman shrieked. A devastating kick sent him flying. He scrambled up the container stairs, trembling. "Who are you? Did Director Du send you? We just follow orders." "Everything was like this when we arrived," Kim roared. "Who called you here?" The director's daughter, Sangman, screamed in pure terror. Cornered at the edge of the abyss, Kim pressed him. "Who did the killing? Is the director you're talking about Du Kang-chan of Dudong Construction? What's his link to my daughter? Why do you have her phone?" Sangman gritted his teeth and leaped into the void. Kim stood there, stunned. He caught a cable, but the friction shredded his palms. Arg. His grip failed. He plummeted to his death. His role in this game was over. The other lackeys reached the office. "What happened here? It's a total mess. Sangman and Bull are gone. Maybe they're out hunting some poor souls again." "Sangman is a wild card," the boss roared. "What bun's missing too? Find them both immediately." Meanwhile, a battered Bull dragged his bruised body toward the car. One painful step at a time, he scrambled inside and sighed in relief. Suddenly, crack, a fist shattered the glass, forcing his swollen eyes wide. Outside, Sergeant Kim growled, "Get out." Now terrified, Bull shrieked, "Are you insane? You think I'll open up? Open the door for another beating dream on. You dog, ha ha ha, you're dead meat. Try breaking this." "Bastard, this car is a top-tier import. You don't have the guts to smash it." His boasting vanished instantly. Sergeant Kim had already picked the lock with cold professional efficiency, eyes locked in terror. Bull screamed, "Don't hit me. She's in the freezer." The freezer. The girl. She's being frozen. Boss lied about Japan. He just wanted to hide the body in the ice. Kim went to interrogate him further when wham, a heavy strike echoed through the air. An iron pipe struck Kim's neck. Blood spraying. A voice sneered, "What are you doing? You useless fool. Is he made of stone? Why won't he fall?" A thug with a jagged scar stared in disbelief. Boss Bun. You okay? He asked. Kim responded with a punch that landed like a falling mountain. With a whirlwind of strikes, Kim sent the thugs flying, seizing the chaos. Bun scrambled out the other side, crawling desperately. Bun spotted a truck driver nearby, distracted by his lunch. Without a word, he shoved the driver aside and hijacked the cab. The driver stood there, completely stunned. Hey, that is my truck. He chased the accelerating vehicle, cursing. Stop. You crazy lunatic. Sergeant Kim didn't hesitate. He sprinted and launched himself onto the nearby cargo crates, finding his opening. He leaped with explosive force, crashing straight into the moving truck's cabin. Bun's eyes bulged as a boot filled his vision. I can't see. He floored it, swerving the truck wildly. The massive vehicle clipped a pillar before flipping over and plunging into the dark, cold river. On the shore, another driver gasped. Mr. Kim, why is your truck at the bottom of the river? Call the police, Kim emerged, dragging a coughing bull to the safety of the riverbank. No matter where you run, I will hunt down anyone who dares touch my daughter. Where is the freezer meanwhile? At the port's cold storage warehouse. The boss laughed. Let's see how much longer you can last. Open up, or things will only get worse for you. Inside the freezing dark, Min was fading, shivering and turning blue. She sobbed. Daddy, please save me. The boss tried a new angle, his voice dripping with fake concern. Listen, we're both exhausted. Let's talk. I'll let you out. He continued his lie. Unaware, Kim was approaching, dragging a broken Bun behind him. Kim's gaze was lethal. It's that one. Right, Bun? Eyes wide as saucers. Nodded frantically. Yes. Yes. Somewhere in the city. Inside a luxury Rolls-Royce. Is the delivery done? Yes. It's finished. IFRS. Unit 2, ready. Unit 3, confirmed. Chief Han coordinated the hit teams through the radio. He turned to the passenger. Director, everything is in place. We are ready to move. Dukang Tran stared coldly into the distance. Proceed. All units, converge on the target. From this moment on, every decision lies with the planning chief. The chief hesitated. Director, is a planning chief really necessary? I can handle these common thugs myself. Dukang Tran didn't look at him. Chief Han, how many years have you served me now? 5 years. Sir. Han replied. Du smiled thinly while watching the passing city lights. 5 years of just driving. You must be bored out of your mind. Hen stammered. No. Sir, I was just curious what kind of monster we're dealing with. Himdu replied. He's clever, but he's no heavyweight. He's just a lowlife playing in the dirt. Han's confusion only grew. If he was a lowlife, why call in the elite? Back at the freezer, the boss kept coaxing. I have no grudge against you. We've never even met. Come out, and we'll play a trick on that director together. We'd make a great team. Trust me. A trembling voice answered from behind the steel door. Liar. Stop lying. Tears blurred Min Jae's vision as she screamed in pure desperation. If I step out, you'll just end me right here. I witnessed your cruelty. You'd never let me live. The mob boss froze, his eyes narrowing before he finally spoke. Girl, how old are you? 18. She spat back. He chuckled darkly. So young, yet so sharp. You aren't wrong. Since you've seen my handiwork, leaving you alive is a luxury I can't afford. My apologies. He paused, lost in thought, unsheathing his blade. He added, you know, until you opened that mouth of yours, I actually considered letting you walk. If you'd played dumb, you might have survived. It seems your intellect was your own death warrant. Truly tragic timing, little girl. Little girl. Hey. Just then, Bun stumbled onto the scene, gasping for air as he cried out. Seeing Bun looking like a pathetic, butchered hog, the boss roared. Bun, what the hell happened to you? My God. Look at you. Why didn't you answer my calls? But suddenly, the boss's expression shifted into something truly demonic. You've been feeding info to the director? Haven't you, you filthy rat? Did you think you could play me for a fool? With 2 swift, lethal flashes of his blade, he struck. Bun, caught off guard, collapsed with a gut-wrenching scream of agony. The boss spat on the ground. One traitor after another. Were you planning to lead me into a trap? Bun scrambled. No. Boss, it wasn't me. It was that bastard who suddenly came out of nowhere. Following Bun's trembling finger, the boss saw Sergeant Kim tightening a wire, advancing like a predator. Another one. Who are you? Are you another one of the director's lapdogs? Kim offered no words. Only a chilling, steady approach that radiated killing intent. Annoyed by the silence, the boss unleashed a torrent of curses. What are you staring at? Are you deaf? You bastard. Kim didn't rush. Where is Min Jae? Min Jae who? Before he could finish, Kim's wire lashed across his face. Suddenly, a mysterious figure clad in camouflage and a mask emerged from the shadows in the distance. With lightning speed, he lunged forward, intercepting Sergeant Kim's lethal strike just in the nick of time. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious Rolls-Royce, Kang Du-chan explained why such reinforcements were necessary to take down the boss. The director continued. Normally, the planning chief wouldn't need to interfere. Tell me, Han, have you heard the rumors? The legend of a ghost who takes orphans and molds them into heartless, cold-blooded killing machines. It seems the monsters from that dark place have finally surfaced. Memories of his conversation with the chief flooded back. Director, this situation has escalated. Please, leave this matter entirely in my hands. The chief had insisted. This is an assassination plot. Carry that with you. Back at the docks, the clash reached a fever pitch. After parrying Kim's ferocious assault, the masked assailant counterattacked with a heavy blow aimed straight for his jaw. Kim performed a mid-air flip to evade, but the masked man followed up instantly with a devastating straight kick. Just as Kim prepared to strike back, a vicious hook forced him to weave low. His reflexes pushed to the limit, but the moment Kim raised his head, the masked killer's fingers were already darting toward his eyes in a lethal strike. Cornered, Kim's instincts flared. He caught the man's wrists in a vice-like grip. Meanwhile, the director's secret meeting continued. The director leaned in, his voice low. And what about you? Chief Nam, how would you fare against that monster? Chief Nam let out a long, heavy sigh. Honestly, if I were to face that beast in a true battle, back at the docks. A sickening crack echoed as Kim crushed his opponent's fingers. The masked man recoiled in shock. The mob boss grinned like a maniac from the sidelines. Kang Min, looks like this guy's one of the director's pets. Make sure you give him a warm welcome. But his laughter died as he saw Kang Min's mangled, broken fingers. Shedding his heavy coat, Kim stepped forward. Who are you? Are you just another piece of trash working for him? Inside Chief Nam's car, the navigation screen flashed a cold reality. 26 minutes remained until they reached the harbor. The bald driver gripped the wheel tight. Chief, we're approximately 26 minutes away from the target location. Nam didn't hesitate. Make it 20. The driver's eyes widened in shock. I'm sorry. Sir, 20 minutes. But with this rain, Chief Nam's icy glare silenced him instantly. Fine. Make it 15 minutes? That terrifying gaze made the driver swallow hard. Without another word, he slammed the accelerator into the stormy night. Back at the harbor, the tension was suffocating. Kang Min finally broke his silence. Are you? Director Du. He slowly discarded his tactical gear, revealing a frame of pure, sculpted muscle that rippled with dangerous power. No. He's just a nuisance trying to bother your old man. The boss barked from the side. Handle him. Son, without warning. Kim lunged forward, his fist whistling through the air toward Kang Min's face. He jerked his head to the left to evade, instantly seizing the man's wrists. Kang Min then executed a clinical grappling maneuver, slamming Sergeant Kim onto the pavement. Despite being caught by the sudden transition, Sergeant Kim's resolve remained completely unshaken. Two sickening cracks echoed as Kim dislocated his own shoulders to deliver a thunderous counterpunch. Breaking free, Kim landed a devastating blow before coldly snapping his joints back into place. He unleashed a relentless barrage, forcing Kang Min into a desperate defensive shell. Father cut, the sentimental crap, Kim growled, his fist punctuating every word. Seeking a decisive end, Kim launched a lethal eye gouge strike to blind his opponent. Sensing death, Kang Min barely caught Kim's fingers, mirroring their previous life-or-death struggle. As Kang Min tried to snap his fingers, Kim's grip shifted into a crushing palm strike. One brutal surge of power sent Kang Min crashing to the floor in agony. Kim surged forward without hesitation, transitioning into a vice-like wrestler hold to finish him. Ignoring the frantic struggle, Kim applied lethal pressure until a bone-chilling scream tore the air. Stay down. Struggle again, and I will snap your legs like dry twigs. But in the heat of battle, Kim forgot the predator lurking in the shadows nearby. Seeing his pawn losing, the boss lashed out with a flurry of savage, cowardly kicks. The interference allowed Kang Min to break free as the boss retreated with a cold smile. If you are losing, you rip his throat out with your teeth. Understood. Boy. Kim's counterattack was swift, forcing Kang Min to dive and shield the old man. Rising slowly, Kang Min discarded his mask, revealing eyes filled with pure murderous intent. Fine. I will end him now. He drew a wicked blade from his back. He lunged forward. You made him angry. Now you are a dead man. Kim loosened his shoulders, his gaze darkening as he prepared for the final clash. They collided. Kamen's blade danced in a blur of lethal, high-speed strikes. Kim evaded by a hair's breadth as the cold steel grazed his very eyelashes. Seizing the opening, Kim vanished from sight, reappearing behind his foe like a ghost. He locked the boy's arm, trapping his head in a crushing leg scissors hold. I do not know your story, Kim panted, sensing the boy's strength finally fading. But no real father forces his son to die. Only monsters do that. The words triggered a flood of painful memories from 12 years ago. Changmin, Dad is here, the man had said, offering a false salvation. Distraught, Kang Min bit Kim's leg like a wild animal. But Kim held firm. A brutal struggle of wills unfolded in the silent, cold warehouse. He remembered the exchange, his father paying a shadow for his very life, a ghost without a past. Even if he kills, the law cannot find him. Just call yourself his father. He is desperate enough to believe it. Mold him into a weapon. A child's hunger for love is easily manipulated. At 15, the conditioning continued. Chang Min, do this for your father. He is hurting me. Ingu Tualing. Deal with him. Every kill earned him hollow praise. Then came the day the illusion shattered a conversation he was never meant to hear. Boss, are you sure he is turning into a complete monster? I bought a beast, not a son. Now shut up and do your job. Haunted by the truth, Kang Min's world turned black as his breath finally failed, battered and limping. Kim staggered toward the cold storage. Min, I am coming. Inside the frozen tomb, Min's terrified whispers echoed through the thickening frost. Stepping out meant certain death. But then, a spark of defiance ignited. She recalled her father's haunting words. Dad, have you no pride? He hit me first, Minji. A parent's true pride is their child. You are my pride. Remembering this, Minji wiped her tears and stood tall with newfound resolve. Who was she? Outside the cold room, the boss had returned, cursing while lighting a cigarette. Damn it. Where did that brat crawl off to? And this rain won't stop. Wait. What's this? He eyed the warehouse door suspiciously. It was unlocked. The barricade had been cleared away completely. Entering, he saw a bundled figure on the floor and laughed, trying to hide right before me. Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim approached the freezer. Behind him, Kang Min struggled to his feet once more. His eyes rolled back, baring teeth like a cornered predator. You're truly a beast, Kim remarked coldly. Kang Min lunged, but Kim casually swatted him back with a single, devastating hand. If I weren't rushing to save my living daughter, I'd have slaughtered you like the others. Before Kim could finish, Kang Min let out a desperate, soul-shattering scream. Kill me if you don't. My father will. Just die. Kim's fury finally reached its breaking point. He seized the boy's hair to deliver a final blow. But Bun's words echoed in his mind. Master, the phone is in the freezer. Your daughter... Are you really looking for her? We threw her in the freezer. You'll only find a frozen corpse waiting for you now. Looking at the youth, Kim's heart softened. Is that a father? Would a real father kill you? As Kang Min tried to argue, Kim shook his head. No. True family would never do that. He released his grip and walked away, leaving the stunned boy trembling in the shadows. I'm sparing you only because you're my daughter's age, Kim stated without looking back once. Watching Kim vanish into the rain, Kang Min whispered, Family? Is that what a family is? He remembered his boss's orders. Changmin, hold the police back. Go handle them for me. Just tell them you're a runaway youth. They won't be able to touch you legally. The realization hit him like a physical blow. Kang Min's tears began to fall like the rain. Suddenly, a tall figure approached. The second vehicle has arrived. To sir. We are moving now. We've handled Tajito Zero and are heading to the target. Meanwhile, the boss entered the freezer. He drew a hidden blade from his coat, his eyes gleaming with a murderous, dark intent. Staring at the blanketed form, he sneered. Whatever you're planning, I don't give a damn. Kid, they call me Mad Dog for a reason. I smell everything. He plunged the knife repeatedly. Thud. 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 Think playing dead would save you. I can see through any pathetic trick. Before he could finish his boast, Minji approached from behind, clutching a heavy iron bar. As the thug sensed danger and turned, Minji swung with every ounce of her remaining strength. A sickening crack echoed. He collapsed instantly. Minji gasped. Now do you know whose daughter I am? Sergeant Kim finally arrived. He found only a blanketed decoy and an unconscious thug on the floor. After scanning the room, his eyes caught a single strand of hair left behind. The boss groaned. Still clinging to life, Kim hauled him up by the hair. Eyes blazing. Where is my daughter? Answer me. 2 brutal punches sent the man back into darkness. Kim stopped, forcing himself to analyze the scene. One person stabbed, the other struck by blunt force. Did they turn on each other? No. Something about this layout felt strangely deliberate and staged. Then, his eyes fell upon the floor. He recognized the handwriting immediately. It was her. Dad. I'm sorry. I'm so scared. Reading those words, a wave of pure joy hit him. She's alive. My daughter is still alive. They were lying just to break my spirit. But who was truly behind this? Who orchestrated this entire nightmare from the dark? Sangman and Kang Min both mentioned a director. Was it that bastard director after all? Kim's eyes burned with murderous rage. He hissed the name. Ju Kang Chan. It's you. Fighting back his panic, he muttered. I must find Min first. She has to be nearby. She couldn't have gone far. Silence filled the cold room. Suddenly, the boss's eyes snapped open. He stood up, whispering, Are they finally gone? Who was that lunatic? Who dared touch my daughter? I nearly met my end today. How did that bastard Kang Min even manage to crawl his way in here? He stepped toward the exit, but the door slammed shut. He froze in shock. What the hell, is this a joke? Outside stood Bun, his most trusted subordinate. He screamed, Wait, stop right there, but it was already too late. Damn it. What is wrong with you? Is this about earlier? I was only joking. Just calm down and listen. Outside. Bun gasped in pain, swearing, Calm down, go to hell. You are never getting out of there. You dog. The boss's face turned pale as he shrieked back. You traitor, just because I failed to handle that black-haired monster. You are doing this to me. I will kill you for this. Silence followed his outburst, and his voice quickly dropped to a desperate plea. Wait. Bun. I was just a little worked up. You know me. Right. Dealing with that director always makes me on edge. You know I am the victim here. Don't you? The director is on his way, seeing his pleas fail. The boss's sanity finally snapped into pure rage. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Bun, if the director finds us, we are both dead meat. You think they will let you live? We are all going to die together, every single one of us. Open this door. You bastard, open it now. He lost control, launching a desperate kick at the door. Open up, I am on your side. Did you forget that, you backstabbing piece of trash? He delivered a final, massive blow. Arg, damn it. That hurts like hell. As he cursed, the door creaked open. A sinister grin spread across his face. Ha, it is open. But as the door swung wide, his heart stopped. The planning manager stood there, surrounded by his ruthless henchmen. The boss trembled, his voice failing him. What is this? Why are you here? The manager remained silent, his gaze cold as ice. Open your mouth. Then, a sickening thud rang out. A brutal kick sent the boss flying into the wall. The manager knelt before him, his voice like a blade. I said, open your mouth. Are you deaf? Meanwhile, Kim Trung-si was sprinting through the rain, screaming for Min. Kim Min, where are you? Somewhere ahead. The girl's footsteps faltered. Min stopped, looking back in confusion. Was that her father's voice? She shook her head. Just my imagination. How could he be here, behind her? Kim Trung-si realized the thunderous rain was drowning out his cries. The path ahead was blocked. Without a second thought, he leapt onto the crates, shouting with everything he had. Kim Min, if you can hear me, answer please. Min, following a sudden instinct, he turned. There she was, his daughter, stumbling toward the edge of the highway. Minji, he bellowed. But the torrential downpour was like a wall between them. Minji scrambled to her feet, waving desperately at an approaching car. Please help me. Stop. Please. Ma'am, I need a ride. Please help. Inside the luxury car, a woman gasped. Oh my God. Look, a student alone in this rain. Shouldn't we help? Minji kept screaming for help, but the car only sent a wave of dirty water crashing into her face. The woman turned to the driver in shock. Honey, what are you doing? Why didn't you stop? The man sneered coldly. It is a scam. Darling, these kids just want a free ride. Everyone has phones now. She can call the police herself. She is just trying to lure us into a trap. Kim Trung-si spotted her on the highway. With a series of powerful leaps, he scaled the barriers. But he was too late. His daughter was gone, and only a silver Rolls-Royce sped away into the mist. Back in the freezer, the planning manager began extracting the boss's teeth. The screaming finally stopped. Without a word, the manager twisted another tooth out. A muffled shriek echoed. Finally, he spoke. "What were you thinking? I spared you once. Are you really that eager to visit the afterlife? The director sends his regards." Just like old times. At those words, the boss's world went dark with memory. He was once just a lowly grunt for a small firm, tasked with clearing out old redevelopment zones because he was efficient. His life was comfortable enough, but everything changed one midnight when his boss lured him to a cold, deserted rooftop with cryptic words. "This 40-year-old relic won't stop growing. Once this place halts, we'll be drowning in gold. Forgive me," he whispered, before shoving him into the dark abyss without a trace of hesitation. By morning, the headlines were screaming. Just as the tragedy had been calculated from the start, the public mourned as news broke. A simple worker had fallen at a decaying, ancient apartment complex. Naturally, someone had orchestrated this perfect tragedy. Except for one flaw, he was still breathing. After escaping the hospital, I hunted down my old boss. The coward knelt, begging for his life. "I am truly sorry. I was just a puppet. Please, have mercy on me just this once." Mercy was a luxury he did not deserve. I showed him exactly how high the price of forgiveness was. I ended his miserable life and seized his throne for myself. Then, a single phone call shattered my world. "The director wants to see you. Are you free?" At the Manhwa construction site, I finally saw him. The mastermind who had ordered my death. He was a shameless serpent, hiding his lethal fangs behind a mask of kindness. As he spoke, my mind held only one burning desire: how to tear the life from his body. Seeing my silence, he sneered. Not listening, I glared back. "Why should I listen to your garbage?" "Damn you!" His dog surged forward, but he held them back as the air turned to ice. A country boy," he mused. "I remember those days well. Near my village stream stood a grand house where they kept a massive, ferocious hunting dog. That beast sank its teeth into me more than a few times. Do you know the secret to taming a wild beast?" The boss spat. "What the hell are you saying?" "Ferocious, please." Then, they brought out a small pot. And that was the beginning of the end. They shattered his teeth one by one, then pulled a scorching potato from the boiling pot. In the countryside, to break a strong dog, you force them to bite down on searing hot vegetables. Their teeth shatter. Their strength vanishes. And they have no choice but to obey. Broken, he finally fell to his knees. "I will do anything. Please, just make it stop. I will be your dog." From that day, his spirit died, and he lived only to serve his master. He became a shadow. If told to kill, he killed. If told to stop, he vanished. The manager's cold voice snapped him back. "The director sends his warmest regards to you. Hungry for another hot potato? You have crossed the line. But he still finds you useful. Think carefully." At those words, the old boss erupted into a jagged, hollow laugh. "Another chance. What is the job? More blood, or another body for the shadows? Or does this schoolgirl kidnapping involve those politicians who are thorns in his side?" The manager replied. "This case is massive. We must handle this together." The director sees the grand design. Every crisis is an opportunity. Again, the boss laughed. "So you need me. I have joined a circus of madmen. Give me a smoke." The bald driver hurried to light it. He took a long drag. "Damn. This cigarette tastes like heaven. Hey, you bastards. Do you even know what life actually tastes like? It is not sweet or bitter. Women want sweetness. But men, we crave the taste of blood." Suddenly, the driver screamed in a panic. "Stop him. He is self-destructing." He lunged to catch the falling man. "Blood manager. Look, what do we do?" With a final, raspy breath, he whispered, "The girl is alive, and so is her father." As the man laughed, the manager's fist connected with a bone-shattering thud. He collapsed instantly. "Move out," the manager said coldly. "Find the girl, and hunt the father." Meanwhile, on the highway, Sergeant Kim stood in silence, watching the car vanish as Min settled into her fateful ride. "Thank you for the lift," Min said politely, unaware of the absolute chaos left behind. "Vehicle 3 here. The girl is alive, but the target has vanished. Find him now." A panicked henchman arrived. "Chief, we've lost the girl's father. He's nowhere to be found. Even the police lost his trail." Suddenly, The ball driver rushed forward with grim news. Sir. The director isn't answering. The GPS is active. Something has definitely gone wrong. What happened? The driver replied. It seems he is already passing through this very area. Inside the director's car, the driver muttered, Sir. Truly. Anything can happen in this life. The director smirked. I never expected her to crawl right into my trap. He glanced at the passenger seat where Minji lay unconscious. Destiny was a cruel mistress. She had no idea her savior was the father of the monster who assaulted her. The director laughed sinisterly. Fascinating. Manager Han, clean her up and bring her to me. Sergeant Kim realized time was up. There was no more room for hesitation or doubt. He needed a radical method. Grabbing his phone, he dialed a restricted number immediately. It's me. I need a favor. Is your license to kill still active? This license was a deadly privilege. A state-sanctioned authority for the most extreme operations, like a legendary blade of judgment. It granted the power to execute first and report later. Speeding forward, Sergeant Kim heard the roar of an engine approaching from the shadows. That's Song Hanzo pulled up beside him. What is the girl's current status? She's alive. And I've made contact. Hanzo cut him off with a sharp, decisive look. Save it. We move now. That mole will be crawling all over this place soon. By the river, a subordinate reported to the chief. Sir, we found your belongings. The chief barked back. Where? Tell me exactly where you found my things. The man stammered, recalling a stranger who traded the chief's gear for a bike and fled. He even left a mocking note. Consider this the repair fee for my damaged car. Sir. He took your wallet too. We had to use our own cash to recover this. The chief's face turned purple with fury as a primal scream tore through the air. You useless idiots. He's escaping while you stand there. Find him this instant. I don't care about the cost. Capture him at all costs. Now, move it. At a secluded villa, the director finished his shower, radiating a cold, predatory calm. A guard whispered, Sir, the chief knows our location. The storage is ready for transport. Excellent. The director purred, and the guard bowed low in respect. She's been prepared for you. Soon. A cleaned-up Minji sat trembling in his study. The director leaned in, eyes narrowing like a wolf. Now then, let's talk. Shall we? He dismissed the staff, once alone. He masked his malice with a fake, fatherly smile. Are you okay? You've been through so much? You fell asleep the moment you entered. Minji blinked, dazed. I did it. Don't remember. I just woke up in that freezing room. The director pressed on. You remember nothing, just waking up in the cold storage. Nothing about yesterday. Minji tilted her head. Yesterday. What happened then? Sir. She shook her head faintly. No memory at all. The director's smile widened. I see. What happened in that freezer? Did you meet a man, a stranger? Yes. He had a knife. I was so terrified that I just ran away. He shouted something, but I was too panicked to listen. The director laughed inwardly. Is that so? Tell me. Were you and Hai close at school? Tell me everything. We had a few disagreements. So, before she could finish, the director burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, don't worry. I know her temper all too well, but she is truly a kind soul at heart. So please don't resent her. Minji nodded softly. She fell into deep thought. He was so different from her own father, who never showed her any warmth or concern. Minji asked, You must love Hai very much. Right, the director smiled. Of course. She is my only daughter. After all, how much do you love her? He paused. I love her enough to shield her from the world. No matter what she does, that is what it means to be a parent. He stepped closer, patting her shoulder with chilling calmness. Even if the world points fingers at her sins, a parent remains her shield. I will protect my family, no matter the cost. That is the duty of a patriarch. Seeing her silence, his warm tone vanished instantly into something cold and predatory. What is it? Did you remember something? Has your memory returned? Minji's face went pale as she stammered. No. Nothing at all. The director's mask finally slipped. Fine. Then let me ask you something else instead. My daughter tried to kill you. So, what do you think I should do now? Minji froze in terror. How long did you plan to play the amnesiac fool? Minji trembled, gasping. Since when he cut her off. Since you faked sleep the moment you entered the car. You clearly know much more than you let on. He turned to his subordinate. Manager Han. Take care of it. She's Hai's friend. So try not to hurt her too much. Manager Han approached, a cold syringe glinting in his hand. Minji let out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. Wait, please. Stop, I was wrong, please. I beg you. Spare me, please. Ivre, sir. Ignoring her pleas, the director whispered to himself, I'm sure Hai will feel quite guilty about this later. She acts tough on the outside. But my daughter has such a fragile, soft heart within. Minji was beyond hearing, paralyzed by fear. She could only struggle blindly, her limbs flailing in desperation. Manager Han growled, pinning her down. Stay still. If I miss the vein, it's only going to hurt more. He pressed the needle against her skin. The broken girl could only sob for the father who wasn't there, but just as the cold steel prepared to pierce her flesh, the director felt a sudden chill. Souring killing intent filled the air as military vehicles swarmed the villa. Inside the lead vehicle, Director Cricket barked at his men. Is this the place? The driver nodded quickly. Yes, sir. And 66's daughter is inside. No one answered the bell. Cricket's expression darkened with pure rage. Useless idiots. Do you think we're here for a social visit? Stop asking and just break the damn door down. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicles smashed through the villa's gates, reducing the walls to rubble. The director's guards stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sudden, violent invasion of their private sanctuary. What is this? Who are you people? Don't you know this is private property? Before they could finish, Cricket drew his weapon and fired a shot into the air, silencing them instantly. Private property. To hell with that, I am a government official. You bastards. He recalled the satellite data on Sergeant Kim. At 1301. And 66 had entered the PO-TAC port, 1305. Target pursuing an unknown subject, 1311. Suspected identification of N66's daughter, 1314. The girl entered a luxury foreign car after hitchhiking on the national highway. Moments later, N66 and Song Han So were spotted in hot pursuit. So, what's your point? The technician stammered. We believe N66 and his daughter. Cricket cut him off with a roar. You moron, do you think they're filming a movie? Start thinking realistically for once. When the name Song Han So was whispered, Cricket's face paled. What did you say? Is that true? Yes. Aye, sir. It seems to be that incident. Should we report this to the higher-ups immediately? After a grim silence, Cricket made his choice. No need. Turn the vehicles around. We're going in. He's hunting for his daughter. We must find her before N66 does, and so, the raid began. He aimed his gun at the sky, declaring his intent to the world. I know the girl is in there. Tell the owner to crawl out here right now. We are the government's special task force, above. The director smirked and ordered Han to stop. Without hesitation, Cricket kicked the main doors open, storming the mansion like a force of nature. Freeze Government Special Task Force 1 twitch and will blow you away. Only Director Do and a frightened maid remained within the silent, sprawling hall. Who are you? She shrieked. Shut your mouth and stay still, the leader roared. Director Du Kang Chan of Duong Construction. Right, indeed. And you lot would be... He slammed his badge down. Government Special Ops. We're here on official business. We're searching this place. He added, meeting Du's skeptical gaze with a cold sneer. A high-profile suspect's daughter has been traced here. We know she's hiding inside. He crushed his cigarette onto the floor. Director Du stood, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Trespassing and breaking my door is fine. I can overlook that lack of civility, but that cigarette, that was incredibly rude. Is basic etiquette beyond your reach? If you're special ops, what's your rank? Manager, bureau chief, or just a nobody? The leader froze in shock before his face twisted into a mask of pure fury. You arrogant brat, you think your special forces past makes you untouchable. Scared yet? Suddenly, a frantic shout echoed from the team searching the upper floors. Chief, it's empty. What now, damn it? Just wait here. Reinforcements are coming. You know our ways. Do. But have you heard of the 6 golden stars? The absolute elite are on their way. Your luck has officially run out. Kid, we will drag every secret you're hiding into the light. Prepare yourself for hell. Outside, the legendary 6 golden stars arrived. Led by a formidable white-haired commander, the elite investigation unit marched toward the villa, radiating an aura of absolute authority. However, a lone man stepped out to block their path. The mysterious planning manager. He stood firm against the elite squad, his expression unreadable and deadly calm. A warm-up, the one-eyed agent laughed. Move, before I break every bone you have. He lunged, but a lightning-fast kick sent the elite agent crashing back instantly. You bastard, the rest screamed, charging forward in a blind, collective rage, thud crash times. Every single attacker was sent flying back by a whirlwind of strikes. This is private property, Sergeant Kim stated. Entry is strictly forbidden by the director. Seeing his elite squad humiliated, The white-haired leader's eyes flared with murderous intent. Inside, the chief continued his tirade. The warrant will be here any second now. Dumusted. So you raided my home without a warrant. That's remarkably bold. I fear nothing, the chief spat. Legal procedures are just a matter of time. Before he could finish, the heavy doors groaned open, cutting the tension like glass. The white-haired leader collapsed inside, unconscious. Behind him, the planning manager stepped in. What? What happened? The chief stammered, his face turning a ghostly shade of pale. Director Du smiled coldly. You said you weren't afraid. Well, neither am I. High on a nearby ridge, two pairs of eyes watched the chaos unfolding below. They've lost us, Hanso whispered. They're targeting Minji now. She's trapped in there. We have to get her out. But how do we breach that fortress? Kim smeared mud across his face, his eyes hardening. Plan. We do it anyway. Order and procedure don't matter now. Let's move out and finish this. Let's go. Wait, Hanso hissed, pointing downward. Who the hell is that moving below? A shadow in black was blurring toward the villa's warehouse at impossible speeds. Inside, the chief's fear curdled into a desperate, explosive rage as his men fell. He seized Du's collar, screaming, You think you can just walk away from this? Suddenly, an agent burst in. Chief, the arrest warrant. It's been completely terminated. Director, the vice minister is on the line. The mole hesitated as he took the phone, only for a roar of fury to blast from the receiver. What on earth do you think you're doing? Get your men back here immediately. We'll talk then. Do you understand? You're out there causing nothing but trouble. You haven't even received the arrest warrant yet. Pull out quietly before you ruin everything. I'll handle the fallout. Bang, without waiting for another word. The mole slammed the phone onto the table, his face twisted in a murderous scowl. So this is why you're so fearless. I have to hand it to you. Making the vice minister move like your puppet is quite a feat. The mole's rage boiled over. He sent a heavy kick into a nearby table, his mouth spewing a torrent of venomous curses. Damn it, you filthy dogs. Every single one of you bureaucrats is so disgusting I can't even stomach it. He stopped his tantrum and leaned inches away from Director Du's face. Watch your back, because I'm going to crush you very soon. Understand? He barked an order to his team. Move out, pack it up, and withdraw immediately. A moment later, inside a military vehicle, the mole let out a cold snort. What's the status on the 6 golden stars? The driver replied. They're in the escort vehicle behind us. Aye, sir. Good. Retreat slowly. Don't look back. Just act natural. Against all odds, the mole had pulled off the unthinkable. He had successfully secured Minji on the vehicle. He fought back a grin of pure triumph. Kill the lights. That bastard is still watching us from the shadows. Perfect. Keep it steady. Suddenly, a man in black rushed up to Director Du, whispering urgently into his ear. The mole's eyes widened. He froze for 2 seconds before screaming at the top of his lungs. They know. They've figured it out. Step on it. Floor the gas and get us out of here. Move. 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 Engines roared as the military trucks tore away, leaving Director Du's men shouting in the dust. The messenger bowed his head in shame. Director, I'm so sorry. My report was late. Team leader Han has been neutralized. It seems one of the 6 golden stars took down Han and snatched the target. Director Du froze. The 6 golden stars, weren't they wiped out by the planning chief? How could I have been so careless? I completely underestimated them. Never overlook the elite. Inside his vehicle, the mole sat back, crossing his legs with a smug grin. Idiots. I told you they were masters in their fields. Haha, so. How was the skirmish back there? The man who snatched Minji nodded. Yes. They were tougher than expected. But we handled it perfectly. The mole chuckled, his contempt for Director Du overflowing. Those fools? They should just apologize for being born. The 6 golden stars aren't just fighters. They are ghosts, masters of infiltration and silent action. Beside them, Mingi Satinadaze, unable to grasp the situation. She only remembered Director Du's cold command. Han, lead her to the underground passage. Wait for my signal, she recalled. She had been blindfolded and led away, step by step, into the darkness by team leader Han. But moments later, a different man had removed her blindfold. Are you all right? He had asked kindly. Can you walk? The kindness was a blur as the world exploded into the chaotic scene she had just witnessed. Thank you, sir, Minji whispered timidly. But instead of comfort, she was met with 4 eyes as sharp as daggers, filling her with dread. Suddenly, her savior reached out, his hand clamping around her throat like a vice. She couldn't breathe, her vision blurred, She couldn't fight back. Slowly, darkness swallowed her as she slipped into unconsciousness. Just to be safe, I put her to sleep, the man muttered. The mole laughed in delight. Excellent. You've become quite the professional. You're much more useful now, haha. The others could learn a thing or two from your efficiency. A true pro doesn't care about winning a fight. They care about securing the objective. That is the only thing that matters. We strike from the shadows, silent and unseen. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the mole's celebration was premature. He had no idea that Sergeant Kim had already ghosted his way onto one of their vehicles, unaware of the stowaway. The director picked up his radio. Listen up, you've all worked hard in this rain. The target is ours. It seems this girl is a direct link to the construction company scandal. No outside calls. This is big. Everyone, maintain absolute radio silence and maximum security. Out. In truck number 3, the one-eyed man and the silver-haired mercenary listened in. One Eye spoke first. What did the director say? He secured the target. Oh, it looks like our youngest member actually pulled it off. All that special training we gave the rookie wasn't for nothing. Haha, our investment is finally paying off. So, we're heading back to headquarters. The man in sunglasses beside him nodded. Correct. The real operation begins there. The one-eyed thug snorted in total disdain. Ha, who exactly is this N66 anyway? He might have been famous once, but those days are long gone. The silver-haired man, who had been silent until now, turned back with a chilling explanation. That pact with the North was the very first unofficial agreement made after the ceasefire. It was a rare exception where the North actually initiated the secret treaty first, driven by their intense pride. They had only one demand return, N66 to them. 49 North Korean soldiers were confirmed dead by his hand alone, not counting those still unverified. Naturally, the North placed a massive bounty on his head to hunt him down. However, our government flatly refused their demand. As he spoke, memories of that intense negotiation flooded back, for he had been right there in that room. I am truly sorry, but we cannot comply. That soldier has already passed away. The speaker was a high-ranking Southern official, facing a middle-aged man whose chest was covered in medals, a Northern colonel. The colonel slammed the table and stood up, roaring, "A monster like him. Dead, you must be joking with us." The Southern official remained icy calm. We even performed the cremation following his death. The Northern colonel's eyes narrowed with disbelief. I know he is still breathing. You Southerners are truly masters of fabrication. Fine. Then relay this message to him for me. Tell him to live out the rest of his pathetic life hiding like a dead rat. Listening to these grim recollections, the one-eyed thug looked visibly shaken. That is insane. The North is actually quite bold, demanding we hand over a wanted man with such arrogant confidence. The silver-haired man gave a faint, cold smile. They are reckless because he twice failed to assassinate their supreme commander. Twice. The one-eyed man gasped in pure horror. What, not just once? But he went back for a second time. Exactly. The first time he was just a soldier. But the second time, he allegedly held a gun to his own commander's head. Please, just let me go. Sergeant Kim. Stop this, I understand your heart. But this will only make everything much worse. Sergeant Kim replied coldly. I have lived my life protecting this nation until this very day. Grant me my discharge. If you let me leave, I will do anything you ask. You know my situation better than anyone. Even with a blade pressed against his throat, the commander stammered. Are you even sure that child is yours? Bang! Sergeant Kim answered with a single shot directly into the ceiling. The commander nearly collapsed in pure terror. My God. Just let him leave. You all know he is a complete psychopath. So just give him the discharge papers. He has lost his mind. Suddenly, a man stepped forward and whispered something private into the captain's ear. After a long silence, the captain spoke. Sergeant Kim, are you truly willing to do anything if we let you walk away? I will grant your discharge, but on one condition. Now, returning to the present reality, the one-eyed man couldn't help but interject. What? So he attempted that assassination again just to fulfill the condition for his freedom. He is a total lunatic, the silver-haired man added, though it seems there was a much deeper secret involved. Just then, the man in glasses suddenly slumped his head down. Silent. The one-eyed thug beside him asked in confusion, Hey! Are you sleeping? This guy is a professional napper. Before he could finish, a thin wire tightened around his throat, completely unaware. The silver-haired man continued. Actually, that story might be a bit exaggerated. He stopped mid-sentence, freezing as he saw Sergeant Kim staring at him with eyes full of murderous fire. The vehicles behind watched in shock as the lead car began swerving and fishtailing violently across the road. What on earth is happening to that car? Inside, Sergeant Kim launched a brutal kick directly into the silver-haired man's face. The driver realized the danger and tried to turn around, but he could only let out a choked gasp. Kim looped a belt around the driver's neck and the silver-haired man's throat, pulling with lethal force. They clawed for air until they went limp. Outside, the other cars in the convoy noticed the lead vehicle acting erratically. They grabbed their radios in a panic. Guys, the lead car is acting strange. Why is it suddenly accelerating like that? Something is wrong. Call the director immediately. His phone is off. You idiot. Use the radio frequency. Inside the first car, the bureau chief was sitting comfortably when the radio suddenly crackled. He looked confused, hearing only muffled, agonizing sounds. He muttered in annoyance. What is this? Speak up. I can't hear you. A moment later, Sergeant Kim's voice echoed through the radio, chilling everyone to the bone. Can you hear me clearly? The director's eyes nearly bulged out as Kim continued. My daughter is in your car. Right. If you dare touch even a single hair on her head, I will break every one of your necks. Do you understand? The mole smirked, his voice dripping with malice. Huh, N66, what a small, twisted world this is. Since when does a common criminal dare to talk back to the special ops director? Too bad I'm already safe inside my own fortress. You're a step too late. Boy, how does it feel watching us slip right through your fingers? I'll just wait here with your precious daughter. You'd better hurry up. You get my drift. Right? And don't forget my gift. Sergeant Kim paused, his tone turning ice cold. I hear you. You really like gifts, don't you? Then I'll make sure to send you something special. Veins throbbed on the mole's forehead. He killed the radio, cursing under his breath. That bastard still doesn't know his place. He barked at the surrounding guards, his patience wearing thin. Seal every exit, double the security, line up 1 kilometer out. Suddenly, a subordinate dared to interrupt his command. Director. What about the target? The mole glared. Drag the brat down to the basement interrogation room. Sir, I'll handle her personally. The mole let out a sinister chuckle. A gift. What kind of gift is he bringing? I can't wait to see it. Ha, let's see just how legendary you really are. Will a man called a living legend actually live up to the hype? Little did he know. Song Hans was already clinging to his car's undercarriage. He grabbed the radio again, his voice sharp as he demanded a full status report. Initiate Plan A, I repeat. Plan A, all units. Converge at the rally point now. He led Min and his guards away, muttering darkly. Time to put the final phase in motion. Later, inside the cold interrogation room, Min sat bound to a chair while the mole watched through the glass. Hey, wake up. 5 minutes later, Minji's eyes fluttered open. Panic instantly flooded her senses. What? What is this? Where am I? Why am I tied up? Hey, answer me. The mole's voice crackled through the speakers. Are you Kim Min? Utterly bewildered, Min snapped back. What the hell are you talking about? I am Kim Min. But you've clearly made a huge mistake, ignoring her. The mole leaned in. Do you even know who your father is? Min's eyes went wide with shock. What do you mean? My dad is just... My dad. Who else would he be? Did he do something wrong? Look, just untie me, and we can talk like normal people. The mole went silent for a moment before his voice returned. Lower this time. Kid. Your father was a top-tier intelligence agent. In fact, he's a legend. A total monster in the shadows. He silenced a nearby officer with a sharp, dismissive wave. He's so dangerous that foreign powers have him marked. He should have never stepped back into the light, because the moment he moves, ghosts like North Korean sleepers start crawling out of the woodwork. We've dealt with a lot. But your father, he's a massive, soul-crushing headache for this department. With the political climate currently a powder keg, he should have stayed buried deep underground, yet he chose to act. Why, after 16 years of silence, why resurface now of all times? The sheer scale of the chaos he sparked across the city. It's no laughing matter. You know, Duong Construction. Right, your father is tied to them. Have any idea why? Min froze. Her disbelief turning into a cold realization. She stammered, her voice trembling. Duong Construction, that was just because of a small fight I had at school. The mole froze. A fight. Tell me everything. Now, Min Si-hil. There's this girl named Heji. She just really hated me. As the story unfolded, the mole's face went pale. He remembered the warning, touch one hair on her head and die. He hissed in disbelief. So you're saying N66 came out of retirement? Just for some schoolgirl drama. He slammed his fist onto the table, roaring. Son of a bitch. He turned the entire underworld upside down over a petty kids fight. This is absolute madness. He knew exactly what kind of hell he'd unleash by stepping back into the field, risking global stability for a moment of parental rage. Damn it. This whole situation is completely foobar. Min didn't understand a word. Why did they keep calling her dad N66? Hey, listen to me. But the mole didn't care. He cut the microphone and turned to his subordinate with murderous intent in his eyes. Tell the men if you see N66. Claim it was a mistake and gun him down. No mercy. I'll handle the fallout. Suddenly, the door burst open. A frantic guard rushed in to report. Director, the vice minister is demanding to see you. The mole scoffed with disdain. Tell him I'll be there when I'm ready. Sir. The director demands your presence immediately. He seems absolutely livid. It's practically a direct order. Sir. The mole cursed under his breath. Damn, old man. Wait here. I'll be right back. He slammed the door behind him. In the silence, Min wondered what kind of storm was brewing. Was her father really some kind of secret agent? Had he caused all this chaos just to find her? As her mind raced, a dark silhouette suddenly flickered at the window. Min jumped up, her heart stopping. Something wrong, the guard snapped. But when he looked, the shadow had already vanished into the night. No, it's nothing at all. Min stammelte, her voice trembling with sheer terror. Sensing her fear, the guard slammed his fist down, making her jump. Don't get any bright ideas. No one is coming to save you. Just sit there and keep your eyes forward. He turned to his partner outside. Song Tran. Watch this kid. I'm stepping out for a second. Heading out. He questioned his own eyes. Little did he know. Song Hanso was lurking right above him. Just as the guard sensed a presence and began to turn his head in suspicion, a devastating kick from Song Hanso connected squarely with his face. Hanso then slipped into the room. He gave Min a warm, reassuring smile. Sorry for the wait. Let's go find your father. In the corridor? Min whispered. How do you know the way? Hanso quickly signaled for her to be silent. Around the next corner, a squad of heavily armed guards stood ready, blocking their only exit. While Hanso looked for a way around, Min tugged his sleeve. More guards were closing in. The enemy spotted them. In a flash of motion, Hanzo's foot slammed into the nearest guard's face. The others fumbled for their triggers, but they were far too slow for the legendary fighter. With a whirlwind of lightning-fast strikes, Hanzo dismantled the entire squad. Within seconds, they were all down. Meanwhile, Vice Minister Mao was roaring. Have you lost your mind? What the hell is going on? I warned you not to cause trouble. How am I supposed to clean up this disaster you've made? Mao, the head of the special task force, was venting his explosive rage onto the mole. Yet, despite the fierce shouting of his superior, the director remained completely unfazed and silent. He stood there casually, even cleaning his ear as if Mao's fury was merely background noise. Go ahead. Dock my pay. I'm doing this for the country, he muttered, driving Mao to madness. What's that supposed to mean? Mao hissed. It means I don't take bribes like you do. Effort. Take my salary if you want. I don't care about the money at all. But tell me, how much did Du Kang-chan pay to get his arrest warrant wiped away like that? Mao's face turned a deep shade of purple. You arrogant brat, watch your mouth. You've detained a civilian based on a hunch. Are you trying to trigger a full-scale war? The director slammed his hand down. War. It's already started. This is a clash of legends. The N66 group aren't just civilians. They are monsters disguised as ordinary men. They are elite soldiers trained in the north. They've come back, and they are dangerous. This isn't a routine situation. Suddenly, a piercing alarm began to wail through the entire building. Level A, emergency. The atmosphere instantly shifted as the facility went into total lockdown. Hanso barely had time to breathe before the elite alpha team arrived. Guns leveled and ready. Realizing the danger, Hanso grabbed Min's hand. The army is here. Run. Now. Back in the office, the director smirked. I've already deployed the special suppression squads. They're trapped. Uncle. They're everywhere, Min cried out in terror as soldiers swarmed the hallways with weapons. Don't stop. They won't shoot blindly, Hanzo shouted, pushing her forward through the chaos. Suddenly, the air hissed. A masked figure lunged from the shadows. A blade aimed at Hanso's throat. Hanso twisted his body mid-air, dodging by a hair's breadth. This attacker was no ordinary soldier. Shing, the blade grazed Hanso's cheek, drawing blood. Where do you think you're going? The assassin mocked. There's no exit left for you. I expected more from a legend. What a total disappointment. Let me introduce ourselves. We are the North Korean Black Ops. Park Rusan. He then keyed his radio. This is Park Rusan. 2 intruders detected. A middle-aged man in uniform and a schoolgirl. Location basement 3. The dead-end corridor. In the office, the mole mocked the vice minister. See that? I told you those guys were no joke. They dared to infiltrate our special ops headquarters. We need to end this quickly. Before North Korea could act, Min and Song Hansel were trapped, surrounded on all sides. While Song planned an escape, the mole and vice minister arrived. Song Hansel, what are you doing here? How did you get in N66? Promise me a gift. And I was looking forward to it. Why interfere? Do you think you're some movie hero? Reality isn't like the films. Now what, kill the man, but keep the girl alive. At his command, Park Rusan's unit charged. Song Hansel was a master. But these were no amateurs, brandishing cold steel. They pressed in. Song struggled, forced to fight while shielding little Min. The mole watched the carnage gleefully until a subordinate whispered a warning from behind. Director, we must watch for N66 while this fight unfolds. What if the girl gets hurt? The mole shrugged. Do whatever you want. Fight with everything. A few lost fingers don't matter. The killers moved to separate Song from Min. Dozens of razor-sharp blades lunged toward the pair at once. The steel was inches from their eyes, witnessing the impending doom. The mole laughed cruelly. Take her eyes. She only needs one anyway. In the face of death, time slows down. Suddenly, Min saw what the naked eye could not. As the blades closed in on her face, Min wasn't afraid. She was dazed, seeing thin wires stretched across the entire basement like a web. Suddenly, the vice minister gasped. A wire snared his neck, hoisting him into the air. He shrieked in terror. Wait, stop everyone. Stop right now. The mole stared in shock. The combatants froze in their tracks, paralyzed by the sudden sight. Sergeant Kim stood on the stairs, holding a wire controller. He had the entire floor in his grip. Don't move, he warned. Unless you want your vice minister's head to roll. Min began to cry. Seeing his daughter, Kim smiled warmly. Min, it's okay. Daddy's here. Let's go home. The mole's face twisted in fury. You bastard, what do you think you're doing? The terrified vice minister screamed. Stop. Stop everything right now. Lower your guns. Who do you think you're pointing those at? This is an order. Anyone who moves will be charged with insubordination. Do you hear me? It is treason. Please, don't move. Just do what he says. My life is in his hands. Seeing them falter, Kim spoke again. Weapons down. I'm only counting to 3. 1. Eder. The vice minister panicked. Damn it. Why is he counting so fast? Drop your weapons. Now I will take full responsibility. The soldiers glanced at each other before finally disarming. The mole was shaking with rage. You idiots. A soldier never lets go of his weapon. The vice minister snapped back. Shut up. You dog, stop interfering. He's going to kill me. Drop your gun or you're fired. Now. Reluctantly, the mole disarmed. N66. How long can this hostage act save you? You really think threatening the vice minister will get you out? Do you plan to walk through the front door? Kim just smiled, remembering a conversation with Song. Wait. We are going out through the main entrance, Kim had replied. We could climb out, but with Min, the direct path is our only hope. We're one man short. The mole man sneered as Kim remained shrouded in heavy, contemplative silence. Listen. N66. He hissed. Stalling is futile. This desperate struggle means absolutely nothing now. Before the threat could land, boom, a cataclysmic explosion shattered the very foundations of the earth. The adjacent wall disintegrated instantly, the violent shockwave hurling the mole man backward in a state of utter shock. Panicked shouts erupted from the squad. Director. Are you still alive? Say something. Ignoring the burning wreckage, a figure emerged through the smoke, clutching a massive mortar and grinning like a demon. Whoops, did I actually hit the mark? He chuckled. I was just taking a wild guess. Kim didn't flinch. A knowing smirk touched his lips as memories of a legendary alliance flooded back. He recalled Hansel's hesitation over reinforcements. Kim had been decisive. Don't worry. I've already called him. The man he summoned was a battlefield legend, Park Jin-cheon, the monster who feared no man alive. Back in the fray, Jin-cheon barked. Hello, brothers in arms. It's time to make our grand exit. Is that... Perrin the guards gasped. Their shock was cut short by Hansel's devastating kick to the face. Standing over the fallen, Hansel roared with primal intensity. Minji, run. Child, run now. Hurry, head toward this side. Quickly. Seeing the escape and his men frozen, the mole man shrieked. You idiots, stop gawking and start shooting. As they reached for their weapons, Jin-cheon grinned, tossing a live grenade directly toward the chaos. A grenade, the vice minister wailed, his voice cracking in a pathetic display of pure terror. With a casual, lightning-fast flick, Kim swatted the explosive aside. Kaboom. The ground trembled violently. Shift left. Slowly. Kim commanded. His voice a cold steel blade cutting through the smoke. The wire tightened, drawing blood from the minister's neck. Stop if I die. You're all finished. Don't move an inch. If your commander falls, you're all headed for the grave next. Sensing the minister's forced cooperation, Kim glanced at his comrade. Jin Cheon. Is the vehicle ready? We need that specialized extraction route secured immediately. Everything depends on it. Kim's tactical brief was abruptly cut off. Wait. A car. What car? Jin Cheon asked, looking baffled. You said it was an emergency. So I grabbed my gear and sprinted here at full speed. Kim and Hansel froze in disbelief. You ran here on foot. Are you kidding me? I sprinted, Jin Cheon replied flatly. Meanwhile, the mole man's hand crept toward a discarded pistol, shoving a soldier aside. His eyes burned with madness. Move. My patience has finally reached its limit. You think a real commander would ever order his soldiers to lay down their arms? Pathetic. The minister's eyes widened in horror. Wait, put the gun down. Bang. A single shot rang out. A bullet pierced the minister's forehead. A suffocating, deathly silence instantly descended upon the battlefield. The mole man spat on the corpse. Useless dog. You were a liability until your very last breath. 1 round remains in this chamber. And I've saved it specifically for your heart. N66. As the body slumped to the dirt, Kim's suppressed rage finally erupted like a dormant volcano. What are you standing around for? The mole man screamed at his troops. Seize them at once. They're outnumbered. We don't need guns to crush 3 men. Tear them apart. Now, the soldiers lunged forward only to be systematically dismantled and crushed into the pavement within seconds. Under the trio's perfect lethality, Minji could only cover her ears and scream in absolute terror. But then, the fear vanished. A powerful, overwhelming sense of security rose from deep within her soul. It was the voice of her father, unshakable and protective. Minji. Get behind me. Now, Kim turned to the mole man, his aura suffocating. I was annoyed having to flee. This is better. Let's wipe these pests out. Take their car. And leave this hellhole behind. The mole man's jaw dropped. Wipe us out. Do you have any idea how dead you are? Suddenly, the elite captain of the 100 Duan squad stepped forward. His presence cold as death. He leveled a blade at Kim's throat. Shall I take those words seriously? Senior. Before he could finish his sentence, Sergeant Kim was already in his blind spot, raining down a blur of strikes. The Busan unit captain was sent hurtling backward like a broken doll. His subordinates watched in sheer terror. Captain, what was that? Was that Jeet Kune Do? You coward. A sneak attack, Kim countered coldly. Sneak attack. Isn't this exactly how you dogs were trained? Without another word, he lunged forward, neutralizing the loudmouths in a heartbeat. Min watched her father's overwhelming power, her heart racing in shock. Seeing her awe, Jin Cho playfully chimed in. Is that little Minji? You've grown so much. Min snapped out of it, replying politely. Wait. You're Jabin's father. Hello. Uncle. You still look as sharp as ever. He laughed. Is school going well for you? While talking, Jin Chol casually drew his gun and shot every incoming knife out of the air. I heard the grading system changed recently. Some advanced learning nonsense. Right. Life is a battlefield for kids these days. The road to college is getting steeper by the second. By the way, have you read that article on university admission strategies? It might actually help you. Study hard, but stay healthy. Ha ha ha. Min stood frozen, jaw dropped by the uncle's nonchalant god-tier skills. Her father's friends were literal monsters. Suddenly, the mole-faced leader let out a feral roar. Target N66's daughter first. The squad lunged at Min, only to be intercepted by Seong Han-soo. The silent observer finally struck, his devastating roundhouse kick sending the soldiers crashing into the dirt. The leader's mind fractured as he witnessed the impossible carnage before his eyes. Dozens of armed elites against 3 middle-aged men with bare hands. And his men were being slaughtered. A chilling thought struck him. Had he kicked a hornet's nest, he desperately tried to shake the fear. This was the Busan unit, the elite top 5% of the military. We still have 20 left. 18. 16. Damn it. How is Jeet Kune Do this terrifyingly powerful? What kind of madness was this? Even their taekwondo felt like a lethal death sentence. And that lunatic laughing on the phone while fighting? What kind of monsters were these people? Before he could process the horror, his entire elite squad had been completely wiped out. He stood alone, shaking before the 3 legendary men in glasses, even as N66 took his keys and drove away. The leader remained paralyzed in a state of shock. It was a total Humiliating defeat. At the exit, Min looked back at the petrified man one last time. Sergeant Kim took his daughter's hand gently. Minji, were you scared? You aren't hurt. Are you? Let's go home. Honey. The four walked away, leaving the leader alone in the wreckage. Gazing at his broken men and the vice captain's corpse, he trembled with impotent rage. Meanwhile, on the highway, inside a luxury Rolls-Royce, the manager hung up and turned to Director Ju Kang-chan. Director. I found him. Kang-chan mused. The man who knelt and begged for his daughter, a former special forces operator. How very intriguing, the manager shrugged. It doesn't matter. Even special ops have their limits against our power. Besides, soldiers are easy to handle once they realize who sits atop the food chain. In their world, one exchange is enough to know who is the predator and who is the prey. Nearby, Jin Chil scratched his ear. Hansu asked, Something wrong, it's strange. My ears are itching. Someone must be talking trash about us. Back in the Rolls-Royce, the manager sneered. No matter how elite they once were, unless they're the top 1%, they're just fodder. If he resists, we'll simply eliminate him. Moments later, at the special unit headquarters, a private emerged from the restroom. Man, that fight was so intense I almost lost it. Better get back before the captain notices. He stepped out and froze, his face turning pale. What happened? The room was a graveyard of broken bodies and shattered pride. This can't be real. Was the command center raided? How did everything end up like this in just minutes? One survivor awoke, trembling with fear. We deployed everyone, but a single man slaughtered them all. The private froze in shock. What, just one man? Who is this monster? Meanwhile, Park Jin-chan whistled while driving a stolen military jeep. Sorry I'm late. Folks, cleaning up took longer than expected. Song Hanzo frowned with worry. Is showing up now okay? Won't this ruin your career? I'm at the end of my rope anyway. Jin-chan shrugged. Their jeep roared, tearing away from the Special Task Force headquarters. Up ahead, two sentries were chatting at the perimeter. Did you reach Central Command? The other shook his head. I've tried, but the line is constantly busy. Suddenly, a vehicle roared toward them with a booming laugh, forcing the guards to dive for their lives. What the hell? Who drives like that? They screamed. That's not one of ours. Report it now. Just then, the emergency sirens wailed. Attention, Central Command is under attack. Intruders have breached the Special Task Force. The security team is down. The targets are escaping. All cameras are offline. Shoot to kill on sight, I repeat. Shoot to kill. Hearing the order, the gate guards opened fire, spraying lead towards Sergeant Kim's escaping vehicle. Bang bang boom inside. Sergeant Kim reached for Jin-chan's holster to return fire. Struggling to grab the weapon, Jin-chan chuckled amidst the chaos. Right pocket. Pal, careful. You're reaching a bit too deep there. Finally armed, Sergeant Kim leaned out and fired back, expertly tagging the attackers right in their legs. Bang bang. He wasn't aiming to kill, he just wanted to disable his pursuers. Watching this, Minji remembered the old man's words. Your father was a legendary ghost in the intelligence world. She looked at the warrior before her, comparing him to the father she'd known for 17 years. Minnie, you're home. Wash up. Let's eat. The memories clashed, same face, but worlds apart in every way. As she drifted in thought, a stray bullet grazed Sergeant Kim's cheek. Min Yi. Get down, Song Hanso screamed. It's almost over. Hold on tight. We're accelerating. Vroom. Jin-cheon grinned like a madman and floored it. The jeep hit 120 kilometers per hour, vanishing into the rain. Once they cleared the immediate danger zone, the heavy silence returned. Minji stared at her father, her voice trembling. Dad. Are you really my father? Kim didn't answer with words. He pulled her into a fierce hug. I'm sorry. Minye. I'm so sorry for everything. Minji's words failed her. All the fear and resentment she held seemed to melt away in his arms. She wept, finally feeling safe. Suddenly, Jin-cheon ruined the moment. Sorry to kill the vibe, but safety first. Road laws changed. Backseat passengers need seatbelts too. Let's be law-abiding citizens. Haha. Suddenly, crash. The jeep swerved violently, nearly tossing everyone from their seats. Thanks to his god-tier driving skills, Jin-chan fought the wheel and regained control of the sliding vehicle. Song Hanso looked back. They were surrounded. A massive truck ahead began to slow down, blocking their path. The cargo door lowered, revealing the smirking planning manager. Director, we're commencing the operation now. Jin-cheon raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting. Commencing what exactly? Before he could finish, Bam. A car slammed into their rear, sending the Jeep fishtailing again. Did you see that guy's smug face? Jin Cheon laughed, his tone turning dark. He said, start. How interesting. Kids these days are so hilarious. You've got a plan. I'm curious. Ha ha ha. Very well then. Let's see what you children are capable of. Hearing that laugh, Kim and Hanso knew the beast was awake. Those fools outside had no idea how terrifying Park Jin-cheon became once his fuse was lit. He was a veteran of 3 West Asian civil wars, 12 Middle Eastern conflicts, and 7 tours in Iraq. From crushing Pakistani terror cells to elite peacekeeping rescues, he had walked through every hell on earth, with 189 confirmed kills. He was the legendary shadow known only as the Otter. Crash Jin-cheon didn't brake. He rammed their Jeep straight into the truck where the manager stood. Minji curled into a ball, terrified. Sergeant Kim held her tight. It's okay. I've got you. Scanning the perimeter, Kim's instincts screamed, wait. Are they trying to kidnap us with the entire vehicle? In this sealed space, it's possible. Before Sergeant Kim finished, he spotted the thugs donning gas masks. His sleeping gas leaked from the roof. Minji covered her nose, but Kim interrupted her question. Listen, Min, you'll fall asleep soon. Don't worry, no matter what happens. Your father will protect you. Just think of it as a short nap. Okay, do you understand? 5 minutes later, the manager checked his watch. Time's up. They're out. A henchman agreed they'd be floored. With this high concentration of halothane, there's no way they could have resisted. The manager ordered, check the girl's face first, then separate them immediately. A lackey confirmed the target. It's her. Proceed. We've already bribed the police in advance. We'll report a suspected drunk driver. Upon inspection, they'll find the passengers drugged out of their minds. That's how this incident will be officially settled. Manager Nam pondered. Inject them. Clean up. Then retreat. Change clothes so no drug traces remain on you. Once the tests come back positive, move them to transport. I'll handle the public relations side. Move fast. The thugs grabbed their syringe cases and entered the truck. Silence followed for a long moment. The man beside Nam barked. What's taking so long? Why are you two being so sluggish? Finish up and get out. He approached the vehicle, but froze as he saw the scene inside. The 2 injectors lay unconscious. Before horror could set in, he was violently dragged into the darkness. The others sensed the danger too late. Suddenly, the engine roared, and the truck plowed through the thugs. After a perfect drift in the narrow alley, the vehicle smashed through the trailer's heavy rear doors. The doors shattered. The truck broke the siege, accelerating wildly onto the open road. Inside the trailer, a trembling manager Nam grabbed his radio, his face pale with shock. They're escaping in the military truck. Pursue them. Sergeant Kim had faked his coma, a brilliant countertrap. He swore an oath he would never lose his daughter to these monsters again. Pursuing cars swerved to close in. But Kim was no amateur. His aggressive maneuvering nearly flipped the attackers. The frantic drivers reported back to Manager Nam immediately. Sir, these guys are on a different level. Suddenly, Nam felt a murderous chill crawl down his neck. Turning around, he gasped. Park Jin-cheon and Song Han-seol were standing right behind him. Jin-cheon tapped his shoulder. Ever heard of Amazon's giant otters? They're vicious members of the weasel family. Stand straight and listen well while I'm still talking. They hunt prey much larger than themselves. That brutality earned them a terrifying reputation on the Amazon River. We call such creatures beasts, monsters, and apex predators. However, Manager Nam ignored the warning. He was a veteran of Aki, a notorious multinational mercenary group. Aki operated solely for profit, committing kidnappings and terrorism as long as the price was right. They served individuals and nations alike. But Aki had a brutal system called honorary retirement. There was one grim condition for leaving. Nam recalled the bloody day he departed the organization. No. Wait, I misunderstood. I didn't think the retirement condition would be this. I've changed my mind. I'm not retiring anymore, as Nam's comrade begged. The executioner stepped forward. You didn't know. Stop barking nonsense. David, your desire to leave was quite sincere. There's no way you missed the terms. To retire, you must eliminate every single one of your teammates. Claiming ignorance now. Do you really think anyone believes that pathetic excuse? Save your drivel for hell. I'll listen to the rest there. David's final, blood-curdling scream echoed out. Moments later, David's body was zipped into a bag. It's done. Move the corpse out. Honestly, I hate this condition too. Even if we're mercenaries who do anything for money, this kind of retirement feels wrong. Another man nodded. I'm with you on that. This system is broken. Let's ensure no one else in our team has to retire like this. Stress kills. Right, Mr. Nam. But as he spoke, Nam brutally attacked them from behind. 5 minutes later, "Why?" the icy manager replied. "Apologies. But it is time I returned to Nam Chiu." This was his path before becoming the planning manager at the current Go construction branch. With a flash of violence, the manager landed a lightning strike on Park Jin Cheon. Bam! Park was blown back. Song Hansel immediately launched a high kick at the manager's head. Yet, the manager evaded it completely. A sense of dread hit Song Hansel. He's using elite close-quarters combat techniques. Suddenly, the manager seized Song's leg, slamming him brutally onto the cold floor. Then, he drew a lethal karambit, a curved blade shaped like a tiger's claw. The manager lunged at Song Hansel with a flurry of strikes. Song held his ground, dodging the blades until he saw an opening, striking the manager's wrist to disarm him. But the manager didn't flinch. He launched a heavy kick at Song Hansel, catching the falling knife mid-air and instantly resuming his vicious, rapid-fire stabs. Song Hansel felt his strength fading. The heavy blood loss was finally taking its toll. Forced into a corner, the two warriors clashed dangerously at the very edge of the truck. Hansel glanced at the unconscious Park Jin Cheon. That split-second distraction cost him everything. A knee strike sent him plummeting. Only his lightning reflexes saved him as he barely clung to the truck's edge. At this high speed, falling meant certain death. But the manager was no merciful soul. He stepped forward, crushing Song's hand under his boot. "Sorry, but your friend is already dead. I hit his vitals. I struck his pressure points with absolute precision. Not a single millimeter was missed. Go Construction offers its deepest condolences for this unfortunate accident. In the world of mercenaries, judgment is everything. One mistake on the line between life and death is fatal. Therefore, judging the situation correctly is the ultimate key to survival. It is a sixth sense that only top-level Aki graduates can truly awaken." The manager smirked. "Let us call this a traffic mishap." He ground his heel into Song's hand. Song Hansel screamed in agony, seeing Sergeant Kim about to stop the truck to help. Hansel roared, "Don't stop! Get Min out of here! We can handle this ourselves." Suddenly, a shiver ran down the manager's spine. He threw a blind punch backward, but a massive hand caught it. He turned, stunned. How? The man he thought was dead was standing right behind him. Park Jin Cheon stood there, looking half asleep. He was actually snoring while muttering in his sleep. "Stand at attention." "No. That's not right." It was pure instinct. Park was sleep fighting. Back when the knockout gas filled the truck, Park had laughed it off. He claimed a soldier's willpower could overcome it. But the gas had still put him in a trance. In any situation, even this one, the thin line between a soldier's iron will and his biological instinct to sleep was at war. Now, Park was in a terrifying state, half awake, half dreaming. The manager roared, "You damn dog." He unleashed a barrage of punches, but Park Jin Cheon blocked every single one. Enraged, the manager stabbed his karambit into the photo of Park's daughter on his chest. At that moment, something snapped. Park Jin Cheon's fist exploded forward, shattering the manager's face and sending him flying back. Finally, Park's eyes slowly opened. He blinked in confusion. "What happened? Did someone just touch my daughter's face?" The manager crawled up, trembling with pure terror. That monstrous strength. It felt like being hit by a speeding freight truck. A mistake. "I miscalculated," the manager panted. "I should have killed you. But now this will hurt. Tomorrow, the news will simply report that you fell to your death." Park Jin Cheon sniffed the air. "I smell battlefield blood. You reek of it. But you're still green. Inexperienced. Come here. I'll show you what a real man looks like in a fight." Meanwhile, in the luxury Rolls-Royce, an aide whispered, "Director, something has gone wrong with the manager." Hearing this, Yu Kang-chan paused before speaking. "Manager Han, stop being so sentimental. A man's life is about the big picture, isn't it? Don't let yourself get bogged down by these trivial matters. It's irrelevant now. Shift your focus to a new target." Meanwhile, the clash between Park Jin Cheon and the manager reached a fever pitch. Currently, the manager was being completely dismantled. Every single strike he threw was effortlessly parried by Jin Cheon, seizing a momentary opening. A thunderous punch buried itself into the manager's chest, blasting him back several meters. Without missing a beat, Park Jin Cheon lunged forward, his boot coming down hard to crush the man's skull into the ground. The manager barely rolled away, gasping for air as a cold realization struck. He was in deep trouble. He realized his opponent was a master of close-quarters combat. But why couldn't he land a single hit? CQC was supposed to dominate anything within a 30-meter radius. Before he could even process the gap, Jin Cheon closed the distance in a blur, catching him completely off guard. A devastating hook connected with his jaw, sending him spiraling through the air as blood sprayed from his mouth. The harsh truth finally settled in. He was being totally overwhelmed because the chasm between their abilities was simply insurmountable. While his own combat range spanned 30 meters, this monster's reach was double, perhaps even triple that. What kind of hell had this man survived? Had he spent every season on a bloody battlefield, or perhaps he'd wiped out an entire terrorist cell single-handedly? Could he have been deployed to suddenly... Jin Cheon's voice cut through his frantic thoughts. That's right. Your instincts are spot on. I'm going to grind you into the dirt right here. I won't tolerate anyone threatening my friend's peace. At those words, 1,000 terrifying scenarios flashed through the manager's mind. I'm finished. There's another one behind me. If I stay, I'm dead. But I hit his pressure point earlier. How is he still moving? Where did my blade go? Should I just risk the jump and leap off this truck? He finally accepted that his enemy was a literal demon. He had to make a move now or face certain death. Driven by pure survival instinct, he scrambled to his feet and prepared to bolt. It was a humiliating retreat. Yet it was the only logical choice when facing a predator of this caliber. No prey can ever truly outrun a master hunter. Watching the pathetic display, Jin Cheon smirked. A wise decision. As he leaped away, the manager told himself that losing an arm in the fall was a small price to pay. Anything was better than facing that monster for another second. But even the best escape plans can go south instantly. Sergeant Kim had already swerved his vehicle into position, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Feeling Kim's chilling bloodlust, the manager began to doubt his own memory. Was this really the same man who had knelt submissively before the director? If they were the same person, what colossal sin had forced a man this dangerous to live such a pathetic, hidden life? His thoughts were cut short when he realized he hadn't hit the ground yet. Glancing back, he saw that terrifying figure had already snatched him by the waist. Jin Cheon grinned. Going somewhere so soon? You still need a lesson on how to be a real man. With that, Jin Cheon swung him like a rag doll, slamming him repeatedly against the metal. Moments later, the manager was a broken, unconscious mess on the floor. Just as the threat was neutralized, a voice shouted from outside. We've arrived, Manager Nam. You were making way too much noise back there. If you damage the cargo, you're paying for it. And don't forget the extra fee for that sudden change in destination. The man's words died in his throat as Park Jin Cheon's head popped out, scaring him half to death. What? Who the hell are you? Ignoring the coward, Jin Cheon scanned the area and spotted the director calmly fishing, surrounded by his personal guard. Suddenly, the manager's radio crackled to life. It seems they've reached the drop point. Is there anything unusual besides the transport truck? Nothing else confirmed at this time. Simultaneously, Sergeant Kim pulled up and stepped out of his vehicle. He looked at his companions and said, Watch over Min for a moment. I'm ending this now. Kim began his cold march toward Yukang Chan. I'm here for a little chat. It's time I showed you who the real ultimate parent in this world is. Noticing the approaching threat, the bodyguard holding the umbrella whispered, Director, he's coming this way. Without even turning around, Yukang Chan replied, I see him. But where is Manager Nam? Where's the backup? Before he could finish, a sales manager named Seo stepped forward. Please, Director, let me handle this trash. With a confident swagger, he moved to intercept Sergeant Kim, coming face to face. He sneered. Greetings. I'm the sales manager for Jurian Construction. And who might you be? The only response he got was a brutal axe kick straight to the skull. Crack Kim stood over the fallen man, his voice laced with venom. I couldn't care less what your name is. Move. Seeing their comrade drop like a fly, the rest of Director Yu's goons erupted in fury. Manager Seo, who the hell is this guy? Get him. As the thugs swarm, Kim doesn't retreat. He lunges forward, dropping two with a rapid-fire strike. Du Changchan's eyes widen in shock. Before he can even blink, the final goon is sent flying back by Kim's devastating kick. With the trash cleared, Kim stands tall before Du Kangchan. Hey, Du Changchan. No. Let me rephrase. Heeji's father. Let's have a little chat. You have a lot of explaining to do. Don't you? All those schemes you've hidden, the kidnapping, using those bottom feeders to pull your strings. It's absolutely filthy. We're both parents with daughters. Don't you feel even a shred of shame? A cold realization flickers in Du Kangchan's mind. To him, being a parent means sacrificing everything for your own at any cost. Du Changchan smirks. placing a hand on Kim's shoulder. Impressive. So you weren't hiding weapons or a secret plot after all. Inwardly, the old man sneers. Asterisk. This man is exactly like me. He'd burn the world down for his child. Kim glares at the nonsensical chatter. What are you talking about? Du Kangshan scoffs in response. I lost contact with the manager, so I assumed he fell into one of your clever traps. But looking at you now, I see it's just raw talent. Martial arts. Did you pick that up in China? I heard you were special forces. Which unit did you serve in? Kim's patience finally snaps. You really don't understand the gravity of this situation. Do you? Du Kangshan just wags a finger. Actually, you're the one who's lost. You seem like the type who thinks fists solve everything. Right. What now? Are you going to hit me? He leans in close, his face inches from Kim's. Go ahead. But you're smart enough to know you can't touch me, because if you do, solving this mess will be the least of your worries. Your future will become a living nightmare. You're standing here as a father. Aren't you trying to save your daughter's life? Then act like one. Don't be reckless. Now, are you ready to talk to me properly? As one father to another, seeing Kim silent. Isi stare. Du Kangshan continues. Good. You're finally listening. Now then, where should we begin our little walk down memory lane? How about the school office? Yes. That's where it started. Back when you were on your knees, begging, please, people, for music. As a fellow parent, I'm sorry. Please forgive my child. Du Kangshan's wife had screamed, sorry doesn't fix this, but Du had feigned mercy and held her back. Now, dear, let it go. Kids will be kids. They were just playing around. He had helped Kim up with a fake smile. Min's father. Please stand up. You must be so heartbroken. But then, the manager whispered, the photo is perfect. Director, shall I leak it online? The fox's tail finally showed. Du stood up, his face turning cold. Keep it for now. We'll use it when the company needs a distraction. Oops. Was I too loud? The manager chuckled. No. Director. It was perfectly timed. Du Kangshan laughed. In this country, being powerless is a capital sin. If you're old and broke, you might as well be dead. Your life will be nothing but misery. Bringing a child into this world without money isn't parenting, it's straight up abuse. People call that breeding, not raising. Haha, back in the present, Du Kangshan snares. I'll admit, I was a bit hasty back then. I thought you were just another piece of useless trash. Even people at your level love their kids. Right, I apologize for the insult. Now, to business. Let's get to the real point of this meeting. Come work for me. I'll pay you 100 million won every single month. In South Korea, nothing is more tragic than a broke father. Consider this your golden ticket. As Du reaches out his hand, Kim's mind drifts back to a different time, to the day Minji was born and the day his wife died. Her final, gasping breaths. Take care of our Minji. Please. That final wish remains etched into his very soul. Kim's eyes snap back to the present. Cold as death. You're right. Being a provider is a heavy burden, but being a provider is easy. Being a father, that is far more difficult. You want to talk as fathers? Fine. But it seems we're both failing at the job. Let's settle this like men. You set the rules. And I'll even give you a handicap. Du Kangshan glared at the sergeant for a long moment before shedding his outer coat. You're more stubborn than I thought. I gave you a chance, times bam times. A heavy fist collided with Kim's face. You arrogant bastard. Talk like men. You think you're the first tough guy I've ever crushed. Punks like you only know how to bark. But you're terrified of real power and money. Yet you always act like a king. I despise people like you the most. If you really want to talk like a man, then try and strike me just once. But be warned. A storm is coming. I'll make sure you and your daughter live in misery. As CEO of Jurion Construction, I guarantee it. What's wrong? Scared to touch me now? Opened your eyes. Yet you're nothing times crack times. A devastating counterpunch was his only answer. In that moment, the dying wish of Minji's mother echoed in the sergeant's soul. Our meeting wasn't perfect. But please, forget the past and be a father to Minji. Forget everything else and protect her. Do whatever it takes to keep that child safe. Please. Stand tall and fight against every fear for her sake. Kim spoke coldly. You asked where I'm from, North Korean Special Agent. Codename N66. Since you can't decide the rules, let's play a game of Oan Tua instead. A brutal duel where neither side flinches until one drops. Meanwhile, at the CEO's residence, Dooji paced anxiously. Manager. Is there still no word from my father yet? The manager bowed low. He hasn't checked in yet. Miss. Please. Do not worry. Suddenly, the radio crackled. Vehicle 1, reporting manager Nam has been neutralized. Wait. Who are you? The transmission cut to static as the other guards panicked. They scrambled to send every available man to the coordinates. Sensing a total disaster. Something had gone horribly wrong. Meanwhile, the CEO's manly duel was turning into a nightmare. Asterisk boom times. One strike sent Dukang Chan flying into the lake. His spirit completely broken. Kim dragged him up by his hair. Get up. I barely even touched you yet. I held back. Didn't you want to talk like fathers? Stop faking and stand up. A wave of fury washed over Dukang Chan. Was this humiliation? No. It was the crushing weight of absolute weakness. He couldn't believe this was happening. He wiped the blood from his lip. A twisted grin forming. It's been a long time. I feel like a reckless youth again, times thwack times. He threw a desperate punch at Kim's face. I might not be on your level. But he froze. Kim hadn't even flinched. Asterisk crack, times Kim's counter shattered his confidence. Hey. Duheji's father. What was that you said? You think a pathetic sorry fixes this? That's your idea of an apology? You started this war to hide your daughter's crimes. Kim's fist hovered. Ready to strike. Kim paused. It's your turn now. Isn't it? Go ahead. Hit me. Kim knew monsters like him only stopped when their pride was utterly pulverized. Right now, Kim was systematically dismantling the CEO's very soul and dignity. Swing. You coward. Is that all you've got? You're pathetic. Those words ignited the CEO's rage. He roared in fury, standing up with a murderous glare. What did you say? You think the South is a joke? He fumbled for his phone, brandishing his contacts. Do you realize the power in this phone? In this country? Fists mean nothing. Look at these names. These are people you couldn't even dream of meeting. With just one call, I can erase a cockroach like you from existence. He stopped dead as Kim pulled out his own phone. Hello? Master, it's been a while. I'm calling because I need a small favor. The voice on the other end crackled. It's a simple request. Master, can you wipe Jurian Construction off the map? Annihilate them? Let me think. A total collapse. Hard to say. But can you truly execute something that devastating? Master. Fine. I will help you. Sergeant Kim replied. Yes. I am counting on you. This conversation made Dukang-chan curse internally. What the hell is this? Is that call a bluff? Just as he sneered, his own phone erupted with a ring. Who would call now? He glanced down, only to see Jurian Construction's legal team flashing on the screen. Watching him, Sergeant Kim scoffed. Answer it. Did you really think you were untouchable all this time? Ever heard there is always a bigger fish? Without another word, Kim ignored him and returned to his call. Right. Master. I will call you later. The voice replied. Sure. But you know this won't come cheap. Right. No matter how close we are, there is no discount on my professional defense fees. Understand. We are professionals. After all, Kim paused, then asked, Then master, please point me toward some fast cash. The voice answered instantly. Fine. All right. I will send you a contact for a manpower center. Kim replied. Thanks. I will call them. Fine. Don't get hurt. The line went dead. Kim looked over to find Dukang-chan on his knees, staring blankly at his fallen phone. Faint. Frantic voices still echoed from the abandoned device on the ground. Director Dukang-chan's mind went blank. What kind of nightmare was he trapped in? Near the military truck? Song Han-seo watched everything as Minji regained consciousness. Oh. You are awake. Yes. Uncle. What happened? Before she could finish her sentence, the chaos below caught her eye, suddenly snapping. Dukang-chan surged to his feet and lunged at Sergeant Kim with a desperate roar. You bastard, what did you do? A ruthless, full power punch was the only answer he received. Wham! He crashed into the wooden bridge, shattering the planks. Kim blinked. Sorry. I forgot we were playing one-on-one. Actually, thanks. You helped me decide. I will do anything to protect Minji. Morality, guilt, I don't need that anymore. As long as I can be a father I am proud of inside, then I don't care if the world sees me as a disgrace. Hearing this, Minji's eyes flooded with tears. Song Han-seo comforted her. Minye, do not be too hard on your father. His methods are strange. But you are the only thing on his mind. Minji sobbed. I don't blame him. After everything he just said, how could I ever hold a grudge against him? For once, she heard his true feelings. A man who never gave straight answers actually loved her beyond measure. That seemingly hesitant and indecisive man possessed an iron will and infinite patience for his daughter. He thinks he doesn't understand me. But I am the one who didn't understand him. Park Jin-cheon, the master of bad timing, interjected. Oh ho, emotional tears and gratitude, how touching. Park chuckled, whispering in Minji's ear. Sorry to ruin the mood, but want to hear a secret. Minji wiped her tears. Curious. A secret, what is it? Uncle, it is about your father. Park replied. Song Hanseo interjected. Wait, you are not telling her that. No, if she finds out about that? Park cut him off immediately. She is old enough to know. Minnie, do you know how your father actually became our friend? Minji shook her head. No, I have never heard it. Park Jin-cheon continued. Curious. Right, how an antisocial rebel like him bonded with social butterflies like us. Want to know. You will be shocked. This story is going to blow your mind. We were very different back then. As Park spoke, Sergeant Kim drifted into his own dark memories. I was born and raised in North Korea, the most isolated nation on earth. One day, soldiers arrived at our middle school. I am Major Jung Dong of the People's Republic. I am here to find recruits for our elite athletic corps, the fastest and strongest among you. Raise your hands. The naive student scrambled to volunteer. Unaware of the horror, he sneered. Excellent. Everyone who raised their hand. Step forward now. The test was a brutal free-for-all. 30 minutes later, only one boy remained. Impressive. You pass. Name. Park Dung-an. Well done. Now, get in the truck. You're in. The officer pointed at young Sergeant Kim, who was desperately clinging to Park Dung-an's leg. To be a soldier of the Republic, shouldn't you at least have this much grit? Now, state your name. Who are you? My name is Kim. A brutal kick silenced him before he could finish. Who gave you permission to look up? You piece of trash. That was the moment my youth died. The light in my eyes vanished forever. I was lured by promises of joining a youth league, only to be forged into a shadow, an elite special forces unit meant to infiltrate the South. My memories of those early days are a blur of trauma. My world became a symphony of mindless screaming. How many times must I say it? You're nothing. You don't even have names anymore. You curs. From now on, you are only your code names. Understood. N73. What is your name? Kim. Kim. I can't remember. I only know my surname is Kim. I clawed at my mind, but my identity had been erased. All that remained was the agonizing memory of being beaten until my own name felt like a foreign language. The man beat me mercilessly, his voice dripping with venom. Kim, I told you. That isn't your name. The bastard broke us. For an entire month, we were stripped of our pasts and thrown into a furnace of brutal training. Every day was a dance with death. We consumed poison, were bound and tossed into deep waters, and woke to the thunder of gunfire inches from our ears. By the end, only 18 out of 100 remained. But the hell wasn't over. The survivors were forced into a lethal sparring match. The instructor barked his orders. Let the slaughter begin. Step forward and show your worth. Young Kim faced a mountain of a man. Within seconds, he was crushed under a barrage of overwhelming strength. Enough. N73. You useless mutt, no dinner for you tonight. The instructor punctuated his words with heavy boots to my ribs. It was a nightmare existence. A life where even the mercy of death was a forbidden luxury. That evening, Park Dung-an offered me a handful of rice. I spat at it. Do I look like a beggar to you? Get that away from me. Park Dung-an didn't flinch. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not doing this out of pity. You only lost because you're starving. Take it. We were classmates in middle school. Weren't we? His words triggered a flash of rage, and I lunged at him. The others scrambled to pull us apart. Hey, stop it. Those two are at each other's throats again. 3 years vanished in a flash of blood and sweat. Graduation arrived, and the same officer stood before us once more. Attention, for 3 long years, you have endured the unendurable. The day we have lived for is finally here. The grand operation begins tonight. Complete the mission and return as legends of the Republic. We will be waiting for your song of victory. Beside me, Park Dung-an gave my shoulder a sharp nudge. It's finally happening. How do you feel? Aren't you nervous? Just 3 more days? And this nightmare will finally be over. I once thought he was a nuisance, but after surviving this hell together, he had become the only brother I had left. Park Dung-an stared into the distance. I'm going to make it back. I'm going to see my family again. They promised us wives and status if we succeed. He scoffed. Wives? I don't even remember my own name. Stop dreaming. Focus your mind and sharpen your blade. Tomorrow, we go to war. Park Dung-an let out a soft laugh, and an increase said, Your name is Kim. On that first day, when we were being beaten into pulp, I forgot my own name too. But strangely, I never forgot your surname was Kim. Isn't that pathetic? I was so terrified I lost myself. Yet I held on to the fact that you were Kim. His words haunted me all night. For the first time in years, a tiny spark of hope flickered in my hollow eyes. Perhaps I finally had a reason to survive. The next night, we moved out. At the target, I whispered into the radio, "Team lead to command. We've reached Villa Gang W. Commencing entry on the 3rd floor. Left wing. Confirm. Command. Come in, turtle." "Do you copy?" But silence was the only reply. Fate had played its cruelest card. At the most critical moment, the line went dead. Park Dung and panicked. "We've lost contact. What's the play?" "Doesn't matter now. We move in. Secure the objective." We breached the room. But it was empty, save for an old radio on a chair. Then, a deafening explosion tore the world apart. It was a trap. A massacre. My brothers fell like wheat before a scythe. I screamed into the smoke and fire. "Can you hear me?" "Wake up, Park Dung," and struggled to lift his head. His breath rattling. "You stubborn bastard." "We're in real trouble now. Damn. Did my leg blow over there? Haha." "Hey. Don't cry." "Why the hell are you crying? A man shouldn't weep like that." Suddenly, a freezing voice crackled through the radio. "Mission aborted. Commit suicide for the Republic." Rage boiled inside me, and I smashed the radio into pieces. "Whatever you do, don't die. This is my final request. Ignore that bastard's orders. You must survive. No matter what happens." With those final words, Park Jung-en took his last breath right there in my trembling arms. South Korean soldiers swarmed in. "Freeze, hands up." They captured me and hauled me to a military base. A week later, in interrogation. Family none. My identity was nothing more than a ghost's shadow. 3 years of sleeper agent training. "You're a real piece of work. Aren't you quite the monster? The North's finest elite." "Huh." The interrogator turned to a young Park Jin Cheon. "What's your take? How does he compare to our best?" Jin Cheon stared coldly. "I honestly can't tell just yet. A joker never judges too early." The interrogator sighed. "He's a soldier. Like you. Just don't kill him." Jin Cheon scoffed. "Not kill him, in war. If you don't kill the enemy, you're the one who dies." He glared at Sergeant Kim. "If you actually want to live, you'd better show me everything you've got. A soldier of the North." Those words triggered a tidal wave of agonizing, bloodstained memories. "This is my final wish. Don't listen to that bastard. No matter what, you must survive. Don't forget me. If you do, I'll truly be gone." As if I could ever forget. 3 years, side by side. I was N73. He was N66. "I'll remember you. No matter the number." I turned to Park Jin-cheon. "You have no right to say that. I've lost all will to live. I'm only staying alive to honor the final promise I made to my only true comrade." Jin-cheon smirked. "That's the Joker spirit. So, what's your name?" "Soldier. Call me by my code name. I'm N66. Suddenly, the room exploded into a violent, chaotic brawl. The division commander ducked under his desk, swearing, "Take this fight outside. You damn lunatics." Jin Cheon stopped. "Commander, I'm done. This guy isn't serious. He's pulling every single one of his punches. I gave him openings, but he refused to strike. Yet. He's clearly too stubborn to actually lose. What a strange man." The commander frowned. "So, what about his actual combat prowess?" "His skill is absolute. He knows exactly where to strike to end a life." I saw it in his eyes. Jin Cheon turned back to Sergeant Kim. N66. "Whatever your story is, keep that fire burning. If you've chosen to remember, then hold on to it. That's what loyalty is, the Joker way." He walked away as the captain yelled, "Hey, clean up this damn mess before you leave." I was stunned. Am I being spared? "You're letting a prisoner of war just walk away. If you're going to kill me, do it now. Don't make a fool out of me for nothing." The captain put an arm around me. "Kid, the South doesn't just murder people on a whim. Execution, no. It's time to learn how to live like a normal human being again. I'll help you." Under his wing, I slowly began to piece together a new life in the South. Time flew by. 2 years later, I was called to headquarters for a high-stakes new mission. A northern spy. The captain nodded. "This is your revenge against the country that threw you away. Infiltrate the North and prove your loyalty. Do this, and I'll officially adopt you as my son." Hearing that, I realized the truth. Every act of kindness hides a cold. Calculated purpose. I accepted. We prepared to move. Ready to strike the moment we crossed into northern waters, I steeled myself. I was a ghost now. Unwanted by the north and untrusted by the south. Back at the office, a soldier reported. Commander, the northern infiltration team has officially departed. The captain looked up. Already I see. Did the president have any final words for us? He's deeply concerned about utilizing agents with northern backgrounds, especially for a mission of this scale. The president wants number 66 eliminated. Once the mission is over, the government will dispose of him. The commander took a long, heavy drag of his pipe before muttering grimly, Understood. I'll handle it. 3 hours later, Sergeant Kim's squad reached the mission site, a secluded villa hidden on a desolate island. Inside, 2 high-ranking North Korean officials were locked in a tense briefing. The files are ready as requested. Comrade Major. The bald major didn't even look up, his pen scratching against the paper. Leave it and get out. The soldier hesitated, his voice trembling. But, are we truly going to shell the South? Of course, the major snapped. This isn't for show. We only await the chairman's final command. Bang. Before he could finish, a bullet pierced his forehead, killing him instantly where he sat. After clearing the room, Sergeant Kim turned to his men. Evidence secured. Move fast. Rendezvous with the perimeter before we're hunted. Suddenly, a squad mate leveled his rifle at the back of Kim's head. Orders are orders. Sergeant, I have to eliminate you. Someone powerful wants you gone. Don't hate me. 30 minutes later, North Korean reinforcements stormed in. What happened here? Why the hell is everyone here? The officer barked, only to freeze in horror. The room was a slaughterhouse of corpses. Only one man remained standing amidst the carnage. It was Sergeant Kim, drenched in blood like an asura returning from the depths of hell. So, you finally arrived. The soldiers aimed their rifles, shouting for him to stay still. Explain yourself. What did you do? Kim slowly turned his head, his eyes cold and hollow. Why just stand there? Come and take me. Betrayal tasted like ash. I wanted to give up on everything. But then, I remembered N66. I couldn't stop yet. In captivity, they hung him up and began a brutal torture. The interrogator panted. Tough bastard. Not even a flinch after all this. Spit it out. Which South Korean rat hole do you belong to? Tell me your name. As the whip cracked again, a voice echoed from the doorway. N73. Right, 11th Airborne Special Forces. So it really is you. I heard one man wiped out an entire squad. Impressive work. Kid. It was Jung Dong, the man who had trained Kim years ago. He roared at the torturer. What are you waiting for? Unbind him this instant. He's an old comrade of mine. There's no issue here. Move it. Soon. Only Jung Dong and Kim remained. What's wrong? Did Southern water make North Korean food lose its taste? Kim remained silent for a long moment before asking, Why did you do it? Comrade, you took us, stripped us of our names, and forced us into a life of shadows we didn't understand. Then you just discarded us. If you have any humanity left, you should have taken responsibility for our lives. Jung Dong Sehil heavily. You've spent way too much time in the South. Kid, are you that disappointed in me? I had no choice. Orders came from the very top to abort. Even my own life was on the line. It wasn't my intention. But the guilt has been weighing on me ever since that day. You know how the military works. We are just cogs in a machine. We obey or we are crushed, even as a lieutenant colonel. If the brass wants someone erased, I must execute. There is no other path, because of my guilt. Stay here and rest for a few days. Just don't leave the outpost. Without another word, he walked away, leaving Sergeant Kim alone with his haunting, unspoken thoughts. A week later, Kim stepped outside. The sounds of playing children and bustling markets felt like a dream. He smiled bitterly. This was North Korea, the place that, against all odds, gave me my first taste of true freedom. Lost in thought, a clear, bright voice suddenly broke through the silence and pulled him back to reality. Hey, big guy, why are you blocking the road? You don't look local. Got something on your mind? It was there, in that simple moment, that I met her. We fell in love in the blink of an eye. They shared their hearts quickly. But happiness is often shadowed by fear. That unease finally took form when Jung Dong appeared. Jung Dong stood before me, his presence a chilling reminder that my past was never truly gone. He slid a suitcase across the table, revealing the components of a silenced pistol. What is this? Sir, are you ordering me to kill again? Jung Dong hissed, Quiet. Why did you get involved with a local girl? I told you to rest in silence. Yet these rumors are making my life difficult. You're becoming a liability. I tried to hide you, but the party already knows you're here. The situation is spiraling out of control. They'll purge both of you to keep the secret. So, I have a plan. Kim cut him off. Fine. Who dies? Can you guarantee our safety? Dai Ung-dong smirked. Sharp as attack. I like that. Across the border, a storm is brewing over the next successor. The leader wants his eldest son in power. But rivals are everywhere. The order: eliminate Comrade Kim. Kim stops him short. Spare me the details. Meanwhile, Southern Command briefs their asset. This man is the shadow destined to lead the North. A warmonger obsessed with nuclear fire. He is now heading to Harbin. For the South's survival, he must be erased. Song Hansel receives the same lethal objective. The source and reason are a mystery. Yet, fate is drawing these warriors together. Some fight for duty, others for ghosts. The stage for the hunt is set. Operation Assassination begins at a luxury hotel in the heart of China. In 1 week, Comrade Kim arrives for a secret summit disguised as a vacation. Infiltrate and wait. Stay 1 floor below for cover. Now move out. 2 days later, Sergeant Kim arrives. Room 1306. Please, I'm sorry. Sir, that room is occupied. Kim's eyes narrowed. By who? The clerk bowed. Privacy policy. Sir, I cannot disclose guest information. High above in 1306. Perrin Chan was busy planting high-tech wiretaps. Any other room? Give me 1506 then. Kim muttered. The clerk checked the screen. That one is also booked. Is there? Already, Kim frowned. Inside 1506. Song Hansel was testing his own spy gear. Need to install one of these in my car back home. Hansel chuckled. Sergeant Kim finally secured room 1406. Sandwiched between his rivals. As he turned, the clerk warned, "You must check out within 7 days. Don't worry." Kim replied, "I'll be long gone before then." He retreated to his room, knowing he wasn't alone in this hunt. A VIP suite with a view. A perfect place for a killer to dream. I know you're out there. Different paths. Same bloody destination. If we cross paths on the big day, things will get messy. Meet me tonight at the Plaza Bar. Let's talk business. That evening, Kim arrived first, his silence cutting through the bar's noisy chatter. Suddenly, Perrin Chan slid into the seat opposite him and signaled the waiter. "Give me a bowl of soup rice." The confused server stared. "Oh, what now? What are you doing here?" Kim asked. Perrin adjusted his glasses with a grin. "Could ask you the same thing." "Sergeant, Harbin is a long way from home. You look suspicious as hell." Perrin teased. Kim didn't blink. "Look who's talking. Just a misunderstanding with my room." Perrin leaped. "Now, cut the act." Pointing a gun at an old friend. How cold. Kim kept his weapon leveled under the table. "Drop the act. You're wearing grenades." "Are you insane?" Perrin just chuckled. "So, what's your mission?" "I'm hunting someone." "Who?" "Someone who stands out like a sore thumb." "Oh, I think I just saw a candidate. Right over there." Perrin gestured toward a man standing behind them. It was Song Hansel, a guy in a martial arts uniform at a bar. "Talk about a lunatic. He's laughing at us." Kim noted. Perrin groaned. "Don't make eye contact." Hansel walked over. Thinking, found them. The biggest freaks in the building, and just like that, the 3 deadliest men in Harbin shared a table. After 3 rounds of drinks, Sergeant Kim exhaled a heavy sigh. What a twist of fate. Meeting 2 Southerners in the heart of China. Song Hansel poured another glass, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Drop the act. Sergeant, your performance at the hotel was amateur at best." Park Jin-cheon cut in, his tone icy. "Our mission demands invisibility. No scenes. No noise. We must not draw a single wandering eye." Kim whispered back sharply. "Then fix your clothes. You're standing out like a sore thumb in that outfit. We're the legendary white-clad folk." Song chuckled, before his expression hardened. "Enough small talk. Let's change the subject. I'm here to eliminate Kim 30. It is my absolute objective. I suggest you don't get in my way." Park adjusted his glasses, a predatory glint in his eyes. "That feels like a lion claiming another's prey." "I am Park Jin-cheon. I am operating under national orders. I will complete my mission regardless of your personal vendettas. I don't care who you are. Stand aside or be crushed. I never fail a task once the hunt begins. As they say, the dogs may bark, but the caravan moves on." Ha ha ha. A heavy silence fell as Kim and Song traded lethal glares. Suddenly, Song Hansel burst into a mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha ha," Park hissed in frustration. You're laughing like a madman. Are you trying to get us caught? Asterisk crash times. Song exploded from his seat, shattering the heavy dining table with a single bone-crushing punch. What a comedian. Song spat at the long-haired soldier. Park stood up, his killing intent flooding the room. Park's voice was a low, dangerous growl. Damn it. I specifically told you to avoid drawing any attention. Song's only answer was a lightning-fast kick, sparking a chaotic and violent brawl between the two masters. Amidst the flying debris, the lieutenant colonel's chilling warning echoed in Sergeant Kim's mind like a curse. If this operation fails because of interference, we're all dead. You? Me. And even that girl. Rage boiled over as Kim roared. Enough. Is South Korean professionalism just some pathetic joke to you people? We are hunting a future head of state. Do you think this is a game you can afford to lose? Your recklessness is endangering those putting their lives on the line. Have you no sense of duty? Follow me. We need to establish a hierarchy. Song and Park stopped instantly, eyeing Kim with newfound respect. Fine. Clashing during the mission would be suicide. But first, let's clear out this local trash. They scanned the room and realized a gang of local thugs had already surrounded them. Weapons drawn. Who the hell are you? The leader snarled. Nobody wrecks my territory and walks away breathing. He was the boss of the Heaven Society, the most notorious and ruthless syndicate in all of Harbin. He sneered at their silence. From Jilin. Or are you just some Japanese punks looking to get buried? The three men turned in unison, their eyes turning cold. Who are we? Look closely. We're from the south. They lunged forward like shadows. Before the leader could even scream, the trio's strikes landed with lethal precision. You crazy bastards. I was only asking. He wheezed before collapsing. Park exhaled. That's one mess handled. Song wiped his bloodied knuckles, a wild glint in his eye. Anyone up for round 2? Wait, Kim cautioned, checking the perimeter. The law is coming. We need to vanish before the heat arrives. Moments later, police stormed the tavern. Police hands bust behind your heads. Get on your knees. Now, the lead officer froze in shock. The suspects were gone, leaving only a mountain of unconscious gangsters. What happened here? 3 days later, Sergeant Kim sat in the hotel lobby, scanning the room over the top of a newspaper. Song Hansel slipped in behind him. 3 days of hiding. Talk about a run of miserable luck. Don't sit so close. Kim hissed, not lowering the paper. We are supposed to be total strangers, especially in that loud outfit. You're practically begging the secret police to interrogate us. Please. Song scoffed. A loner reading a paper is a cliché. Acting like friends is the perfect cover. Besides, look who just arrived. It seems we all have the exact same idea. Park Jin-cheon joined them, casually sipping a carton of milk. It was a truly bizarre and lethal alliance. On one side sat a flamboyant youth in a sharp suit, looking like a bored playboy. Between them, a man hidden by a hat, and a long-haired specter in dark sunglasses. Kim whispered, Are you two actually ready? I can see the focus in your eyes now. You're finally taking this seriously. Song stared at the ceiling, his gaze cold enough to freeze blood. I'll kill him, no matter the cost. I have a personal stake in this mission. To be blunt, it shouldn't matter to you who delivers the final blow. As long as the target is eliminated, the job is done. So stay out of my way and mind your own business. Hearing those words, Sergeant Kim recalled the colonel's strict instructions during the mission briefing. You must take his life with your own hands. If not, I won't have the authority to protect that girl. Driven by that thought, he countered, No, I can't do that. I have my own reasons. So stay out of my path. I will be the one to kill him. Try to stop me, and I'll turn you into a cripple right here. Song Hanso smirked in response. Is that so? Let's see you try. Just then, 3 men in suits approached the reception, asking for room 1406. The receptionist replied, I'm sorry, but room 1406 is currently occupied. The man looked baffled. What do you mean? We requested this room be kept vacant since last week. The receptionist stammered nervously. Well, there was a guest who insisted on staying there. The man cut her off. That's strange. That's clearly the most expensive suite. His companions whispered, We should have just booked the entire hotel. Everyone knows that. But booking one room draws less attention. He wanted the utmost privacy for his stay. The receptionist quickly added, I am terribly sorry. We will ask the current guest to vacate immediately. The leader snapped. Forget it. What a nuisance. Let's go. His subordinates followed, asking if they should find another hotel. The leader replied, Yes. Find one quickly. I'll need to double the security forces. It looks like a storm is brewing for this trip. Their voices faded as they walked away. Nearby, Sergeant Kim's group listened from behind a wall. They all realized that going solo would be nearly impossible now. Cooperation was clearly the better choice, especially since the enemy was already suspicious and increasing their security. The original plan was completely off track. Now, the battle was about gathering intel, and more allies meant a greater advantage. Simultaneously, the three of them spoke. For now, let's work together. They all froze, startled by how perfectly their thoughts had synchronized in that moment. Time passed as they prepared. Finally, the day of the operation arrived. The plan is to infiltrate the hotel at 2 a.m. Hearing Sergeant Kim, Song Hanso noted, "If there's one thing to watch out for, it's that security force. We have absolutely no intel on the members of that security detail." Jin Xian added, "Even so, there are three of us. Why worry? I'm not afraid." Sergeant Kim snapped, "Why do you always talk like that? Anyway, we move at 2 a.m. Do not be late for the operation." However, they all shared a secret intent to kill the target themselves. Thus, without a word, they all arrived at 10:59 p.m. The unexpected encounter left all three of them standing there in stunned silence. Song Hanso spoke first. "It's only 11 p.m. What are you guys doing here?" Park Jin Cheon replied. "I drank too much milk today," Sergeant Kim muttered in confusion. "I guess even South Koreans have to find a place to pee all the way out here." Without another word, they headed for the hotel. A security guard spotted them and shouted, "Who goes there?" Stop before he could finish. He was hit by Song Hanso's thunderous kick and Sergeant Kim's powerful punch to the face. As the two took down the guard, Park Jin-chan quickly dashed toward the main lobby. He shouted loudly, "There are suspicious people out here," then ran inside, leaving Sergeant Kim and Song Hanso behind. Hearing the commotion, the security team rushed out. What happened? Stop them." Song Hanso and Sergeant Kim stood there stunned for a moment. "That complete bastard." Sergeant Kim growled and drew his weapon. Bang bang, gunshots echoed as the guards rushing out were cut down from within. Park Jin-chan witnessed the carnage and smirked. "Oh, not bad." But before he could finish, a fist slammed into his face. Bang. The attacker was Montabem, a member of the North Korean security team. He sneered. "What's this? Is this a woman? Or just a pathetic man?" Elsewhere, Sergeant Kim and Song Hanso had split up to take action. As Song Hanso entered, he was ambushed, but he skillfully dodged every single strike. "You're Song Hanso." "Right. I've heard a lot about you. I am Lean, from the North Korean Dandelion Security Unit." Song Hanso laughed. "Am I famous in the North too? But what can I say? I'm not Song Hanso. I'm actually speaking Japanese right now." Meanwhile, Sergeant Kim was crawling through the ventilation shafts above the ceiling. He calculated that while the others drew all the attention, he would strike the target and make a clean escape. If the blueprints are correct, this is room 306. Inside, a face both familiar and hauntingly strange appears. In that instant, he can't believe his eyes. Amidst the frantic movement of soldiers, could it really be her? Why is she in a place like this? Suddenly, she looks up. Their gazes lock, and her voice cuts through the air. N73. "Don't we have things to discuss?" The surrounding soldiers freeze. "What N73? Where is he? Report his location immediately." Before they can react, a hail of bullets tears through their defenses, ending them instantly. Sergeant Kim drops from the vent, tears streaming down his face. "What is the meaning of this? Explain yourself right now. I'm losing my damn mind here." A mocking voice echoes from the hallway. "An explanation? For what? That woman is nothing but a hollow puppet." The acting troupe? Did you really think she loved you? She was only there to lead you into a trap. She was just another tool. Young-dong used both of you for a coup that's already been exposed. In other words, you walked straight into a snare. The truth is painfully simple. Dewey Young-dong needed a catalyst for his revolution. And Sergeant Kim, you were the perfect specimen. Your existence was meant to stay in the shadows. But he needed the perfect bait to reel you in. A village full of trained actors, deceiving you for 6 months. Pure irony. The commander sneers. "Look at you. Standing there like a ghost. Lemon. This pathetic bastard is N73. Isn't he?" Lim Jujin nods coldly. "Yes. Aru. That's him." The commander draws a pistol from his chest. "Good. Very good. I verified the target. So you're useless now. D." Shockingly, Lim Jujin doesn't resist. She merely whispers a final, "Yes." But Sergeant Kim moves like lightning, pulling her aside just as the bullet grazes the air. He doesn't even know why he saved her. Perhaps his love for her ran too deep, reaching a point where even a web of lies couldn't kill his heart. Or maybe he just felt pity for her fate, another broken soul used as a pawn in someone else's game. What are you waiting for? Get out of here, Kim roars. The commander shifts his aim directly at the sergeant's heart. I'll show some mercy since I found out she's part of the coup. But if I don't kill you here, you won't survive anyway. Sergeant Kim's voice drops to a deadly, low vibration. If I slaughter everyone in this room right now, can we both make it out alive? Kill you all. Set this place ablaze, and fake my own death. That would solve everything, wouldn't it? The commander recoils before snarling. Try it. You dog, I'll put a hole right through your chest. Meanwhile, outside, a fierce storm of violence erupts between Song Hansel and Lean. Both are taekwondo masters, their lethal exchange looking like a high-budget action sequence. Every strike is cinematic perfection, flashy spins. Is that all your national training taught you? Pathetic. Your basics are non-existent. I see nothing but a hollow performance. Lean launches a devastating kick. Taekwondo is a martial art meant to overwhelm, not to look pretty. Hansel blocks, but the sheer force sends him reeling back. Impressive endurance. But can you handle my true rotation? Lean's heel descends like a falling guillotine, moving at terminal velocity. It's too fast, Hansel panics. My eyes can't track his movements anymore. A relentless barrage follows side kicks, front smashes, and reverse roundhouses rain down like a storm. It's a flawless chain of destruction, push kicks and hooks, delivered with terrifying precision. Each named technique lands with a bone-shattering thud. Hansel can do nothing but take the punishment. Final move, with a roar. A back kick sends Hansel flying into a concrete wall with a sickening crash. Lean stands over him. See, real taekwondo isn't about how many times you can spin in the air. The face of the nation, you're just a show-off with no substance. What a waste. Hansel slowly struggles to his feet, wiping blood from his lip. He whispers, right. Basics. The true essence of the rotation. Lean lets out a cold laugh. You still don't understand the first thing about combat. Flashy spins are just illusions. Even my son in kindergarten has better instincts than you. He watches the TV and thinks it's magnificent. He once asked me, who would win? Dad, you or the man on the screen? Do you know what I told him? Your father is the strongest man alive. They both charge, colliding in a final mid-air clash. Le Man XE wouldn't stop barking. Basic skills are far more crucial than flashy moves. And I'll make sure my son understands that. I'll show you. But his words died in his throat. Hansel didn't stop. He soared far above the veteran, hovering high above his opponent. Hansel's cold voice echoed through the air with terrifying authority. The core of a spin is the spring. That explosive power is what decides the outcome of the battle. Hansel stomped on Le Man XA's chest. Flipping through the air, he delivered a crushing kick to the face. Power dictates the rotations. Thanks for the lesson. Your lecture actually helped me master the basics even more precisely than before. Le Manze crashed into the dirt, his consciousness fading as he was utterly defeated and broken. Hansel adjusted his belt, staring down at the fallen man. Tell your son exactly how terrifying my spinning kick feels. Back at the hotel, a guttural roar erupted from Montabem as he faced off against the ferocious Park Jin-cheon. Park Jin-cheon hoisted the giant into the air effortlessly. As he dangled, memories of the past flooded Montabem's mind. He recalled his village in South Pyongan. In that fertile land, he was once a living legend of raw, unmatched strength. Whenever he lifted the village's strongest ox overhead with his bare hands, the crowd would explode in cheers. Look at him, he's a monster. He's far too powerful for a normal human. Later, he was recruited by the security bureau. But now, for the first time, he finally understood how that ox felt, because he was being lifted just as helplessly. What is happening to me? He stammered, paralyzed by pure terror. I'm heavier than a rock. So how? Park Jin-cheon cut him off. Rock now? Enjoy the ROCK. Have fun. Park slammed him down with earth-shattering force, pulverizing the marble floor. In that moment, Montabem had only one agonizing thought. Incredible strength. My 140-kilogram frame just crushed my spine. This is definitely not good at all. But his durability was superhuman. A strike that would kill a normal man only served to fuel his murderous rage. He surged back to his feet, spitting blood and cursing. You bastard. You just gave me a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Now, let me return the favor. Park Jin-cheon didn't flinch. Instead, he grinned, smelling the familiar scent of carnage. tougher than you look. Huh, come get some. Meanwhile, the focus shifted back to the desperate Sergeant Kim. Bake John Ao aimed his weapon directly at Kim's head. What did you say? Kill everyone and walk out. Screw you. If you think you're capable, then try it. You think our security team is some kind of joke. Stop dreaming, bang. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, burying a bullet deep into Sergeant Kim's chest. I wanted you alive, but if I have to put you down, I won't hesitate for a single second. You dared to target our committee members. Even if you crawl out of here, you'll never truly escape our reach. Bang, bang, bang. Honestly, I wanted to deliver your head intact, but your body is already a complete mess. What a tragic waste. But remember, every bit of this nightmare is entirely your own fault. Emptying his magazine, he leaned over Kim's body. Let me teach you something. Trash without a background gets discarded. You didn't realize you were just a tool to be tossed away, did you, idiot? He then handed the gun to Lim Joo-jin. Your mission is over. Subject 73 is finished. So it's time for you to end your own life too. Prove your undying loyalty to the party. Without a word, Lim Joo-jin pressed the cold barrel against her own neck. If this is the party's final command, then I shall obey without question or regret. But if I could say one thing, when you ordered me to love him, my heart actually became true. I never once forgot my duty. She pulled the trigger, but only a hollow, terrifying click echoed through the room. Lim stood frozen in shock. What? Why? Suddenly, the sound of slow, mocking applause from Baek Jan-eo filled the room. Magnificent. Absolute loyalty. You've passed the final test. It seems you still have some value to us. Your loyalty is proven. I'll report that you were simply manipulated by Lai Ung-dong. You're safe for now. Back at Park, Jin Cheon's battle, Lai Sang-man surged up and landed a heavy, desperate blow to Park's face. You think I'm a pushover? Before he could finish, a savage uppercut nearly took his head off his shoulders. Neither man backed down. They traded blows in a brutal, bloody brawl, showcasing their monstrous, unbelievable endurance. Song Hansel arrived just in time to see the carnage, rendered completely speechless by the sheer intensity of the fight. Sensing no end to the duel, he sprinted past them. Damn it. Is this an assassination or a full-scale war? Reaching room 302, he froze. Baek Jan-eo was walking out, with Lim Joo-jin trailing silently behind him. Song Hanzo froze in shock. Room 302. Was it a trap? Seeing a stranger, Baek-san opened fire instantly. Bang bang, hey kid. That accent. You're a southerner, aren't you? Did the South send you here? The moment he saw the man reach for his chest, Song Hanso sensed danger. He dove behind a pillar, narrowly dodging death. From behind the pillar, Song Hanso shouted, Someone was here before me. Wasn't there? Why are you the only ones coming out? Baek-eo smirked. You mean N73? Are you with him? Or did Lee Ung-dong send you too? Hanso questioned. N3. Is that even a name? Where is he? Baek-san sneered. He's dead. Caught a chest full of lead. Don't worry. You'll join him soon. Once I confirm you're from the south. Hanso's mind raced. A chest full of lead? That didn't make sense. Something felt wrong. He recalled their meeting when Baek Jin-cheon handed out tactical vests to the team. Sergeant Kim had been skeptical. This heavy thing, can it actually stop a bullet? Jin-cheon explained. It's not invincible. You'll still bleed. And it'll hurt like hell. It only dampens the impact. At worst, you'll pass out. Hanso initially refused to wear it. Too heavy for me. Sergeant Kim chimed in. You Southerners are so soft. Jin-chan exploded in rage. You idiots, I'm trying to save your lives. Give it back then. Fine. Fine, we'll wear it. Back in reality, Sergeant Kim suddenly appeared. He moved like a shadow, closing in on Lee Sang-man. Before Lee could react, Sergeant Kim had his gun arm locked in a vice-like grip. Lee tried to fire, but Kim brutally twisted his wrist. You said my fate was to die. Kim delivered a devastating kick to his chest. Stop talking trash. I came here to survive. Kim remembered Jin Cheon's words. Baek Jin-cheon refused to die. I have a reason to live. I have duties to my country, and you too. You aren't allowed to die either, because everyone has something worth living for. Kim smiled faintly. Such useless sentimentality. He stepped toward Lee Sang-man. My comrade died right before my eyes. I've walked through hell. So now, I refuse to lose anything precious ever again. A real man protects his woman. She's mine. and I'll protect her no matter what. Lee Sang-man stared in shock before bursting into a mocking laugh. You bastard. Do you think this is a movie? Do you even know what acting is? They aren't human, they're just dolls. Trained puppets don't understand love. That woman will never love you back. Wake up, you damn fool. And if you know it's a trap, why stay? Are you just buying time? Outside. 76 more guards surrounded the hotel. Inside. Sergeant Kim felt a chill down his spine. What do you mean? Kim stepped forward. But Lee Sang-man grabbed his collar and kicked free. Lee sneered. You slow-witted dog. They're here for the assassins targeting the chairman. You think you can escape this many men? We love a grand finale. Get ready. Outside. A scarred leader ordered his men to lock down the area and contact the police. His subordinate obeyed instantly. Meanwhile, the brutal duel between Park Jin-chan and Montab raged on. Crack Jin-chan took another heavy blow. You've been mumbling nonsense like some crazed beggar. Tougher than you look. Aren't you? I'll admit. You've got guts. Montab grabbed Jin Cheon's hair and slammed his head into the dirt. Did you think your meager strength could bring peace or freedom? Those loud-mouthed southerners make me sick. Peace is a privilege for the strong. Peace comes from the barrel of a gun. Didn't you know? Every word was a brutal slam. He tossed Jin Cheon aside like trash. Look at you. A mess. Like a rat in the sewer. Jin Cheon's vision blurred. Was this the end? His soul felt as if it were drifting away. In the darkness, he saw familiar faces. Angujong. Fry. Sheena. How, where is this? Doesn't matter. Jinan's spirit is being humiliated. The symbols of peace and the long hair of resistance are being trampled. Everything rests on your shoulders now. The very future of South Rock depends on you. Jin-chan. Fail here. And our history vanishes forever. Montabin loomed over Perrin Shan, casually picking up a sharp shard. What's this, a piece of a skull? You're a real piece of work. Jin Cheon growled. He stood slowly, tying back his hair with cold intensity. That's not for trash like you. The spirit of the South is 1 step back, 2 steps forward. That's a guitar pick. Montabem scoffed in confusion. What the hell are you babbling about? You dog. But Jin Cheon wasn't finished. If you don't believe me, try to break it. I'll show you a new world of pain. Then, he lunged with a devastating blow. Jin Cheon had no intention of stopping. He unleashed a storm of powerful strikes, carving terror into Montabem's soul. Montabem's mind went completely blank as the world spun out of control. He couldn't comprehend how his opponent's strength had suddenly reached such monstrous, overwhelming heights. In that moment of absolute suppression, Montabem realized he was facing a giant trapped in a small frame. If he didn't raise his guard now, he was going to die. For the first time in his life, he felt like prey. The man who always held the power was forced into a pathetic, clumsy defensive stance just to survive. A sickening crack echoed as teeth flew from his mouth. Montabem hit the dirt hard. How's that feel? Jin Cheon exhaled. This is what the South is. This is what peace feels like. Suddenly, a strange sound erupted. Jin Cheon turned to find dozens of northern security agents surrounding the entire hall. Up on the 3rd floor balcony, Lee Sang-man smirked down at them. It seems your guests have finally arrived. What's the plan now? Still think you can kill us all and escape with that woman like you boasted? How delusional. No matter how dim-witted you are, you should have anticipated a situation like this. Surrender now while I'm feeling generous. And I might just put in a good word for you, after all. Aren't you? And that woman just loyal servants of the party. Before he could finish, Perrin Cheon came charging into the hall, screaming, Hey, what the hell have you guys done? What did you do to make those thugs from the other day come back for us? Outside, the gang that Kim Jung-si had thrashed earlier was now swarming the villa in a massive wave. Is this the place? The fat leader barked. His lackey nodded eagerly. Yes, boss. It's those punks from before. They actually called us here, said they were holding our guys hostage and told us to come prepared. The leader's face twisted in rage. Find them. I don't care what it takes. The mob surged forward into the fray. Seeing the chaos unfold, Song Hanzo let out a long, weary sigh of relief. You guys owe me one. Those thugs were the insurance I kept for when things went completely south. Now, we use the confusion to vanish. Hanzo stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Kim Jung-si. Kim Jung-si turned to Song-man. You asked if I could kill everyone and save my girl. The answer is yes. Because I'm not alone. Hanzo grinned. You ready for this? N73. How do you know that name? Jung-si wondered. But I'm not N73 and I can do this all day. With a roar, the two warriors charged as one, launching a synchronized assault against Lee Sang-man. Hanzo unleashed a blinding spinning kick, while Jung-si exploited the opening to strike the back of Sangman's neck. Their martial arts were a masterpiece of destruction. Lethal blows rained down on every vital point of the villain's body. A final 1-inch punch slammed into Sangman's chest, sending him flying 10 feet back into a stone wall. Paran Cheon saw his opening. He gathered every ounce of his strength and leaped into the air. He aimed a crushing stomp straight for the villain's head. But Lee Sangman was no ordinary target. As one of the North's elite, he managed to narrowly evade the lethal strike despite his heavy injuries. Seizing the moment, Jin Chan landed. Sangman countered with a brutal uppercut that sent the hero crashing down. The security bureau is on another level. Hanso muttered, "The bastard still has enough strength to fight." Sangman stood up, spitting blood. "You trashy punks. You've got some decent teamwork. Are you brothers? Brothers, please." Hanso pointed to the sole of his boot. "These are American-made." "You idiot." Sangman's temper finally snapped. "You arrogant brat, you dare mock me at a time like this." Silencing them, he lunged forward, taking on both enemies alone. "Go joke in your graves. Should I sew your mouths shut to stop this nonsense?" Kim Doang-si and Song Hansel evaded his strikes with perfect harmony. Lee Sangman's initial fury was fading fast. "You can't handle us both. Start worrying, old man, because you have no idea what's coming." Sensing defeat, Lee Sangman's eyes turned desperate. Suddenly, he unleashed a frantic command. "You woman, the gun." Hearing him, Lim Yin snatched the pistol discarded on the floor. She reloaded with professional precision. "Fire!" Sangman roared. A deafening blast echoed. The thunderous shot froze everyone in their tracks. Yet, Kim Doang-si and Song Hansel remained unscathed. The bullet found a different target. Lee Sangman collapsed, blood surging from his throat. In total shock, he realized Lim Yujin's loyalty to the party was a complete lie. When Kim Jo-si was shot earlier, Lim Yin knew his vest would save him. He had only fainted, but that secret signal he gave while falling, what did it truly mean? Sangman had ordered her to die for the party once the target was neutralized. Cold-blooded sacrifice. Lim Yin understood Kim's signal perfectly. "As the party commands," she whispered with hidden intent. The entire scene had been a masterful performance staged by Lim Yin and Kim Jo-si. Gasping for air, Sangman wheezed. "Was it all a lie?" Lim Yujin looked down coldly. "I followed orders," she said. "To love sincerely, and my heart truly belongs to him. He risked everything for me. Never underestimate a woman driven by love. It's a terrifying thing." Lee Sangman's life flickered out before she finished. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the shadows outside. "Freeze, police. Nobody move. Put your hands where we can see them." Hearing the sirens, Lim Yin urged, "Go. If I stay, you can escape. I'm just glad we met, Kim. Forget my sins and stay safe." Kim Jo-si roared in protest. "What are you saying?" "I won't leave you." Hansel grabbed the frantic Kim, forcing him away from the approaching police. Hansel glanced at Lim Yin. "I don't know your story, but he's coming with us now." With a bittersweet smile, Lim Yin replied, "Then this is goodbye. Please, take care of him." Hansel knocked Kim unconscious and bolted. "Hate me if you must, but this is for your own good. You'd do the same in my shoes." "Sorry, Pal." Park Jin-cheon nodded. "I was thinking the same." "Why'd you grab her too?" Hansel asked. Pinon's romantic excuse only made Hansel groan in frustration. "We're speaking different languages. But seriously, what's the plan for that guy you're hauling?" "He's a wanted man in 2 nations, Hansel smirked. "Don't worry. I know a perfect laundry service." Laundry Jin-cheon blinked. Hansel leaned in to explain the shady details of their destination. Money, identity, even nationality. It's a haven for the Chinese elite, run by a South Korean legend. Days later, in China. "How much further? Are you sure this alley leads to a pawn shop?" Hansel shrugged carelessly. "I have no clue. Why don't you make yourself useful for once?" He gestured toward Kim Jo-si and Lim Yin, who were shamelessly lost in their own world, watching their public displays of affection for days. Jin-cheon hissed, "This is driving me insane." Suddenly, a sobbing woman dashed past, nearly colliding with Hansel in her desperate flight. "I hate Lord Fan Kuyen," she wailed. Hansel smirked. "Looks like we found our destination. The legendary hub of shadows. At the alley's end, a vibrant nightclub pulsed with life. On the 3rd floor, a massive man lounged, flanked by a troupe of scantily clad beauties. Meet to Fan Kuyen, 72, master of the Beyond Heaven pawn shop. "Do we have guests?" he rasped. As the group stepped inside, Kim Jo-si pointed at the old man. "Is that the guy?" "Seems so," Hansel replied. Kim hissed. Damn it, I thought you actually knew him personally. I only followed the rumors. After hearing their plea, Fan Kuyen shook his head in absolute refusal. Impossible. Not in a million years. Get out. So, you're the ones behind that Harbin massacre. Word is out. You're the ghost plotting to kill the North's successor. Tell me, what possessed you fools to crawl into my den like this? What if I just hand you over to the authorities? Song Hansel merely smirked at the threat. If you were going to snitch, we wouldn't be inside. You're a master cleaner, aren't you? So shut it and get to work. The old man laughed. You're terrifying. Jin Cheon watched him, unimpressed. This old fossil looks like he'd drop dead any second. Suddenly, a blade lunged from the shadows. Jin Cheon tilted his head, narrowly evading the strike. Kim Doang-si and Song Hansel were surrounded too. Moments later, the boss spoke up with a grin. You kids actually have some bite. Hansel crushed a thug's head. Hurry up, old man. The old man stood, his joints popping. No time. You say, you've got a big mouth for a little brother. Hansel snapped. Who are you calling brother? The insult died as the 70-year-old launched 3 meters high, landing right in front of him. Touching down like a feather, the old master narrowed his eyes at the group. I despise two types, the penniless asking for favors, and the weak with no backing. Jin Cheon stepped forward. In that case, we're exactly the kind of clients you'll love. The old man grinned wickedly. Is that so? Let's see if your liver matches your ego. The heaven beyond heaven laundered lives and souls across the globe. It could clean anything, but one rule stood: defeat the owner in a drinking duel, or pay the ultimate price. For 50 years, countless had tried, yet the old monster remained undefeated. Even after the fiercest bouts, he'd casually call for another round. His tolerance was truly supernatural. Now, hundreds of bottles stood between Kim Jong-si and the legendary cleaner. Jong-si stepped up first. Hansel whispered, "Are you sure you can handle this? Please. My training pushed me past human limits. This is nothing compared to that. If I fall here, I'm not fit for our mission." His bravado, however, lasted exactly 2 seconds. Get him up. He's out after 2 shots. Jong-si was dragged to the sofa in shame. Park Jin Cheon Sehil, stretching his back. Absolutely pathetic. A total waste of space. Social misfits shouldn't touch the bottle. Move aside, it's my turn to school this old man. The boss downed a bottle in one go. Bring it on. Long-haired soldier boy. They chugged relentlessly as the girls cheered. No one had ever matched the soldier's pace before. 3 crates vanished in a heartbeat. Lim Yu-jin and Song Hansel watched with bated breath. This is too much. Yu-jin whispered. Hansel agreed. He's hitting his wall. He's running on pure willpower. Meanwhile, the boss looked as sober as a monk. Not a single bead of sweat on him. Is his body even human? The winner was clear. We have to stop Jin Cheon now. But Jin Cheon roared. Stay back. This is a duel. I'll drink until my heart stops. A man's worth is measured by his spirit. The old man let out a thunderous laugh. Magnificent. I haven't seen such fire in decades. Bring more liquor. More empty the cellars. His voice echoed through the chaotic shop. 30 minutes later, a literal mountain of empty glass buried the entire room. A girl leaned in, whispering, Sir, we've run out of alcohol in the entire district. Really, what a thrill. This kid, I actually like him. Through the alcoholic haze, Jin Cheon struggled to keep his eyes open. Not over yet. Crack Hansel struck his neck, instantly silencing the drunken soldier. Hansel tossed him aside. Enough games. Let's get down to the real business. Consider him our collateral. You're a pawnbroker? Right, clean our records now. The boss smirked, his eyes gleaming. Fair enough. What's the play? Song Hansel. Hearing the old man recite his identity, Song Hanseo froze. How do you know me? I do my homework. Weren't you the golden star of the Olympics? I was quite a fan. But tell me, why would a national hero fall into this abyss? Those words triggered a dark memory. The day he traded his medals for a rifle. The military, with a gold medal, why throw away glory for the mud? Your talents are far too valuable for the front lines. Your request is denied. The chief of Unit 47 was cold. Is there truly no way? In Hanseo pleaded. The chief leaned back with a sinister smirk. The state owns you. There is no escape, unless there is one impossible path. Kill the successor of the North. Kim 30. Do that, and you might get your wish. Sir, that's too much. Ha ha ha. Just bring me his head and we'll talk. Succeed, and I'll grant you a clean slate. Go anywhere. The memory faded. Seeing the shadow in his eyes, the old man spoke. A hellish mission for a superstar. Wasn't it? It was a reason I couldn't ignore. Hanseo replied. The old man nodded slowly. As a fan, I'll offer you a special deal. You and the long-haired soldier are cleared, but the others stay behind. The room went cold as ice. Then this deal is worthless. Hanseo growled. Worthless? Do you realize what you're throwing away? They risked everything for him. If you exclude him, this means nothing. Hanseo. Listen carefully, but the superstar wasn't finished. Lim Yin. Turn around, don't look at this. Suddenly, the hero fell to his knees. He cast aside every ounce of his pride. If you're helping me, help him too. I'll pay for it with my dignity. Master too. The old man's eyes narrowed. Calling me by my title now. Are we? Who is he to make you crawl like this? Hanseo searched his soul. Why was he doing this for a stranger? They had no bond. No shared past. Yet. His heart made the choice. Just this once. He would be their shield. He's a friend. He whispered. A brother with deep ties to my life. Dawn broke as the boat slipped through the waves. Hey. Get inside. You'll freeze. Somehow. The old man pulled it off. Our records are completely wiped. Go rest. But silence was the only response. Fine. Ignore me, but I still can't believe we're free. That old man's influence was terrifying. Kim Jong-si watched the horizon. Deep in thought, he remembered when the deal was struck. The old man had picked up the phone immediately. It's me. Put him on. Master, why call at this hour? I have a small favor to ask. As the request unfolded, the voice on the line trembled. What, you can't be serious, even for you. Master, this is impossible. The director will lose his mind. That man's survival turned our entire plan into a disaster. The border is a powder keg. You want us to protect the man who lit the fuse. That voice belonged to Choi Ki-hun, the chief secretary and the second most powerful man. You've grown quite the spine. Ki-hun, don't think I've forgotten your assassination plot. That was an official state operation. Open your eyes. Ki-hun, stop looking at the dirt beneath your feet. The fate of nations isn't some petty lover's quarrel. The icy tensions of the Cold War had thawed into a fragile peace. Yet those days of reconciliation felt like a lifetime ago. Do you honestly believe those two nations could ever truly unite? No man on earth has the power to bridge such a deep divide. Choi Hun hesitated to reply, his silence speaking volumes. That's hard to say. He finally muttered, before Tafan Kuyen cut him off. Forget about his raw combat prowess for a moment and consider the chaos he can cause. Well, what do you think he's truly capable of? That elite northern task force you've been obsessing over? And what about Busan, with a weapon like him in your hands? You could finally make it happen. The north is a den of ravenous beasts. Kim Jong-si's temper flared as he roared. Are you suggesting I crawl back to the south? Perrin Cheon stepped in quickly to de-escalate the situation. Quiet down. Just listen to what the man has to say first. Tafan Kuyen ignored the outburst. His cold gaze fixed on the phone. Listen carefully. Choi Ki-hun. Or should I say, Agent PSX, think of the prophet. This man is determined to assassinate the northern heir. But if a predator like him is allowed to return to those lands and then decides to hunt the southern president, could you even stop him? Wouldn't it be safer for you to lead him while I'm still backing him? You know the score. Once I erase his past and send him across the border, there will be no turning back. I'm offering this chance to Choi PSX first out of respect for our history. You know that if I personally step in, those bastards won't survive anyway. Choi Ki-hun fell into a heavy silence, weighing the risks. Fine. If Teacher 2 is the guarantor, then we have no choice but to trust you. But I have one condition. Tufan Huyen let out a sharp, mocking laugh. A condition? You must be joking. I'm the one who sets the conditions here. $2 million, that is their worth. My personal guarantee does not come cheap. Did you think their lives were worth only a few measly coins? Why the silence? We're all professionals in the PSX. Added we. How much? That price is astronomical. Hearing the panic in Choi's voice, Tafan Kuyen smirked. Then how about we settle it like this? Understood. Let's go with that. After a moment, the old man finalized the deal. Fine. Send the funds to that specific account immediately. After listening to the entire exchange, Kim Doang-si realized one chilling truth. Tafan Kuyen was a man who would never, ever accept a loss, no matter the circumstances or the lives at stake. He would only move if the scent of profit was in the air. Tafan Kuyen hung up and turned his cold gaze toward the group. You heard everything. You're heading to the south with brand new, clean identities. You, Song Hansel, and the long-haired man will board the vessel together. But as for the girl, she travels on her own. She'll board a separate ship in 2 days because her status is still unverified. Kim Doang-si's face darkened as he immediately stepped forward in protest. What that's Tafan Kuyen cut him off with a sharp glare. Enough. I will not tolerate any more of your complaints. If you have a better plan, feel free to try it yourself. Weren't you the one so desperate to take her along? Time is running out. So make your choice. Despite his fury, Kim Do-si looked at Lim Yu-gin and asked, "Will it be safe? Are you absolutely certain?" To Fan Kuyen replied smoothly, "Don't worry so much. I'll personally ensure she reaches the address and stays under my protection. Is everything clear now?" As the plan unfolded, Song Hansel whispered with a look of dread, "Is this really going to be all right? I can't shake the feeling that something is dangerously wrong here. Everything should be going smoothly. Yet I feel this sickening knot in my chest. Why does this feel like a trap?" Perrin Chan scoffed and slapped his shoulder. "Don't be such a fool. Everything will be fine. And if it isn't, we'll just fight our way out." Ignoring the noise around him, Kim Do-si opened his pocket watch. Tucked inside was the only precious thing he owned, a photo of Lim Yin. He gazed at her image, her parting words echoing in his mind. "This is my picture. It's the only thing I have left to give you. I promise I'll come back to reclaim it. So keep it safe until then." But from that fateful day on, Kim Jung-si never saw her again. 10 long years passed in the blink of an eye. Kim Jung-si had transformed into a lethal elite of the Busan Squad. After finishing another bloody mission, he marched straight into the command center. "Where is the Major General?" he asked. As the guards pointed toward a room, a moment later, Major General Gang Hinsoon, the commander of Busan, laughed heartily. "Haha, excellent work. Soldier, superb, truly impressive results. You handled that entire operation with perfect, lethal precision. The Vladivostok cell has been completely eradicated. I knew those rats were smuggling advanced weaponry to the northern forces." But Kim Do-si heard none of it. His mind lost in the past. For 10 years, he had searched every corner of the earth for her, finding nothing but shadows. Even when he sought answers from the legendary Beyond Heaven pawn shop, they only told him that her location was a secret they could not reveal. Once the general finished his praise, Kim spoke up with a cold determination. "Now, grant me the leave you promised. I have personal business to settle." The Major General considered the request for a moment before finally nodding. Hours later, in a prestigious watchmaker's shop, Lim Yu-gin's watch was meticulously disassembled. The old craftsman sighed as he looked at the parts. "This isn't a domestic timepiece, so there are no parts to replace. I'm afraid this watch has ticked its very last second." Kim Jung-shik suggests replacing a few internal parts or simply removing the photo first. The craftsman shakes his head, insisting that such a delicate task is impossible to achieve. Before he can finish, an elderly woman enters and admires the timepiece's unique and striking beauty. "Ma'am, you've arrived," he asks, as she remarks on how incredibly lifelike the girl's image appears. "Who exactly is Sujin?" the worker asks, prompting the owner to mention a kind-hearted volunteer. "She is polite and remarkably skilled, the kind of woman any mother would want as a daughter-in-law." Hearing this, Jung-shik immediately asks for her location and arrives there within the hour. Sujin is busy serving charity meals, wishing each laborer a wonderful day as they pass by. Without looking up, she hears a familiar voice ask if she works there every single day. She confirms her schedule, and Jung-shik asks if he can visit her tomorrow and the day after. "Next week too. Will you really stay here and never disappear from my sight again?" At first, she thinks nothing of it. But his desperate tone suddenly triggers a deep realization. She slowly looks up, only to find Jung-shik's eyes brimming with tears of pure longing. He can't hold back anymore. "I finally found you," he whispers, pulling her into a soul-searing kiss. Sujin is actually Lim Yu-jin, his long-lost love, who stands frozen by his sudden, passionate embrace. "Wait. Stop," she stammers. "It's been so long. I'm just a little overwhelmed and shy." An hour later, in her private room, she whispers softly, "Can we turn off the lights?" The following morning, Jung-shik finds himself mesmerized by the delicate flowers sitting on the table. Yujin explains they are honeysuckles, symbolizing a love that is completely devoted and selfless. "How have you been all this time?" he asks. "Why didn't you ever try to find me?" She apologizes, revealing that she once begged Master Tu to send her somewhere far away. "I didn't want to be a weight around your neck," she explains, recalling her painful decision. Despite being his lover, she refused to let her presence drag him down into darkness. Reaching out to Jung-shik once more, Yujin continues her explanation with a heavy heart. "I feared our status as fugitives would only bring you more trouble and constant danger." Jung-shik pulls her close, silencing her fears. "It's all right. If that's the reason, then it's fine. I would have waited 10 years or even 100 more just to see you again." Yujin smiles through her tears, leaning against him as his heart races with a decade of joy. But their bliss is fleeting. The authorities from Busan finally track his secret location down. They swarm the area. And Jung-shik surrenders without a fight, allowing himself to be taken away, handcuffed. A lieutenant scolds him for contacting civilians. Jung-shik scoffs, claiming it was a meaningless fling. I'm a man with needs. He lies coldly. Cut the formalities, it was just a one-night stand. The officer narrows his eyes. Is that so? Because it looks like you're desperately hiding something. You claim it was a fling. But your eyes tell me you're shielding that girl from us. Suddenly, an agent reports that the girl has vanished without a trace from her last known address. She's gone, the lieutenant snaps. The agent confirms she left no records or clues behind. The officer glares at Jung-shik, trying to read the emotions hidden behind his stoic mask. You might be clean for now. But remember, we'll be watching your every move from here on. I'll let this slide since you've served for 10 years. But there won't be a second chance. For that brief reunion, Jung-shik is banished to a nameless, desolate island in the Western Sea. He is left with nothing but a crumbling shack and meager rations to survive on. His life becomes a cycle of brutal training, turning the island into a literal, isolated prison. Yet, he isn't lonely. Knowing Agen is out there. Months pass by in the blink of an eye. 9 months have passed when he receives an unexpected call. Hello. It's Master 2 speaking. Stunned by the voice he hasn't heard in 10 years, Jung-shik asks why he's calling now. And how exactly did you get my private number? To Fan Kuyen chuckled. Please. As if something that simple could stay hidden from me. You're seriously underestimating the reach of the Heaven Beyond Heaven pawn shop. Enough small talk. Let's get down to business. Your woman? She's pregnant. Right now. She's fighting for her life in the emergency room. It's a miracle I'm in the South right now. Or she'd be facing this with no one by her side. Hearing this, Kim Jung-si roared in shock. What the hell are you saying? To Fan Kuyen sighed. I told you to be careful, kid. But I suppose that's how it goes. You young guys with no experience always let your passions lead to a world of trouble. Just get your tail over here. This place is. Before he could finish, a nurse burst out of the delivery room. The guardian, we're losing her, hurry. The patient is. The sudden clatter from the other end of the line left Kim Jung-si paralyzed with fear. The phone slipped from his trembling hand as his mind went completely blank. Driven by pure desperation, he raced toward the hospital address provided, but he was too late. She was already gone. Her final wish was to name the child Minji, and she had hoped to call him honey just once. My love, even though fate brought us together like this is my final prayer to you. From this moment on, forget the pain. Just be a father to Minji and protect our little girl. Please, do whatever it takes for our child. For her sake, face your fears and keep fighting, bound by his promise. Kim Jung-si demanded his discharge from the Busan Special Forces. However, the military wasn't about to let their elite asset walk away easily. With no options left, he cornered the Major General with a deadly ultimatum. Sign my discharge papers. Now, he stood alone against a dozen rifles. An M47 barrel was aimed right at his heart. Seeing the tension, his captain tried to intervene. Sergeant Kim, stand down, don't be a fool. You're only making this nightmare worse for yourself. You know the rules. Kim Jung-si glared back. If you truly understood me, you'd know why I have to leave. Just let me go. Even with a gun pressed to his head, the Major General stammered. Now. Let's just stay calm. Everyone. Lower your weapons. Sergeant Kim. You said she was just a one-night stand, didn't you? How do you even know the kid is yours? The captain added, trying to reason with him. That's right. Sergeant. Just take a breath. Their pleas were answered by the deafening crack of a gunshot. Bang. The captain's jaw dropped in horror, while the Major General literally wet himself. Terrified. The old man shrieked. Fine, give him the discharge. You all saw it. The man is a complete lunatic. Just let him leave. Get him out of here. At that exact moment, a panicked soldier rushed in and whispered something urgent into the captain's ear. The captain's eyes widened. What? Are you serious? How is that possible? All of them? The soldier lowered his voice further. Yes. Sir. We've lost all contact. The media is already starting a frenzy. You need to make a decision immediately. The captain cursed under his breath. The situation was spiraling out of control, and the timing couldn't have been worse. Realizing he had no other choice, he turned his gaze back toward Kim Jung-si. Listen, Sergeant Kim, you said you'd do anything if we granted your discharge. Right? Were you telling the truth? I was. Kim replied coldly. The captain took a breath. Fine. We've lost contact with the president. It seems something happened while he was en route to the summit meeting. We're still in the dark. I need you to lead the Busan unit one last time. You have 12 hours to find him. If you fail, this could ignite an all-out war. Can you pull it off? Kim Jung-si hesitated for a second as her memory flashed by the meaning of the honeysuckle. A love of total devotion. With a determined look, he slowly lowered his weapon. I'll handle it. I just need to find him within 12 hours. Right, the captain nodded. Exactly. 12 hours. Kim Jung-si cut him off. 3 hours. I'll have him in 3. In exchange. Don't you dare go back on your word. My discharge. That's the only price I'm asking for. Meanwhile, in a private strategy room, a heavy fist slammed onto a table. A voice filled with pure rage echoed through the halls. What? You're telling me my own nephew-in-law, Kim Dong-sun, dared to kidnap the Southern President A? Lieutenant General reported the grim news. Yes, sir. We've mobilized every available unit, but the situation is becoming increasingly difficult to contain. This happened right in the middle of the peace talks. He was silenced by another roar of anger. You idiots, diplomatically. We are being backed into a corner by these radicals. We must find his location immediately. It's time we reached out to the south again. At that very moment, a car sped down the highway, carrying a man bound in heavy chains, with a dark hood masking his face. The captive sat trapped between 2 armed guards. One soldier broke the silence, questioning the deputy director's rogue decision. Are we truly doing this without informing the supreme chairman? This feels like a dangerous gamble. Hearing the soldier's hesitation, the man in the front seat spoke coldly. Do you still believe in the chairman's path? He is no longer the iron leader we once knew. Whether it is a summit or a peace treaty, he has become vulnerable to weak-willed sentimentality, humanitarian aid, maintaining peace through atmosphere. It is pathetic and cowardly. Don't tremble like a scared dog. The chairman might be furious now, but he will soon realize we are right. This man was Kim Dong-sun, the former deputy director of general affairs. He was a relative of the supreme chairman and a core member of the Daenam conservative faction. Back at the meeting, the official claimed this incident would give them leverage to demand more from the south. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, That fool Dong-sun. What now? A lieutenant replied. Sir, the Americans might target you during this chaos. You must wait in special bunker number 1. If you hide there, no one will ever find you. Little did they know, Sergeant Kim had already infiltrated the perimeter of the special bunker, disguised in a North Korean uniform. He pressed forward as memories of his briefing for the rescue mission resurfaced. 3 hours, are you insane? We haven't even pinned down the target's exact coordinates yet. Sergeant Kim cut his captain off. There is no need to search. I will force them to find me instead. Give me the chairman's location, and I will take the man himself as my hostage. Gentleness is wasted on these people. Sending a full force will only waste precious time. I will secure the target within 3 hours and initiate a 1-for-1 hostage exchange. Reluctantly, the captain agreed to Kim's bold plan, giving one final warning before he departed. Listen closely. Nothing you do from this moment on is sanctioned by our government. You are acting alone as a former North Korean Special Forces operative. Understood. Kim's thoughts snapped back as he reached the entrance. Facing the gate guards, Sergeant Kim flashed his identification with cold confidence. I have been transferred here on an emergency basis. I have an urgent report for the comrade chairman. I suggest you cooperate immediately, without waiting for an answer. He marched past them. One guard stammered. The Underground Operations Command. Are you talking about the 51st Division? Why would he be here? As one guard reached out to stop him, his partner frantically covered his mouth. Shut up. You idiot. Stay down. Only after Kim had disappeared into the shadows did he let go. The confused guard asked, What was that for? The other hissed. Did you not see his ID? He is from the 51st Division. After the disaster 10 years ago, the original units were purged and replaced by the elite 51st Division. They are the regime's executioners. They have the power to kill anyone suspected of treason on the spot. Terrified, the guard fell silent, and both men scrambled back to their posts in fear. Earlier, Sergeant Kim had reached out to Tu Fan Kuyen. As soon as the call connected, he got straight to the point. I need your help. Taken aback, Tu Fan Kuyen asked. How did you get this number? Kim replied. You used this to call me when my wife passed away. Humph. You certainly have a talent for making a man feel guilty. Fine. I was planning to help anyway. What do you need? Kim answered. Just one phone call will suffice. Do you have a contact among the chairman's inner circle? Call them for me. Tell them there is a mole inside, and that the traitor is hiding in special bunker. Number 1. Warn them that the Americans are coming. They must move the chairman immediately. Inside the chairman's war room, panic erupted. What, the Americans are already closing in? An aide grimaced, grilling the messenger. Stop this nonsense. How could a spy possibly infiltrate this high-security zone? How could anyone deceive us about their identity and make it this far? The messenger stammered in terror. Sir. The report came directly from Teacher 2. At the mention of Teacher 2, the aide's face went pale. Teacher 2, then we move. Guards to tunnel. Number 6. Tunnel number 6 was the regime's most classified underground escape route. This secret passage was designed to evacuate the chairman to a war bunker during the height of a national crisis. Operation A-61, codenamed Sixth Gate, was a lethal trap meant to seize or eliminate targets passing through this very tunnel. But the plan was buried the moment it was conceived. Executing it meant one thing: the total outbreak of war between the North and South. And that wasn't all. The mission demanded a ghost, a single infiltrator capable of neutralizing an entire garrison to seize control of the tunnel alone. High Command dismissed it as a suicide mission. No sane man had that kind of power. Thus, the operation died before it ever began. But today, one man has stepped out of the shadows to prove them wrong. That man is Sergeant Kim. He was attempting a feat so daring. It felt like a scene ripped straight from an action blockbuster. Reaching the heart of the tunnel, Kim prepared a heavy coil of rope. But as he secured the line, 3 soldiers emerged from the darkness. One soldier barked a sharp command. Halt, state your business. Comrade, what are you doing here? To one it identification. Now Kim didn't flinch. He tightened the knot with cold precision. 51st Division. He replied calmly. The air grew cold as 3 rifles leveled at his chest. The 51st, we received no orders regarding their presence here. Drop the gear. Hand over your identification immediately while we verify your status with your command. Another soldier stepped forward to rifle through Kim's pack, muttering under his breath, "This bastard smells like trouble." The words had barely left his lips when crack, a lightning-fast kick sent the gunman flying backward. Before the second soldier could blink, Kim seized his arm and delivered a bone-shattering punch that sent him spitting blood. The last man fumbled for his trigger, but he was too slow. Kim's back kick connected with brutal force, knocking him unconscious instantly. In the silence that followed, Kim remembered asking To Pan-gyun a simple question: why help him so easily? In Kim's memory, To Pan-gyun was a man who wouldn't lift a finger unless there was a massive profit involved. Meanwhile, the chairman boarded his armored transport, his brow furrowed. Is there truly a traitor among our inner circle? His assistant nodded gravely. Yes. The tip came from Master To himself. We would be wise to heed his warning. The chairman sighed. If it's his word, we have no choice. Between that and Kim Dong-son's antics. What a cursed day. Moments later, the car slowed. We have reached Tunnel 6. Comrade Chairman, for your absolute protection, security protocols are now in effect. You will remain in isolation with a minimal detail until the situation in the south is fully contained. Suddenly, the driver gasped, his eyes widening at the road ahead. Wait. What on earth is that? Through the windshield, they saw him. Sergeant Kim was standing there, mercilessly strangling a guard with a length of rope. Panic erupted inside the vehicle. What is happening, you fools? Explain this situation immediately. Are our own men slaughtering each other? Why are they down? Forget them. Step on it. Drive over the traitor. As the engine roared and the car surged forward like a predator, Kim didn't move. To's final words echoed in his soul. You're right. I am a man who hates to lose more than anything in this world. But even I have moments where I'll take the hit. When I decide to protect someone, a little sacrifice is a small price to pay, whether in love or business. That is how To Pan-gyun lives. And more importantly, I want to save your wife. A love worth dying for. Isn't that romantic? Now go. Do what you have to do. Remember, Sergeant, you're a father now. In a heartbeat, the steel grille of the car was inches from his face. With nerves of steel, Kim gripped the rope and threw himself into a roll, hooking the line around a massive stone pillar. Screech. The rope snapped taut, the incredible tension jerking the speeding vehicle backward with a violent shudder. Simultaneously, another hidden cable snared the wheels, shredding the tires and forcing the armored beast to a grinding halt. Before the occupants could breathe, glass shattered. The deafening roar of gunfire filled the tunnel as the windows exploded inward. With a gaze as cold as death, Kim lowered his weapon and issued a single, chilling command. I won't say it twice. Get out. His aura was suffocating, pure killing intent radiating from his silhouette. Miles away, an official's face twisted in pure terror. His body shook uncontrollably as the news hit him like a physical blow. What, the chairman has been abducted? The subordinate's voice trembled. The authorities are scrambling. We've initiated a level 1 emergency protocol immediately. The man lunged forward, grabbing his subordinate's shoulders in a desperate grip. Is he hurt? What about the security detail? The messenger could barely look him in the eye. We only just received the report. Everything is in chaos. The weight of the revelation was too much. His strength failed him, and he collapsed to his knees in utter despair. He roared toward the heavens in pure agony. Elsewhere, another figure froze in disbelief at the news. Kang Hae-woon and his men stood paralyzed. Is he truly captured? Yes? Sir. The messenger confirmed. The North is in total chaos right now, he added. He cleared Sector 6 all by himself. Kang Hae-woon's eyes widened in sheer shock. Sector 6. He did what? Only a madman would attempt such a feat. The man continued. But he actually pulled it off. The subordinate hesitated, his voice trembling. Sir. There is one more thing. Speak, what is it? He is heading to the Imjin River with a hostage. This bombshell sent their hearts racing. Jung Seo's decoy car sped down the highway with a swarm of pursuers hot on its trail. While Jung Seo gripped the wheel, the enemy frantically calculated a way to rescue the commissioner. With their leader captive, the North was paralyzed. Wait, don't fire, you'll hit the chairman. Panic surged through the ranks. If a stray bullet hits the chairman, we must move now. Jung Seo drove with lethal focus. Beside him, the bound commissioner spoke with dark amusement. I'm certainly experiencing something very special right now. Aren't I? Bound hands? And you know us too well. You are no ordinary soldier. What is your name? Jung Seo remained a silent statue, focused on the road. And to Devon, a straightforward man. I see. Deep inside the command center, soldiers worked frantically to contain the chaos Jung Seo unleashed. Emergency. The North's comms are dropping off the satellite grid, Kang's aide asked in a sweat. General, will this really work? Trust my experience. He replied, masking his own nerves. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the room. Who gave this order? This is madness. Who authorized this? An older man stormed in, finger pointing in rage. It was OAT. The 52-year-old minister of strategy. He struck Kang Hae-woon, screaming, You bastard. The room held its breath as the minister raged. State your rank and identity this instant. Kang Hae-woon bowed his head in silence. If war breaks out, can you take responsibility? Resentment flickered in Kang's eyes as he finally found his voice to push back. Our president has been taken. OJT froze. Was I supposed to just sit back and watch? This is a national crisis. As commander, I made the best decision possible. They crossed the line first. We had to show them that our patience has its limits. How long must we stay silent under their provocations? Enraged, OJT stripped off his watch to fight. You think you can handle this? A brawl erupted instantly, with aides rushing to separate them. Sir, please stop this, General. Stand down. This is not the time. Amidst the violence, a subordinate screamed. Wait, everyone. Wait, he turned back, face pale. I have the kidnapper on the line. What, the VIP's captor? Yes. Sir, it is him. Patch him through immediately. The line crackled to life, connecting both sides of the conflict. From the car, Kim muttered darkly. So this is it. Those southern rats are scurrying nearby. Where are you taking our leader? You damn traitor. Stop this nonsense while I am asking nicely. Must I turn Seoul into a sea of fire for you to wake up? OJT listened, every nerve on edge. Do whatever the hell you want, but watch your damn tone with me. Answer me. The sheer force of that shout left OJT stunned and speechless. Kim Dong-sok pressed his gun to the VIP's head. 3 seconds. Then I fire. 1. 2. OYT panicked. Wait, let's talk. We can settle this reasonably. Suddenly, a hand ripped the headset away. It was Kang Hae-woon, his expression cold and unyielding. Kang Hae-woon stared into the abyss and spoke into the mic with chilling calm. Listen up, you piece of trash. His sudden venom left Kim Dong-sok paralyzed with shock. You think we will just sit and wait? Peace is fine. But you have pushed us too far. Keep provoking me, and see what happens. Kim spat back. What the hell do you want? Don't mistake my intent. This is no place for those who break easily. Any provocation will be met with absolute annihilation. Everyone tries to bluff, but Gang's counterplay has Kim breaking into a cold sweat. If our president loses a single drop of blood, I'll butcher your chairman into 100 unrecognizable pieces. If you truly understand the gravity of this situation, release our president within the next 2 hours. No. Make it 1 hour. The lunatic behind this incident is a wild card beyond even our control. Meanwhile, At the Iman River's railway bridge, a restricted ghost path between the two nations, a southern elite squad lies in wait, faces masked in grim war paint. Across the bridge, the northern army stands ready for war. The southern soldiers whisper in tension. Are they really coming? The signal is confirmed. They're here. Target confirmed. Dong Seo's vehicle tears through the road like a bullet, leaving the soldiers in breathless awe. Could this be an exchange? Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. Something is moving fast. An unmarked black sedan emerges from the shadows. It's the Supreme Chairman. Intercept them. Prepare for combat. A thunderous explosion echoes through the valley. Dong Seo smashes through every barrier. But the tires lose grip. The crowd erupts in panic. What happened? Did you fire? Hold your fire. He's slowing down. Pursue him. The car slams into the bridge's iron guardrail, the metal screeching and warping. The front of the sedan dangles precariously over the abyss, smoke billowing from the twisted wreckage. Northern soldiers freeze in sheer horror. The chairman protect the comrade chairman at all costs. Survival is the priority. The southern team begins their tactical move. Closing the distance, a roar from the car stops everyone cold. Don't move. Dong Seo lowers the window slightly. This car is rigged with explosives. One twitch and I'll blow us all to hell now. Bring the VIP to me immediately. Until the VIP is in southern hands, your chairman isn't going anywhere alive. Inside the car, the chairman sneers with cold arrogance. You're just a cornered cat trembling before a sharp blade, starting to feel the pressure. You clearly underestimate the power of the Republic. I think I finally know who you are. Dong Seo meets his gaze with icy silence. Actions carry weight. Meanwhile, the northern ranks dissolve into utter chaos. It's about Lim Yujin, the one who's gone. Get to the hospital and protect that child first. The soldiers will find your family. Seconds later, a group of armed men storms the hospital with lethal intent. A panicked nurse trembles. Wait. What's going on? A man barks back. Sujin, we're here to take the child. Before she can scream, they seize her. A man with eyes like ice steps into the ward. I'm the uncle. I'll take it from here. Moments later, bodies lie broken in a pool of fresh blood. Get out of here. The guard turns back to Dong Seo as the chairman continues his relentless taunting. Tell me, why do this? Is it for money? If so, name your price. I admire your reckless courage. As the chairman speaks, Dong Seo's expression turns deathly cold. If it were just about money, I could have walked away long ago. The chairman's curiosity piques if not money. Then what? Han Shu arrives at the hospital to find pure carnage. Everyone, get out of here now. The cold-faced man screams in a rage. Where are the incubators? Where is the infant ward? He thrashes against the door, threatening to tear the place down. A nurse collapses in terror before Han Shu. That's enough. Stop. Han Shu reaches out with a steady hand. Are you all right? Miss, if I fought for fame or power, I could stop any time. But when it's family, there is no turning back. The nurse looks up at Han Shu, her voice trembling. Who are you? Dong Seo realizes the stakes have shifted. This is getting more complicated than I thought. Why are you wearing that in a hospital? Han Shu flashes a friendly smile. I'm just here to pick up my family. Allow me to introduce the man himself, the South Korean Taekwondo gold medalist. Dong Han-soo is 82% towards his grand ambition. Now, let's rewind the clock 10 years. Pyong-run greets him with a shadow of a smile. You've arrived. Was the journey difficult? Rest before we talk business. Pyong-run signals his men. Bring the contract. He's about to sign a deal that will change history. Han-soo watches the old man with a cold, calculating gaze. Damn it. This collateral is going to be a nightmare. Does he want me as his pawn? Pyong-jun chuckled, recalling their deal. Don't worry about the collateral for now. Kneeling at his feet, Han-soo realized the true price of the old man's favor. The memory faded. Pyong-jun slid a contract forward. Just a simple thumbprint. And we're done. That mission in Harbin nearly cost me my life. Even now, the nightmares still haunt me. 10 years. Just give me a decade, and I'll elevate your skills beyond your wildest dreams. Han-soo shrugged. Power, I don't need it. Pyong-jun let out a hearty, booming laugh. Ha ha ha, that's it, he pointed excitedly. That arrogant attitude, that cold, reckless tone. But that pride of yours, it's a flaw you must fix. He warned sternly. True masters possess humility. Your talent is undeniable, but your ego is your greatest enemy. Han-soo smirked, giving a very friendly middle finger. Undeterred, the old man continued. Ruthlessness works on enemies, but you have much to learn about surviving in this world. Pyong-jun stood tall. Just follow me. I know a place that will forge you into a real man. The scene shifts to a desolate, Mist-covered mountain range. A gray-haired man with a tomato-red nose squinted. Hansu stood there, looking completely annoyed, lugging his gear. Hansu endured the old drunkard's judging gaze. Master Joe sent me. Hansu began. I'm here to learn. Please. Show me the way. The old man downed his liquor. Kyokushin karate. 10 years later, a matured Hansu stands amidst chaos. Thugs were trashing the place. Get lost. Every single one of you.